Chapter 651 Endless Sea of Stars. My behemoth. My behemoth. That's my behemoth. Zhang Zhao's resentment increased to infinite proportions. That should have been his companion beast. The entire Federation was guessing who Tyrant Behemoth's owner was. Most people guessed that Tyrant Behemoth might be from the family clan of gods, or the Cape family. The people from the West District were also proud of this, indicating that they could still rely on their West District companion beasts at critical moments. Upon seeing Tyrant Behemoth win, its name replacing Orochi's 4th place, the boy jumped up and cheered. He tugged his mother's hand and shouted, "Mommy, it won! It really won! Yes, it won!" His mother smiled and nodded. "Mommy, I also want to have a Tyrant Behemoth." The little boy looked at his mother with a look of longing. His mother rubbed the boy's head. "Strong companion beasts are unique. Tyrant Behemoth is such a companion beast. When you grow up, you will definitely have a powerful companion beast like Tyrant Behemoth. Definitely. I can't wait to grow up. But before that, Mom, can you buy me a Tyrant Behemoth plushie?" The boy looked at his mother with anticipation. His mother laughed. "Of course. If you can't buy it, we'll produce it ourselves. You can help with the design." "Really? That's great. I will definitely design the perfect Tyrant Behemoth plushie." The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. The major media outlets reported Tyrant Behemoth's victory using all sorts of praises. They didn't hesitate to use plenty of exaggerated words. The titles of the strongest companion beast in the world, the ultimate violent battle pet, the strongest pet on the surface, and so on were bestowed to Tyrant Behemoth. Although everyone knew that the Primordial Sword Immortal was still the strongest companion beast at present, most of the Federation acknowledged Tyrant Behemoth psychologically because it had won a special battle in a special period of time. This psychological recognition was related to its strength, but it wasn't absolutely equal. Therefore, even if there were 3 companion beasts like Primordial Sword Immortal and Death of the Underworld ranked ahead of it, it didn't affect the Federation's citizens to view Tyrant Behemoth as the Federation's #1 battle pet. As for the 6 families, they increased their investigations, hoping to find the owner. This battle made them see how terrifying Tyrant Behemoth was. It was a terrifying strength that could really vie for first place. "Young Master Wen's Tyrant Behemoth is really terrifying. It looks like he has the chance to vie for first place," and Sheng said with a smile. And Tianzi sat there reading the documents as though he hadn't heard Sheng. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know much of the developments. He retracted Tyrant Behemoth and entered the desert under Lu Yun's guidance. Not long after leaving Hat City, the mysterious phone vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone to take a look and realized that the download of Netherworld City had been completed. The icon of Netherworld City appeared on the home screen. Lu Yun led the turtle forward while Zhou Wen sat at the back. Without anything to do, he launched the dungeon to see what was different between the game's Netherworld City and the real one. The blood-colored avatar appeared at the entrance of Netherworld City. The door's ghost faces said identical words to the ones in real life. Then, the door automatically opened. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to enter Netherworld City, and stepped on the stone slabs on the long street. He saw the number 366 appear on the stone slab. It was the same as entering Netherworld City in real life. The only difference was that in-game, the blood-colored avatar was the only one on the long street of Netherworld City. No one else existed. Zhou Wen attempted to activate God's Retreat. Just like in reality, a large number of taboo powers were immediately sucked into the Jade Infant's body, allowing its evolution. Since he didn't have to worry about death in-game, Zhou Wen decided to give it a try and see if he would really die after using up all his steps. It didn't disappoint Zhou Wen. After the number of steps on the stone slab dropped to 0, God's Retreat could only keep the blood-colored avatar safe for a few seconds before it exploded and died. The power was completely unreasonable, and there was no way to defend against it. After entering Netherworld City again, the blood-colored avatar appeared at the beginning of the long street. Before the torture chamber opened, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to farm dimensional creatures. Although the dimensional creatures here were only at the epic stage, their skills were rather interesting. Zhou Wen planned on grinding some companion eggs, so that he could use them for pet fusion in the future. Or perhaps, he could grind some essence energy skill crystals. If he could use them, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn the skills himself. Zhou Wen's movement technique was considered top-notch among humans, but it was still lacking in other aspects. Apart from the demonic astral wheel, there was no special skill that could be used. City Lord Netherworld said that one can see the real Netherworld City after experiencing all the punishments. What does that mean? Zhou Wen was still guessing the meaning of the sentence. An hour later, the torture chambers opened, but Zhou Wen realized a problem. Although the white ghosts in-game were afraid of the Hell King Life Soul, they didn't have any intelligence. It was impossible for them to help Zhou Wen cheat like in reality. After all, a game is just a game. It has its limitations. It's too rigid. Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. There was no way to cheat. If he wanted to reach the end of Netherworld City, he could only suffer the punishment himself. However, the blood-colored avatar shared a special relationship with him. He also felt pain when the blood-colored avatar was tortured. After some thought, Zhou Wen gave up on his previous plan. He only treated Netherworld City as a place to grind companion eggs and essence energy skills. Thankfully, no accidents happened this time. 2 days later, Zhou Wen finally saw the endless sea of stars that Lu Yun had mentioned. Are you sure this is the endless sea of stars? Zhou Wen looked ahead in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this was the endless sea of stars. In front of him was a small lake. Although it looked clear, artificial lakes and parks were much bigger than it. How could such a place be called the endless sea of stars? Zhou Wen didn't see any stars here. There wasn't even a fish in the water. Furthermore, the lake was very shallow, so he could see the bottom at a glance. There was sand below, nothing else. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look unfathomable like Lu Yun described, a place where most people died if they entered. Lu Yun sat by the lake and took off his shoes. He extended his feet into the lake and said with a pleasant expression, "Calm down. Wait till nighttime and take another look. You will then know how magical the endless sea of stars is." At night, the stars in the sky twinkled. The sky was especially clear, and the stars looked as though they would fall at any moment. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw a star really fall from the sky. Furthermore, it was falling towards them. Chapter 652 Sky-Stealing Sun-Shifting Monument. A meteor descended from the sky and landed on the lake, illuminating the entire lake. What was strange was that the seemingly blazing fast meteor rushed into the lake without causing any ripples on the water. Before Zhou Wen could clearly see what was happening underwater, he saw stars fall from the sky. A meteor shower ensued as the meteors headed for the tiny lake, forming a magnificent scene. Are those really meteors? Zhou Wen couldn't be sure. The starlight fell into the lake, but the surface of the lake was calm. It was like a boundless starry sky that could envelop everything. Aren't you going to make a wish? Isn't it said that if you can tie a knot in the corner of your clothes before the meteor disappears, the wish you make will come true? Junior brother, you can give it a try, said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, In our hometown, there's no such thing as making wishes under a shooting star. Furthermore, there are taboos that shooting stars are jinxes. It's inauspicious to see them. It might be unlucky. Pooey, pooey, pooey. Can't you say something auspicious? Lu Yun said gloomily. Zhou Wen shrugged and didn't say another word as he looked at the lake. The starlight that resembled a river of stars cascaded down and fell into the lake, forming points of light in the lake. It was as though countless stars were inside the lake. It was really like a sea of stars. As Zhou Wen focused on the points of light, he was surprised to discover that they were tiny orbs that resembled planets, miniature planets. The entire lake was like a starry universe with countless celestial bodies. What was even stranger was that the planet-like orbs were still revolving according to a certain pattern. It's no wonder this place is called the Endless Sea of Stars. Looking at the starlight that kept falling into the lake, Zhou Wen finally knew the reason behind this tiny lake's name. Lu Yun said with a smile, Don't underestimate such a lake. There are countless stars inside. If you enter the lake now, you will be sucked into the Sea of Stars. It's very likely that you will forever be lost in it and never come out again. Zhou Wen looked around, but he didn't see the tiny palm symbol. Therefore, he asked Lu Yun, How are you going to enter the Endless Sea of Stars? Where is the Astral Combat Beast? The Astral Combat Beasts are on those orbs. They look small, but once we enter the lake, we will discover that they are planets. There are all sorts of terrifying astral beasts on them, ranging from the mortal stage to the mythical stage. The Astral Combat Beast is one of the mythical astral beasts. After a pause, Lu Yun continued, After the meteor shower stops, we can go down. However, you have to follow me. Don't fall, otherwise, you will be lost in the Sea of Stars and enter some strange planets. It will be difficult for you to come out again. I'll just look around outside for now then. Zhou Wen slowly walked around the lake, hoping to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. As the lake was very small, he circled it in half an hour, but he didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Now that the Sea of Stars had appeared, he might discover something. The interior of the lake was like a starry universe, but it was still the same size outside. It felt rather enthralling. Zhou Wen circled the lake and carefully looked at every inch of land, but he still couldn't find the tiny palm symbol. Just as he was feeling disappointed, his gaze suddenly swept across a stone monument at the bottom of the lake. It was lying flat with many star patterns on it, like a star chart. Zhou Wen pointed at the stone monument at the bottom of the lake and asked Lu Yun, What's that? That is the Sky-Stealing Sun-Shifting Monument. As long as you can figure out the profundity of the star chart on it, you will be able to comprehend the Sky-Stealing Sun-Shifting art. This is also the key to me comprehending Star Stealer, said Lu Yun. Lu Yun knew that it wasn't that easy to comprehend the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument. Not only did he need extremely high perceptivity, but he also needed a special physique. Zhou Wen didn't have a special physique that matched the sky-stealing sun-shifting art. Even if he did, he was already at the epic stage. He probably couldn't change his essence energy art and try again. Zhou Wen wasn't too interested in essence energy arts. He couldn't finish cultivating too many essence energy arts. Simulating them wasn't difficult, but it was very difficult to level them up. However, since the sky-stealing sun-shifting art was necessary for Star Stealer, Zhou Wen planned on giving it a try to use the Lost Immortal Sutra to simulate it. After circulating the Lost Immortal Sutra, Zhou Wen carefully sized up the stone monument. The star chart on the stone monument kept changing, making it difficult to figure out what it meant. Furthermore, there were no words on it. It was perplexing. Lu Yun actually managed to figure out an essence energy art from such a star chart. He's really a genius. When Zhou Wen carefully sized up the star chart, he had an unexpected discovery. On the corner of the stone monument, there was a tiny palm symbol. The stars on the stone monument were shimmering, but the palm symbol was engraved in a corner, covered in moss. With the lake water separating them, Zhou Wen wouldn't have been able to see it if it wasn't for the starlight's illumination. Eldest senior brother, can we see the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument during the day? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. The stone monument is naturally still there during the day, but you can't see the starlight flowing on it during the day. It's just a blank stone monument. It's useless even if you see it. Seeing that the meteor shower had ended, Lu Yun said to Zhou Wen. Alright, let's head down now. I've thought about it. The endless sea of stars is so dangerous. My luck has been very bad recently. I've seen an ominous phenomenon, so I think I won't head in. If you go down, help me see if you can obtain the Astral Combat Beast's Essence Energy Skill Crystal, Zhou Wen said. Junior brother, that wasn't what you said before. Didn't you say that people shouldn't hide at home just because of bad luck? Why are you suddenly superstitious? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen with a puzzled expression. Zhou Wen thought to himself, I didn't have the tiny palm symbol previously, so I naturally had to take the risk. Now that I've found the tiny palm symbol, I can return home to comfortably grind dungeons after downloading the game. Why would I take the risk? Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't tell Lu Yun that. Therefore he said, Actually, I just wanted to take a look at this sky-stealing sun-shifting monument. Since I can see it from here, there's no need for me to enter. If you want to head in, go ahead. If you don't wish to enter, just stay around to look at the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument with me. Lu Yun cursed inwardly. I don't know how many thousand times I've stared at this crappy monument, so why would I continue looking at it? You don't have my Heavenly Star Veins body, so what will you be able to figure out? Even if you were to look at it for 10,000 years, you wouldn't be able to comprehend the sky-stealing sun-shifting art. The reason Lu Yun was able to comprehend the sky-stealing sun-shifting art back then was that the star chart on the stone monument had triggered his Heavenly Star Veins. Only by allowing the Heavenly Star Veins sense the trajectories of the stars could one gain insight. Without the Heavenly Star Veins, just looking at the star chart was useless. Chapter 653 Planet Devourer. Alright then. Take your time. However, don't go down to the lake alone. It wasn't easy for me to make the trip here. I'll go down and hunt some astral beasts. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to have an Essence Energy Skill Crystal drop from killing astral combat beasts. I'll exchange it for my autograph. Lu Yun walked into the lake. Eldest senior brother, be careful, Zhou Wen said. I wouldn't be so unlucky without you by my side, Lu Yun said as he went into the water. Zhou Wen watched as Lu Yun entered the lake. The lake appeared shallow, but when Lu Yun stepped into the water, his body kept sinking as though the bottom was nowhere in sight. Furthermore, his body shrank as he descended. Finally, he floated towards the orbs like a speck of dust, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What a magical dimensional zone. When it's daytime, I'll go down to the lake to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol. After downloading the Endless Star Sea dungeon, I'll be able to farm it as I wish. Zhou Wen sat down by the lake and carefully observed the star chart on the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument. After looking at it for a while, the Lost Immortal Sutra showed its effects. The circulation of essence energy became slower and slower before completely stopping. After that, his essence energy suddenly surged and circulated in Zhou Wen's body in a new way. The sky-stealing sun-shifting art was different from the essence energy arts Zhou Wen had cultivated in the past. It was a very magical feeling. It felt as though the essence energy in his body had transformed into countless stars that circulated in his body. Furthermore, when it circulated, it wasn't a linear movement. Instead, it was like a true celestial body's trajectory that formed a galaxy. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen to gain a basic mastery of the sky-stealing sun-shifting art. However, it wasn't that simple to level it up. Zhou wasn't in a rush to cultivate. It was useless to be anxious. This wasn't something that could be mastered in a day or two. He found a rock by the lake and sat down. He took out his phone and started to grind. He would head down to the lake to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol during the day. There was still plenty of time until daybreak after Zhou cleared one dungeon. Lu Yun hadn't returned. He stood up and stretched his body. He looked at the endless sea of stars and realized that there was something strange in it. During the day, Zhou had observed it very carefully. The lake was somewhat odd. There were no creatures inside. There were no worms or water plants, much less fish or shrimp. The entire lake was as clean as pure water. But now, Zhou saw a creature that resembled a jellyfish in the lake. Its body was transparent like crystal, and it emitted light like a light bulb. The jellyfish-like creature rose and fell in the lake. When it passed the tiny planet-like orbs, it would actually swallow them into its body. Although the jellyfish wasn't big, and was only one size bigger than an adult's clenched fist, if the celestial bodies were considered planets, then the size of the jellyfish was somewhat terrifying. This thing can actually devour planets? Zhou felt that something was amiss. This was because he realized that the jellyfish was very close to the region where Lu Yun was. If the orb where Lu Yun is gets swallowed by the jellyfish, would Lu Yun die? Zhou looked at the jellyfish moving in the water. Although it was very slow, it was moving closer and closer to Lu Yun. Could Elda's senior brother end up dying just like that? Zhou was somewhat worried, but there was nothing he could do. There are just too many orbs in the lake. It's like a sea of stars. I only know the general direction Lu Yun took, but I don't know which orb he's on. It's too late even if I head in now. After some thought, Zhou summoned the Golden Overlord sword and slashed out a sword beam at the jellyfish in the lake. However, the moment the sword beam entered the lake, it became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was as tiny as a needle tip. It vanished when it was still a distance away from the jellyfish. Furthermore, the sword beam had become so tiny. Even if it struck the jellyfish, it wouldn't be of much use. Elda's senior brother, Elda's senior brother. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I really can't. Zhou slashed a few more times, but to no avail. All he could do was watch helplessly, as the jellyfish approached the area where Lu Yun was. It's over. The jellyfish soon arrived at the area where Lu Yun was, and swallowed the nearby orbs. When the orbs entered its body, they were like glowing jelly beans that spun around its body before slowly melting until they vanished. Elda's senior brother, I didn't expect you to die like this. You didn't even leave any clothes behind. I can't even make a cenotaph for you. Just as Zhou was sighing, he suddenly heard a whoosh. Lu Yun emerged from the lake, looking extremely disheveled. His clothes looked as though they were made of paper, turning into paste when touching the water. Junior brother, are you messing with me again? Are you trying to burn bridges and make me die down there? Lu Yun jumped onto the shore and questioned Zhou angrily. Elda's senior brother, what do you mean? I saw the monster in the water devouring the orbs and wanted to save you, but all the attacks that hit the water became insignificant. I had no choice, Zhou said. If you aren't behind this, why would I be so unlucky to encounter a planet devourer? That thing doesn't usually appear, Lu Yun said with widened eyes. Elda's senior brother, you've really misunderstood me. I'm not familiar with this area. I still need you to take me out of this desert. Even if I wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't choose this moment. Besides, if I wanted to mess with you, I don't need to secretly do it, right? I knew it. It's not auspicious after seeing an ominous phenomenon, Zhou said. Lu Yun found that what he said made sense and couldn't help but say gloomily. Why am I so unlucky at the moment? I clearly didn't see the planet devourer before I went down. Thankfully, I have deceptive skills. Otherwise, I would have died even if I had 10 lives. What is that planet devourer? It should be a mythical creature, right? Can it really devour a planet? Zhou was rather curious about the jellyfish-like planet devourer. I don't know if it can devour a planet in real life, but in the endless sea of stars, that fellow is an overlord. No matter what kind of astral beast it is, it can devour them in one mouthful. Even the celestial bodies inside the endless sea of stars are no exception. However, the celestial bodies in the endless sea of stars are much smaller than real planets. I reckon that the planet devourer can only devour mountains outside the endless sea of stars, said Lu Yun. Do you think my tyrant behemoth can kill it? Zhou pondered. Probably not. Tyrant behemoth isn't good at aquatic warfare, right? Lu Yun looked at the planet devourer in the lake and said, I really don't know. Zhou planned on letting Tyrant Behemoth try after he downloaded the dungeon. As there was a planet devourer, Lu Yun didn't dare enter the endless sea of stars again. All he could do was stay by the lakeside with Zhou. Chapter 654 Sky-Stealing Sun-Shifting Art. Junior brother, you've been staring at it for so long. Have you figured out anything? Lu Yun sat beside him and asked in boredom. A little, Zhou said. How much is a little bit? Lu Yun continued asking. There was no way he could figure it out without having a physique that was compatible with the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument. Therefore, Lu Yun didn't believe Zhou's words. This had nothing to do with whether he was a genius or not. It didn't even have much to do with his perceptivity. Without the heavenly star veins, it was impossible to figure it out. This was the foundation, just like how one couldn't build a skyscraper without a foundation. Zhou had no chance of figuring out the sky-stealing sun-shifting. Just a little, Zhou said with a smile. Lu Yun curled his lips and didn't ask any more. Zhou kept staring at the endless sea of stars, hoping to see what else there was in the sea of stars other than the planet Devourer. Unfortunately, apart from the planet Devourer, there were no other dimensional creatures. Besides this planet Devourer, is there no other dimensional creature in the endless sea of stars? Zhou asked. There are astral beasts on those small planets, but they are only active on the planets and are unable to leave them. Outside the small planets, there's only one planet Devourer. It's the king here. It pops a planet with each bite, devouring even the dimensional creatures on it. It's an invincible existence. I am good at deception, so I managed to escape. If it were another person, even if the 6 heroes were revived, they wouldn't be able to escape its devouring, Lu Yun said smugly. Zhou watched for a while and felt bored. He took out his phone and gamed, grinding mythical creatures and rare dimensional creatures. If you are done watching, let's go back. Although we won't encounter danger if we do not enter the endless sea of stars, who knows when something might happen in a place like a desert. The two of us have been unlucky recently. It's best we return soon, said Lu Yun. I want to go underwater to take a look at the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument during the day. Perhaps I might discover something, Zhou said half-truthfully. Lu Yun curled his lips and said, Junior brother, don't blame me for being blunt. If you can't figure it out at night, what would you figure out in the day? There will not be any starlight chart in the day, it'll be a bare and dilapidated monolith. I came all the way here. I'm not willing to give up if I don't take a look, Zhou said, unmoved. Alright, let's wait until you are done looking at it in the morning. I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up later. Lu Yun lay down and fell asleep. He was asleep in less than 3 seconds. His sleeping posture was very strange. Zhou felt that he was like a cat that could bounce up from the ground at any moment. After taking a closer look, he realized that Lu Yun's sleeping posture was extraordinary. No matter which direction he was attacked from, his posture allowed him to easily react to it. To be able to develop such a sleeping posture, Lu Yun must have experienced many things in the past. How could a normal person be so wary when sleeping? Zhou's senses were very sharp, but he wouldn't maintain a combat-ready sleeping posture while sleeping because he didn't have such a realization. Of course, with Truth Listener around, it was impossible for ordinary people to get close to him without being discovered. Although he had obtained quite a number of companion eggs after gaming the entire night, Zhou didn't get any he wanted. Medusa, Qiongqi, Torch Dragon, and company hadn't dropped companion eggs. That shouldn't be the case. Every time I kill them, I bring the baby tiger with me. After killing them so many times, logically speaking, there should be one dropping. Zhou was somewhat depressed. The night quickly passed. In the morning, the starlight in the lake surged into the sky like a stream and vanished into the void. The lake returned to normal. It looked like an ordinary lake. It was unimaginable that it would turn into a starry sky at night. Lu Yun didn't lie to him. The sky-stealing sun-shifting monument was still in the lake. Zhou woke Lu Yun up and asked if there was anything to take note of when entering the lake. There's nothing. As long as you aren't going into the lake at night, this lake isn't much different from ordinary lakes. Lu Yun shook his head. Zhou tried going into the water. Indeed, it wasn't as miraculous as last night. He stepped into the lake, and the water only reached his waist. Zhou had learned the 9 dragons art from the Black Dragon. He dived into the water, and quickly arrived at the sky-stealing sun-shifting monument. Just as Lu Yun had said, in the day, this was a worn stone monument that was covered in moss. There were only scratches on it, and there was no starlight pattern. If it wasn't for the tiny palm symbol engraved on it, it wouldn't be eye-catching at all. At a close distance, the mysterious phone vibrated. Zhou picked up his phone and snapped a picture of the stone monument. The phone immediately entered the download interface. After putting away his phone, Zhou touched the stone monument again. It felt cold like it was made of metal. Not daring to do anything excessive, he turned around and swam back to the shore. How is it, junior brother? Did you figure out anything? Lu Yun asked Zhou with a smile. A little, Zhou said with a nod. You figured out a little yesterday, and you figured out a little today. Added together, it will be impressive. You should have gained basic mastery, right? Lu Yun teased Zhou. Yes, I've gotten basic mastery, Zhou answered. Lu Yun, who was drinking water, nearly choked. He looked at Zhou in disbelief and asked, Are you for real? You really gained basic mastery? It's just basic mastery. What's so difficult about it? Haven't you long obtained basic mastery? Zhou said casually. Lu Yun refused to believe him. He reached out and grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. With a squeeze, the sand condensed into a ball that looked like a huge grain of sand. Lu Yun's hand relaxed again. The huge sand scattered and turned into yellow sand. If you really gained basic mastery, you should be able to do this, right? Lu Yun said to Zhou. I'll give it a try. Zhou also grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. He circulated the sky-stealing sun-shifting art and pinched the sand. The sand stuck together like magnets, turning into a ball. However, it wasn't as round as Lu Yun's. Holy sh**T. You've really gained basic mastery of the sky-stealing sun-shifting art? Lu Yun widened his eyes as he looked at Zhou as though he had seen a ghost. Why would I lie to you? Zhou released his hand and the sand scattered. Alright, I've already achieved my goal. Let's head back. After we leave the desert, I'll return the autograph to you, Zhou said. Junior brother, you're really a genius in cultivation, but how did you do it? According to what I know, cultivating the sky-stealing sun-shifting art requires a special physique. You don't look like you have a special physique. Lu Yun was puzzled. He had the heavenly star veins himself, so he naturally knew what characteristics one needed to have. Zhou didn't have those characteristics. Do I need a special physique? I don't know about that. I just casually practiced it and attained basic mastery. I didn't find it difficult, Zhou said. Lu Yun felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't say another word. Chapter 655 Heart Lunar Fox. Their journey back to the city was rather smooth. They didn't encounter any sandstorms or Netherworld City when they walked by the areas they had previously passed. After leaving the desert, Zhou returned the autograph to Lu Yun. Junior brother, I'm afraid the entire world is looking for Tyrant Behemoth's master. Aren't you afraid that I will leak your secret? Lu Yun looked at Zhou with a complicated expression after confirming that it was his signature. Although we haven't spent much time together, and I don't know you well, I believe you aren't the type of person to do such things. Although Zhou said that, he was thinking, it doesn't matter if it's really exposed. I don't only have one trump card in my hand. Since I've placed it on the rankings, I'm already mentally prepared to expose myself. I like hearing what you said. Don't worry. After all, you are my junior brother. As a senior brother, I won't harm you. I will help you keep the secret, said Lu Yun with a smile. It was unknown if he was telling the truth. Alright, let's go our separate ways here. I should return as well. Zhou planned on going separate ways with Lu Yun and returning to the town as soon as possible. The ranking battle hadn't ended. Tyrant Behemoth was only ranked 4th, so it should still have a chance to make further challenges. Lu Yun clearly didn't wish to continue being with Zhou. Ever since he met Zhou, his luck had been terrible. He seriously suspected that it was a result of the 2 blades on Zhou. Junior brother, I don't know when we will meet again after today. Here's a farewell song, Lu Yun said generously. Alright. Zhou nodded. He never expected Lu Yun to actually know how to sing. Beautiful ladies. Ladies. Ladies have walked into one. Lu Yun sat on the turtle's back and sang loudly. The turtle ran quickly and soon vanished from sight. Only his delicate voice echoed in Zhou's ears. Zhou was rendered speechless. He originally imagined what kind of song it was, but it turned out to be such a folk song. Needless to say, Lu Yun's singing was really charming. It made one have the urge to beat him up. After Lu Yun's voice could no longer be heard, Zhou summoned Six-Winged and rode it back. Although it was uncomfortable, he had to make do with it. As he traveled, Zhou launched the downloaded Endless Sea of Stars dungeon. In fact, the dungeon had long been downloaded. However, with Lu Yun around, Zhou didn't dare launch it. After opening the Endless Sea of Stars dungeon, the blood-colored avatar appeared in a starry sky. There were planets around it, but they didn't look as huge as real planets. These planets were about the same size as mountains. However, on these small planets, there was no distinction between the top and bottom, left and right. On a nearby planet, a group of mutated beasts could be seen running across it. Many of them looked like they were running upside down, appearing as though they would fall off at any time. If it was a real planet, it wouldn't be too obvious because of a planet's immense size. On such a small planet, the visual impact of seeing a group of mutated beasts standing upside down was extremely strong. Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar and flew towards the planet. At the same time, he summoned Six-Winged and other companion beasts before charging at the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts looked like humanoid mantises. After seeing the blood-colored avatar, they charged forward, but they were mostly killed by six-winged and torch dragon. Killed legendary fiend star mantis. Killed legendary fiend star mantis. The notifications kept coming in. Many dimensional crystals dropped, including a few companion eggs. However, such dimensional crystals and companion eggs weren't of much use to Zhou. He went to a few nearby small planets and realized that there were quite a number of astral beasts here, but most of them were at the mortal and legendary stage. Even epic creatures were rare. I forgot to ask Elda's senior brother Lu Yun which planet has the so-called astral combat beast. There are thousands of planets here. I wonder how long it'll take me to go through them one by one. Zhou was somewhat depressed. This was different from what he had imagined. He imagined that there were mythical creatures everywhere in the endless sea of stars. There was no choice. It was impossible to find Lu Yun now. Zhou could only slowly search each planet. Thankfully, his companion beasts were very powerful. Killing a tiny planet's astral beasts wasn't difficult. He didn't find the mythical astral combat beast, but he discovered a strange astral beast. It was a fox with crescent-shaped starlight shimmering on its chest. After Zhou killed it, according to the notification, it was said to be a mortal stage heart lunar fox. Even if a mortal dimensional creature dropped something, Zhou usually didn't think much of it. The chances of a mortal companion egg dropping were extremely low. It was almost the same as winning the lottery. Furthermore, it was useless for Zhou to get a mortal companion beast. The heart lunar fox didn't drop a companion egg either. All it dropped was an essence energy skill crystal, but it was also very rare to drop one at the mortal stage. Zhou hadn't paid attention to the mortal stage essence energy skill, but when he saw its name, he was somewhat surprised. The essence energy skill crystal dropped by the heart lunar fox wasn't a heart lunar fox crystal, but an azure dragon heart crystal. Heart lunar fox. I think I've heard of this name somewhere. Zhou checked online, and couldn't help but be alarmed. Few modern people knew the name of the heart lunar fox, but in ancient times, it was one of the 28 lunar mansions. The 28 lunar mansions were split equally amongst the eastern azure dragon, the northern black tortoise, the southern vermilion bird, and the western white tiger, each having 7 palaces. The heart lunar fox was one of the 7 palaces of the eastern azure dragon. It represented the heart. This heart lunar fox is only at the mortal stage. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be related to the 28 lunar mansions. They are extremely powerful existences in myths and legends. They should at least be at the mythical stage. Even if they aren't at the mythical stage, they shouldn't be at the mortal stage, right? However, the essence energy skill crystal dropped by the heart lunar fox is actually called the azure dragon heart crystal. It doesn't seem right if it's unrelated. Zhou thought for a moment, and let the blood-colored avatar absorb the azure dragon heart crystal to see what essence energy skill he would learn. Typically, mortal stage essence energy skill crystals could be absorbed easily, but when Zhou absorbed them, he realized that the essence energy art wasn't compatible. A mortal stage essence energy skill actually requires an essence energy art to match. This was the first time Zhou had encountered something like this. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. After some thought, he changed his essence energy art to Sky Stealing Sun Shifting and absorbed the azure dragon heart crystal. This time, he successfully absorbed it. This essence energy skill was somewhat odd. Typical essence energy skills opened up an essence energy circulation path in one's body. However, after the azure dragon heart was absorbed, it condensed into a point in his body. It was motionless like a nail. Absorbed the azure dragon heart crystal. Attained essence energy skill, heart lunar fox. Chapter 656 Blood Oxypetalum. Zhou attempted to activate the heart lunar fox skill, but there was no reaction. If this skill really has something to do with the 28 lunar mansions, could it be that I have to gather all the skills of the 28 lunar mansions before I can use it? Or could it be that I can use it just by gathering the azure dragon's 7 palaces? Zhou was just guessing. Up to now, there was no way to prove the relationship between the two. As he had nothing to lose, Zhou paid special attention to the essence energy skill crystal drops when grinding. After grinding for half the day, he didn't see any similar mortal stage essence energy skills drop. After respawning the dungeon, Zhou went to the place where he discovered the heart lunar fox, but he didn't see it again. Having had the experience of grinding the baby tiger, Zhou knew that such matters couldn't be forced. Therefore, he didn't deliberately search for it. He only paid a little attention when grinding low-level monsters, with his main focus on finding astral combat beasts. After another day, Zhou surprisingly discovered that he had obtained another azure dragon heart crystal. After absorbing it, he obtained the Room Solar Rabbit essence energy skill. However, just like the heart lunar fox, the Room Solar Rabbit skill was useless. It looks like there's no mistake about the heart lunar fox and the Room Solar Rabbit. It's really related to the 28 lunar mansions, But why are the 28 lunar mansions such low-level dimensional creatures? By the time he returned to the town inside the Funyo mountain range, Zhou Wen had obtained some skill crystals related to the 28 lunar mansions. Among them, the number of heart lunar foxes and room solar rabbits were the highest. He had 3 of each, but they couldn't be taken out, so they were useless. Furthermore, these skills had no rank. There was no discernment between the same skills in terms of levels. Zhou Wen had also obtained the skill crystals of the horn with scaly dragon, root earth raccoon dog, tail fire tiger, and winnowing basket water leopard. These mortal stage dimensional creatures were also strange. There were very few of them, but as long as he found them, they would definitely drop skill crystals. Nothing else would drop. The skill crystals that Zhou Wen had obtained were all from the Azure Dragon 7 lunar mansions. He had already learned 6 skills, and was only short of the Azure Dragon's neck gold dragon. After reaching the small town, Zhou Wen looked at the ranking again, and realized that no one had challenged Tyrant Behemoth. It was still ranked 4th. In front of Tyrant Behemoth, there were still 3 companion beasts, Primordial Sword Immortal, Death of the Underworld, and Fairy Immortal Gu. Why is no one challenging Primordial Sword Immortal? There should be less than a month left in the 3-month deadline, right? Zhou Wen didn't wish to be the trailblazer. He planned on returning to school first. It wouldn't be too late for him to come again after someone challenged the Primordial Sword Immortal. When he reached the town's entrance, he suddenly heard a sound coming from outside. Using Truth Listener to investigate, he realized that a few people were heading for the town. What are they doing here? Zhou Wen realized that Qiao Siyuan and Liz were among the people who had come. Although they weren't wearing the Special Inspector Bureau uniform, Zhou Wen had a deep impression of them, so he recognized them at a glance. The others looked like they were from the Bureau as well. Zhou Wen didn't know why he had such a judgment, but he had a feeling that the people from the Bureau seemed to have a special aura. This aura was very rare to find on ordinary people. It was just like how soldiers could easily be identified. It was the same for the people from the Bureau. However, their auras were different from ordinary soldiers. This was originally a good opportunity to take revenge, but Zhou Wen wanted to figure out their reason for coming here. Therefore, he retreated into the forest, and used Truth Listener to monitor their every move. Clear the area. After entering the valley, Qiao Siyuan gave the order. Immediately, people took out various instruments and summoned their companion beasts. They began to busy themselves. Zhou Wen recognized a few companion beasts that were probably reconnaissance types. From the looks of it, they wanted to ensure that there were no outsiders here. With a thought, Zhou Wen sneaked into the lake and hid in the water. Then, he used the Dao body to converge his aura and blend with the surrounding natural environment. Qiao Siyuan and company busied themselves for a few hours, taking control of the entire valley. Only when they seemingly confirmed that there was no one else here did they transport quite a number of things from outside the town. Zhou Wen saw companion beasts carrying buckets into the town. He didn't know what was inside. Minister, we have finished counting the items, Liz reported to Qiao Siyuan. Set up a sentry post and split into 3 shifts to monitor the situation outside. Everyone else, rest immediately, Qiao Siyuan ordered. Yes. Liz accepted the order and began dividing the group. When Liz returned to Qiao Siyuan's side, he had already sat down in a small building. Minister, is the blood oxypetalum really as magical as the legends say? Liz poured a cup of tea for Qiao Siyuan and asked curiously. Qiao Siyuan took a sip of tea and said indifferently. You should have heard of how instantaneous an oxypetalum blooming is, right? I've heard of it, but I heard that it's just an exaggerated metaphor from the people of the East District. In fact, oxypetalum will bloom for a few hours. It's not as exaggerated as if it only bloomed for an instant, Liz said. Qiao Siyuan nodded. It's true that a normal oxypetalum blooming isn't as exaggerated as being instantaneous, but it's different if it's a blood oxypetalum. After a pause, Qiao Siyuan continued. To get a blood oxypetalum to bloom, one has to pour a large amount of blood. Typical blood isn't enough. It has to be the blood essence of dimensional creatures. The more blood the blood oxypetalum absorbs, the purer it becomes. The flower that blooms will also become more beautiful. Furthermore, it can give birth to a blood oxypetalum seed. When Zhou Wen heard that, he recalled the ruby he had obtained. Previously, many white deer had been sacrificed by the mountain god. Only then did a blood flower bloom in the lake, giving birth to a ruby. It sounded like the seed that Qiao Siyuan had mentioned. If the flower in the lake is really a blood oxypetalum, then why did Qiao Siyuan and company come here? Are they planning to offer a blood sacrifice to obtain the blood oxypetalum seed? What's its use? As Zhou Wen was thinking, Liz had already given him an answer. Minister, can a blood oxypetalum seed really change a person's bloodline and talent? Liz asked. That's not something I know. I've never used a blood oxypetalum seed before, so I can't make any judgment. However, since the Director General wants to do this, He must have his reasons, Chiao Siyun said indifferently. Minister, you're right. The Director General has put in so much effort this time to specially prepare this blood. If it really succeeds, the seed produced by the blood oxypetalum will definitely be extraordinary, Liz said enviously. Chapter 657 Snatching the Seed Again. 1. Zhou would originally imagined that Chiao Siyun and company would take action soon, but to his surprise, they had only set up the place to appear airtight. Even when a fly flew in, they had zero intention of taking action. They are waiting for someone. Will Shin-Yuqi come personally? Zhou felt that it would be perfect if Shin-Yuqi really came personally. Zhou didn't dare barge into the Special Inspector Bureau's headquarters, but if Shin-Yuqi dared to come, Zhou could try his best to see if he could retain him. As there were many surveillance companion beasts and instruments placed by the lakeside, Zhou hid in the water and didn't dare move. Any abnormalities might be discovered. After enduring more than 2 days, he finally realized that someone had come to the town. What disappointed Zhou was that the person who came wasn't Shin-Yuqi, but a man he didn't know. Chiao Siyun and Liz addressed him as Censor Kai very respectfully. Zhou immediately realized the person was Kai Jin, one of the 4 censors. Kai Jin held a metal alloy box in his hand. There was a metal alloy chain on the box that connected to Kai Jin's wrist. The last time the Essence Crystal Mine was robbed, the Bureau suffered huge losses. Shin-Yuqi had only punished Kai Jin lightly, making Kai Jin extremely grateful. This time, he had been ordered to secretly come to Funyo Mountain. Kai Jin had also made sufficient preparations. No matter what, he couldn't screw up this work trip. Minister Chiao, how's the defense set up here? Kai Jin asked. We already have a whole range of defenses in place. We didn't find any outsiders, Chiao Siyun replied. Very good. Let's begin tomorrow, Kai Jin said. Liz asked curiously. Censor, why aren't you taking action tonight? I've traveled a distance. I need to rest for the night to maintain my optimal condition. So it's better to take action tomorrow, Kai Jin explained. However, after Kai Jin left Chiao Siyun's temporary office, he didn't rest. Instead, he summoned numerous bee-like companion beasts that flew in all directions. Clearly, Kai Jin wasn't at ease with their defense. He had to do it again. The people from the Bureau are really very cautious. Zhou saw Kai Jin circling the valley. He paid special attention to the woods and lake. He even summoned a water snake-like companion beast to search underwater. Thankfully, Zhou was prepared. He had dug a hole in the lake ahead of time and hid inside like a loach. It wasn't easy for him to escape Kai Jin's search. Liz was very displeased with Kai Jin's actions. Censor Kai is doubting our abilities? However, Chiao Siyun said indifferently. It's a serious matter. Better be safe than sorry. Kai Jin put up new defenses before returning to the temporary encampment to rest. It wasn't until nightfall the next day that he got up and rushed to the lake with Chiao Siyun and company. The inspectors and various companion beasts had already surrounded the lake. Zhou suddenly thought of something. Their blood sacrifice would only last for a short period of time. That would mean that they would have to bring a lot of blood into the lake. Just the thought of the pool of blood made Zhou feel uncomfortable. However, there were inspectors and companion beasts surrounding the lake. It was too late for Zhou to leave. Minister Chiao, let's begin, Kai Jin said to Chiao Siyun after arriving by the lake and summoning his companion beasts to search the area again. Liz. Chiao Siyun gestured at Liz. Liz immediately got the inspectors to take action. The inspectors opened the buckets and poured the blood into the lake from different spots. The buckets of blood quickly dyed the lake water red. Each bucket weighed 5 kilograms. They brought more than 300 buckets of blood. If so much blood were to be poured in, the surroundings would be filled with a pungent smell of blood. Zhou felt terrible hiding in the water, but he could only endure it. Thankfully, not long after, Zhou saw the blood surge towards the center of the lake as though it was attracted by something. Splash! The blood oxypetalum surfaced out of the water. It greedily absorbed the blood in the water, and the snow-white petals quickly turned into the color of blood. The blood in the lake was completely drained in less than an hour, restoring the lake to its former clarity. However, the petals of the blood oxypetalum didn't open, but there was a red glow in the flower bud. Only then did Kai Jin open the box in his hand. Inside the huge box was a small bottle the size of a palm. Kai Jin picked up the bottle and carefully opened it. A pair of eagle wings unfurled behind him as he flew to the sky above the blood oxypetalum. He aimed the blood in the bottle at the blood oxypetalum and poured it down. There was only a drop of blood in the palm-sized metal alloy bottle. The drop of crystalline blood landed on the blood oxypetalum and quickly seeped in. Instantly, the blood-red color of the blood oxypetalum completely faded. The petals turned back to snow-white, and it began to bloom. The blood oxypetalum had already become as pure as a snow lotus without any tinge of blood. and within its petals, a sanguine light shot up into the sky carrying with it a rich sanguine aura. Why is this different from the mountain god's blood sacrifice? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised when he saw this. Success! Kai Jin, Qiao Siyuan, and Liz were overjoyed. Kai Jin flapped his wings and flew towards the blood oxypetalum. He wanted to snatch the seed produced by it. Thorny flower vines shot out of the water and swept towards Kai Jin in the air. Kai Jin was truly capable, living up to his reputation as one of the four censors. His body circled around like an eagle as a sword of light flashed in his hand, severing the flower vines one by one. What sword is that? Zhou Wen sized up the sword in Kai Jin's hand curiously. The sword didn't have a corporeal blade, it was completely condensed from light. It looked a little like the legendary lightsaber, but a lightsaber would have a device that beamed out the laser. However, the sword was completely condensed from light without any equipment. The flower vines had been sliced off, and Kai Jin successfully approached the petals. The blood oxypetalum was no longer able to resist, and Kai Jin was on the cusp of success. Just as Kai Jin was about to remove the seed from the blood oxypetalum, the lake beside him suddenly exploded. A blurry figure tore out of the water and reached out into the blood oxypetalum ahead of him, snatching away the ruby-like seed. Kai Jin, Qiao Siyuan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Kai Jin roared angrily as the blade beam in his hand transformed into a shooting star that he thrust at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen wore the jade crystal spirit armor and held the golden battle god halberd in his hand as he faced the sword of light. Crack! The sword of light was shattered by the golden battle god halberd. The golden battle god halberd's golden divine light tore through the void and stabbed Kai Jin in the chest. Chapter 658 Different Seeds. Mythical weapon! Kai Jin was alarmed as he summoned a companion beast to shield himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. The golden battle god halberd pierced through the companion beast's body and continually slammed into Kai Jin's chest, piercing through it and impaling in the air. Who are you? Why are you antagonizing the Special Inspector Bureau? Kai Jin glared at Zhou Wen as he coughed out blood. Zhou Wen didn't answer. With a flick of the golden battle god halberd, Kai Jin's body was instantly torn apart like a rag. He died and fell into the lake. Liz turned pale with fright. She was dumbfounded. Kai Jin, one of the four censors, had been killed in one strike. He didn't even have the ability to resist, making her feel immense horror. Minister! Liz turned her head and realized that Qiao Siyuan had disappeared. She had no idea when he had escaped. Liz was instantly alarmed as she turned and ran. The other inspectors also reacted. Seeing that Qiao Siyuan had run out of sight, they scrambled to escape. Zhou Wen didn't chase after the inspectors. He didn't like killing, but this wasn't why he didn't chase after them. The Special Inspector Bureau was a department. Even if he killed the inspectors, they could still recruit new inspectors. Killing them was meaningless. Zhou Wen's body moved and instantly appeared in front of Liz, blocking her path. The golden battle god halberd pointed at her chest as the golden divine light flickered, illuminating her pale face. I'm Liz from the Cape family. Let me go. You can receive anything you want, Liz said in horror, not daring to move. Zhou Wen looked at Liz and said indifferently, Your red convertible sports car isn't bad. It can still be driven, even after such a heavy collision. Liz's pupils immediately constricted when she heard that. She looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief and shouted, You are? Before she could finish her sentence, the golden battle god halberd had pierced through her chest, causing blood to gush out of her mouth. She couldn't finish her sentence. Liz glared at Zhou Wen as though she couldn't believe that she was about to die. Rest in peace. I'll get the Cape family to accompany you soon. Zhou Wen raised the golden battle god halberd in his hand, and Liz's body was ripped apart. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to search his surroundings, but he didn't find Qiao Siyuan. He did not know how he had escaped. Knowing that he couldn't stay here any longer, Zhou Wen ignored the ordinary inspectors, and quickly left the Funyo mountain range. After taking a detour out of Funyo mountain range, Zhou Wen secretly returned to campus. After returning to his dorm, he realized that the chick and Antelope were eyeing him covetously. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out the items he had prepared and handed them over. I brought you something good. Take a look and see if you like it. It's a desert specialty. After placating the two of them, Zhou Wen returned to his room and took out the two ruby-like blood oxypetalum seeds to compare them. The two seeds looked about the same, but their sizes were different. The one he had just obtained was slightly bigger, and the color was deeper. The color of the first one was relatively light, making it crystal clear. Banana Fairy's eyes lit up when she saw the two seeds. She flew to Zhou Wen's side and looked at him pitifully. You want this? Zhou Wen moved one of the seeds in his hand in front of Banana Fairy. Banana Fairy shook her head and pointed at the blood oxypetalum seed in Zhou Wen's other hand. Aren't these two seeds the same? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. The one Banana Fairy wanted was from Mountain God's blood sacrifice. After handing the seed to Banana Fairy immediately hugged it happily. After she hugged the seed, the blood oxypetalum seed turned into red beams of light that surged towards Banana Fairy's body. Soon, it completely enveloped Banana Fairy and formed a red cocoon. Is this an evolution? Zhou was delighted. After Banana Fairy's evolution, she would advance to the mythical stage. Zhou had a lot of feelings for Banana Fairy, who had been following him for a long time. To be able to advance to the mythical stage, no matter how much her combat strength improved, was a good thing for Zhou. It's the same blood oxypetalum seed. Why does Banana Fairy only want the one that Mountain God obtained from its sacrifice, and not the other? Zhou looked at the remaining blood oxypetalum seed in his hand, and couldn't guess the reason. He summoned the other companion beasts that hadn't evolved to see if they were interested in the blood oxypetalum seed. However, Demonic Neonate and Dr. Darkness weren't interested in the blood oxypetalum seed either. Dr. Darkness didn't have an evolvable attribute, but Zhou felt that Dr. Darkness was very useful. He had always wanted him to evolve, but he couldn't find a way. Instead, it was an explosive fiend man. He was very interested in the blood oxypetalum seed, and was eager to try it out. It's your lucky day. Zhou threw the remaining blood oxypetalum seed at the explosive fiend man. Without any hesitation, the explosive fiend man swallowed the blood oxypetalum seed. Not long after, his body underwent a strange change. It looked like he was about to begin evolving. Explosive fiend man's level was too low. Typically, it should be able to complete its evolution very quickly, but who knew that the explosive fiend man had actually transformed into a companion egg? It looked like it would take some time before it completed its evolution. Is it a problem with explosive fiend man, or is there something wrong with the blood oxypetalum seed that the Bureau produced? Zhou was momentarily unsure, as he could only store explosive fiend man and Banana Fairy into the chaos space. The blood oxypetalum seed was snatched away. Kai Jin died in battle, and Liz's fate is unknown? Xiao Ziyuan, you still have the audacity to return? Shin Yuqi looked at Xiao Ziyuan with a sullen expression. He was livid. The Special Inspector Bureau's present situation wasn't good to begin with. He had spent immense effort to obtain the blood essence of dimensional creatures, especially that one drop of divine blood. It was impossible for him to obtain a second drop. Not only was it gone, but Kai Jin and Liz's lives were also lost. Kai Jin's death was fine, but Liz was a member of the Cape family. It would be troublesome to explain this matter to them. Director General, I deserve death. However, if I didn't bring back the enemy's information, my death would be of zero value, Xiao Ziyuan said, as he played a video. It was the video of Zhou snatching the blood oxypetalum and killing Kai Jin. A mythical weapon? It looks like something from the West District, Shin Yuqi said, as he looked at the Golden Battle God halberd in Zhou's hand. I've already investigated it. This is the mythical creature, Golden Battle God halberd of the Metalwork Temple in the Peninsula of Gods. The members of the family clan of gods had previously killed the Golden Battle God halberd, Xiao Ziyuan said. Chapter 659 Fiend Man Evolution. Are you telling me that this person comes from the family clan of gods? Shin Yuqi frowned. That's not what I meant. Based on the information we currently have, the family clan of gods has the highest chance of possessing the Golden Battle God halberd, Xiao Ziyuan said. Shin Yuqi looked at Xiao Ziyuan for a while before saying meaningfully, Your intelligence is timely. Xiao Ziyuan's expression didn't change as he said, It's my job. Director General, you handed such an important mission to me, but I screwed it up. I deserve death. Please mete out your punishment. Shin Yuqi looked at Xiao Ziyuan and said with a smile. Then go to the Cape family and explain this matter clearly. Yes, I screwed up. I will definitely explain it to Senator Cape. It has nothing to do with our Special Inspector Bureau. After bowing, Xiao Ziyuan left Shin Yuqi's office. After Xiao Ziyuan left, a person walked out of an inner room. It was a woman in a suit, and she looked very capable. However, she was wearing a hat that was pulled very low. With large sunglasses covering half of her face, it was almost impossible to tell her looks. However, her full, fair chin and red lips left a deep impression. Button, what do you think of this person? Shin Yuqi asked the woman. The woman called Button said calmly, Do you mean the person in the video or Minister Chiao? Both. Shin Yuqi tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, as though he was thinking about something. The person in the video wears an unknown type of armor. The weapon is just as Minister Chiao said, it's the Golden Battle God halberd. The Metalwork Temple is a reserved area of the family clan of gods. Their family does have a Golden Battle God halberd, but that doesn't mean anything. As for Minister Chiao, he's very smart. He gave himself a chance to live, and has given the Cape family an excuse. The Cape family probably won't make things difficult for him when he goes to them, said Button. Yuqi nodded. Among the many ministers, Xiao Ziyuan is the most capable. Furthermore, he keeps a low profile and doesn't fight for fame or fortune. At the same time, he doesn't even have many hobbies. Do you think there's something wrong with him? Button asked. The operation this time was highly confidential. Very few people knew about it. Only Kai Jin, Xiao Ziyuan, and Liz knew the details. Kai Jin was an extremely careful person. Under such circumstances, he was actually ambushed and had the blood oxypetalum seed snatched from him. There's a high chance that there's a traitor in our midst, Yuqi said after some thought. Do you want me to investigate? Button asked. You don't have to worry about that. Help me make a trip to the family clan of gods and send a copy of the video to them, Yuqi said. Zhou grinded dungeons in his dorm the entire time, but strangely, he obtained plenty of the 6 skills such as the Room Solar Rabbit, but he failed to obtain a single neck gold dragon. With one of the Azure Dragon 7 palaces missing, the other 6 were useless. In the boundless endless sea of stars, he also failed to find the astral combat beasts. This dungeon was just too huge. Zhou guessed that it would take him a month or 2 to clear it. However, he could do nothing else if he continued grinding like this. It would take up all his time. Most of the dimensional creatures in the endless sea of stars were useless. This left Zhou vexed. Wait a minute. There are actually 28 lunar mansions in the endless sea of stars. Then, is the distribution of the planets here related to the 28 lunar mansions? Zhou decided to check. The 28 lunar mansions was the ancient way of dividing the cosmos. They divided the area around the celestial sphere's ecliptic plane and celestial equator into 28 regions. If the endless sea of stars was really arranged in such a pattern, one could determine the location of the 28 lunar mansions. However, Zhou understanding of such knowledge was very limited. He only knew the name, but he knew nothing about the distribution. He went online to search for some information, but there were many contradictory points on the internet. Furthermore, they explained things unclearly. After reading for a long time, Zhou roughly figured out the approximate distribution and locations of the 28 lunar mansions. After comparing it with the Endless Sea of Stars dungeon, he realized that some of the star charts in the Endless Sea were indeed similar to the 28 lunar mansions. And the place where he had obtained the skills, like the Room Solar Rabbit and Hard Lunar Fox, was none other than the region of the Azure Dragon 7 palaces. This region was extremely huge. After grinding for so long, Zhou still failed to leave the range of the Azure Dragon 7 palaces. It's indeed so. It's no wonder I only managed to obtain the Azure Dragon 7 palaces skills. Zhou roughly analyzed the situation and rushed to the stellar domain where the Neck Gold Dragon was. He planned on farming the Neck Gold Dragon to see what use those skills had. However, the Neck Gold Dragon didn't appear that easily. He swept the entire area, but saw nothing of the Neck Gold Dragon. Don't tell me this is as difficult to farm as Poison Dragon Palm 3. How can I find Lu Yun? I have to ask which small planet the so-called Astral Combat Beast is on. Zhou was extremely vexed. His knowledge of Lu Yun was very limited. He didn't have his phone number or address, so he didn't know how to find him. After grinding for a few days, Zhou was on the brink of giving up. It was indeed difficult to farm for Neck Gold Dragons. Crack! The evolving Explosive Fiend Man finally broke out of its shell. The evolved Explosive Fiend Man was still like a Tesla trooper. It wore heavy armor, and even the pipes were black. There was also a crystal cylinder on its back. One could see something red inside, making it look very strange. Zhou looked at the Explosive Fiend Man stats. Explosive Fiend Man, Legendary, Evolvable. Life Providence, Unlawful. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Constitution, 21. Essence Energy, 21. Talent Skill, Death List Time Blast. Companion Form, Self-Detonation Device. His stats didn't change much, just as Zhou had expected. Zhou focused on studying the Explosive Fiend Man's Life Providence. Unlawful, unrestricted by laws for a period of time. Zhou couldn't help but be alarmed. This Life Providence wasn't restricted by rules or laws. This annotation implied that he was rather powerful, but Zhou didn't know what the actual effects were. Before Zhou could experiment with the Explosive Fiend Man's Life Providence, the Explosive Fiend Man began evolving again, turning into an egg once more. From the looks of it, the power of the Blood Oxypetalum seed is a little too potent. It actually allowed Explosive Fiend Man to continuously evolve. I wonder where the Bureau's blood came from. Zhou also wanted to get one himself when he saw how effective the Blood Oxypetalum seed was. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was Li Xian. Old Zhou, quickly go online and watch the battle. A companion beast is challenging Primordial Sword Immortal. It's the Xia family's companion beast, Li Xian said excitedly. Chapter 660 Count of the Wind. Has the Xia family finally taken action? Zhou hurriedly unlocked his phone and randomly found a video website. He found the live broadcast. The scene was of the cube's screen, where a white-haired man in black levitated above the cube's arena. However, the man's lower body was a snake. The black clothes on his body flapped amidst zero wind. Even his long white hair slowly fluttered in the air. Count of the Wind. Zhou was immediately shocked when he saw the humanoid companion beast's name. Count of the Wind and the Lord of the Rain were famous existences who had participated in the Zhuolu battle. He never expected the Xia family to have a terrifying companion beast like Count of the Wind. That's not right. I didn't find Count of the Wind and the Lord of the Rain in Zhuolu. Where did the Xia family's Count of the Wind come from? Zhou frowned and thought. Logically speaking, Count of the Wind should be in Zhuolu, but it wasn't to be found. Furthermore, the Xia family's possession of Count of the Wind made Zhou feel that something was amiss. Old Zhou, I'm here. Quickly open the door, Li Xian shouted from outside. Why are you here now? Zhou opened the door and saw Li Xian holding his phone, watching the live stream as well. It's boring to watch such a battle alone. Did you see Count of the Wind? Although I don't know his combat strength, his looks way too cool. As expected of a famous existence in the mythical battle, Li Xian said as he looked inside. Seeing the antelope sleeping on the sofa, he carefully walked in and pulled a chair to sit down. It's definitely not as simple as a probe if the Xia family is taking action. Just as Zhou was speaking, he suddenly saw a flash on the combat platform. Primordial Sword Immortal had already charged over and accepted the challenge. Primordial Sword Immortal was straightforward. After appearing, the ruby on its hilt emitted sword beams that transformed into a rain of swords that charged at Count of the Wind. Count of the Wind floated in the air as a formless wind thrust his body. He fanned the sword rain with a peacock-feathered fan in his hand. The formless wind immediately reversed the sword rain's direction and collided with the sword beams behind it. Immediately, an explosion sounded as the sky was filled with sword flashes. A sword hum resounded through the void as Primordial Sword Immortal automatically unsheathed its scabbard and slashed at Count of the Wind with terrifying speed. Count of the Wind's body drifted, as though he was being carried by the wind. He easily dodged Primordial Sword Immortal's attack. However, Primordial Sword Immortal refused to give up. It slashed at Count of the Wind again and again as sword beams crisscrossed, as though they were about to tear the world apart. The Golden Overlord Sword and Primordial Sword Immortal were considered similar companion beasts, but the Golden Overlord Sword was much weaker in comparison. Primordial Sword Immortal wasn't just slashing. Its every move was a profound sword technique. It was a real sword technique, not an essence energy skill. Zhou could even sense the astonishing sword intent. Just the sword intent alone made Zhou sigh at his inferiority. Even his transcendent flying immortal was inferior to that sword's realm. Holy sh*T, how can this be? A sword actually has such a terrifying sword technique and sword intent. Who can beat it? Li Xian also noticed the uniqueness of the situation as he explained in surprise. Zhou nodded with a heavy expression. Although Li Xian appeared as carefree as usual, Zhou could sense that he cared a lot about Count of the Wind. Zhou also understood why Li Xian cared so much about it. Li Maobai had once said that the reason their talented eldest brother died so early was because of the Xia family. Li Xian treated the Xia family as a conjectured enemy, which was why he was so concerned. Count of the Wind rode the wind and floated amidst the shocking barrage of sword techniques. The terrifying Primordial Sword Immortal was unable to injure him at all. From beginning to end, Count of the Wind only dodged and didn't counterattack. He seemed to be observing the strength of Primordial Sword Immortal. What a powerful movement technique! Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw Count of the Wind's movement technique. Count of the Wind's movement technique was different from his transcendent flying immortal despite all of them being called movement techniques. Count of the Wind's movement techniques were extremely elegant. No matter how fast Primordial Sword Immortal's sword techniques were, they were unable to even touch his clothes. Count of the Wind looked like a god of the wind. The sword winds brought by Primordial Sword Immortal made his body drift about with the sword wind. Therefore, no matter how fast Primordial Sword Immortal was, it couldn't touch him. Count of the Wind was simply riding the wind. I wonder if Banana Fairy will be as strong as Count of the Wind when she evolves to the mythical stage. Zhou was somewhat looking forward to evolving Banana Fairy, who was of the same type. After failing to hit Count of the Wind, Primordial Sword Immortal suddenly stopped attacking and flew back into its scabbard. Ever since the stone sword was unsheathed, the scabbard had been floating there without any movement. At this moment, the scabbard spewed out immortal beams. Soon, the immortal glow condensed into a humanoid immortal figure. The immortal figure held the scabbard in one hand, and the stone sword in the other. It looked at Count of the Wind from afar. So this is the true face of Primordial Sword Immortal. The previous battles weren't enough to force out his true body. Zhou Wen stared at Primordial Sword Immortal. Although he could only see an immortal silhouette that resembled a sword spirit, the powerful sword intent on him was enough to shock anyone. Just by standing in midair with the sword in hand, he gave off an aura of supremacy. It was as if he could slice apart the entire world with just one strike. What domineering sword intent! Zhou Wen stared at Primordial Sword Immortal. Such domineering sword intent was very similar to Transcendent Flying Immortal's domineering aspect. However, it was even more domineering than Transcendent Flying Immortal. It was also more natural, and had a higher realm. On the other side, Count of the Wind remained calm and composed. He seemed to be walking leisurely, as though he didn't care about the terror that Primordial Sword Immortal was unleashing. However, Zhou Wen could sense that Count of the Wind wasn't underestimating Primordial Sword Immortal. It was just that his realm was as such, a complete disregard of everything in the world. Even if all the deities in the world were his enemies, he could still remain ever so calm even on the brink of death. Zhou Wen looked at Primordial Sword Immortal before looking at Count of the Wind. He seemed to have figured something out, that he felt 2 eyes were insufficient. Suddenly, Primordial Sword Immortal moved. The sword moved like a ray of light, as though it had sliced through half the sky. It was so fast that one could only see the sword's glow, and not see his movements. Count of the Wind also moved. He transformed into a gust of wind that could no longer be seen with the naked eye. He rushed to face off with Primordial Sword Immortal's sword glow. Boom! A cool breeze met the sword glow as a terrifying shockwave rose up. The fan and sword constantly clashed, but most people only saw light blasts. They couldn't see the 2 companion beasts, much less their techniques. Zhou Wen couldn't even keep up despite his eyesight. All he could do was switch to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, and use the 8 perfections wisdom, and held King Life Soul to strengthen his vision. Even then, he could barely make out what was happening. Chapter 661 Evenly Matched. Li Xian couldn't see the trajectory of the battle either. All he could do was summon his life soul. His body was immediately covered by the carapace, and his eyes had an eye mask similar to that of a certain insect. With the augmentation of the life soul, the battle scene Li Xian saw slowed down significantly. Amazing! One doesn't need to be afraid of potent strength or ruthless skill, but one needs to be afraid of such a highly intelligent companion beast. For a companion beast to have such high intelligence, it's impossible for a mythical companion beast of the same level to win against them. It's similar to a bug-like existence in games, Li Xian said. That's right. Intelligence is indeed a hidden attribute of a companion beast. A companion beast with high intelligence is indeed at an advantage in battle. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. He also liked to use highly intelligent companion beasts like Banana Fairy, Demonic Neonate, and Dr. Darkness. Even if Zhou Wen didn't give them orders, they knew when and what to do. Sometimes, their decisions exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations. As for the brainless representatives, like Tyrant Behemoth, Six-Winged, and Golden Battle God Halberd, they relied on their instincts to fight. Their intelligence was much lower. It couldn't be said that this was bad. If one's strength was strong enough, such combat instinct could push their strength to the limit and erupt with 120% of their combat strength. However, if one were to encounter an evenly matched opponent, such brainless companion beasts would be at a disadvantage. However, Zhou Wen's mind wasn't on these companion beasts. He was even more interested in Primordial Sword Immortal's sword techniques, and Count of the Wind's movement techniques. He was completely immersed in them, as he sensed the 2 completely different approaches. One was about claiming supremacy, while the other was about being calm and composed. The 2 were extremes. And these 2 extremes were similar to the one Zhou Wen had when he first understood the divine transcendent flying immortal. Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand, but up to now, they had yet to use their Wheel of Destiny. Ordinary citizens were fidgeting in anxiety, because they could only see the glow. They couldn't see the details of the battle. Only a few epic experts with visual abilities could see the battle clearly. Thankfully, modern filming equipment was already very advanced. There would be slow-motion replays in the future. Coupled with the commentary, most people would be able to understand it clearly. Zhou Wen was engrossed in watching when Count of the Wind suddenly retreated from the battle. Without any warning, he admitted defeat and left the battlefield. Why did he admit defeat? The victory clearly wasn't decided yet, Li Xian said in a daze. As Zhou Wen had been taking in their sword techniques and movement techniques, he had a deeper understanding of them than Li Xian. He shook his head and said, Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal are very close in every aspect. If they continue fighting, they can only use their Wheels of Destiny. The Xia family clearly doesn't want to go all out yet. It's just a probe, so they have chosen to give up. What a pity. Such a divine-level battle is much more interesting than watching those strength-type companion beasts fight, Li Xian said. Zhou Wen also felt that he hadn't had enough. He got up and said, Let's go to the training grounds. I gained some insight from watching their battle. I like to experiment to see if I'm right or wrong. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Li Xian agreed immediately. The two of them went to the training grounds and found an independent training room. I will try to imitate Primordial Sword Immortal's sword techniques. Help me check to see if it's correct. Zhou Wen picked up a practice sword and recalled Primordial Sword Immortal's sword intent as he slashed at Li Xian. Interesting, but it's not domineering enough. You still have some reservations about this strike. You should be more resolute. Li Xian didn't take out his weapon, as he used his carapace to block the practice sword. Is this enough? Zhou Wen slashed out again. At the same time, he tried his best to fuse his emotions into the Primordial Sword Immortal's sword intent realm. Not enough. Not enough. It's still not enough. Li Xian constantly fought Zhou Wen. As Zhou Wen's sword techniques became faster and faster, he no longer had the time to say that it was inadequate. Every time Zhou Wen attacked, Li Xian would only say no. Zhou Wen gradually became one with the will, as his intent fused with the sword. The feeling of using the sword grew stronger and stronger. He gradually realized that the dominance of Primordial Sword Immortal wasn't because his sword techniques were fast and ruthless, but because it attacked the key spots. It prevented the opponent from counterattacking, so there was no need for defense. Clang! Zhou Wen's practice sword slashed at Li Xian. Although he had only used a practice sword, he had actually left a sword mark on Li Xian's carapace because the sword beam was too powerful. Interesting. Again! Li Xian was very excited. Zhou Wen was also feeling excited as he brandished his sword without any hesitation to slash at Li Xian. The more he fought, the more he reveled in the feeling of this sword technique. Defense? What the hell was that? I'll slash out with my sword. Those who follow me will live, those who oppose me will die. There was no need for defense. With one sword in hand, I'm the best in the world. The more Zhou Wen fought, the more arrogant he became. He wasn't usually an arrogant person, but under the influence of the sword intent, his attacks became more and more violent. Crack! Crack! Li Xian wasn't able to completely block Zhou Wen's sword technique. Sword marks appeared over his carapace, but the armor was immediately restored to its original state upon cracking. Its self-healing speed was unbelievably fast. Clang! Zhou Wen slashed at Li Xian again. The practice sword made of special rubber couldn't withstand the domineering sword beam and shattered. My turn! Li Xian leaped up and drew a practice sword from the weapon rack. He slashed at Zhou Wen, using an identical sword technique that Zhou Wen had just used. Zhou Wen was alarmed. He knew that Li Xian's live soul could sense the enemy's techniques and gain experience from suffering injuries, but he never expected that he could learn the techniques that humans used. Li Xian's strike wasn't much worse than the one he had used. However, this made Zhou Wen even more excited. Don't worry about me. Use all your strength. Zhou Wen didn't have a carapace protecting him. Although Li Xian's sword technique was right, it didn't have that domineering aura. That was why Zhou Wen felt confident. Alright. Li Xian didn't hold back any further. He used all the experience he had just absorbed from his injuries in battle. A domineering sword beam immediately filled the sword. Zhou Wen recalled Count of the Wind's movement technique and concept and began mimicking his movement technique to circle around Li Xian. Movement techniques were Zhou Wen's forte. They were easier to use than sword techniques, so he got into the groove faster than with the sword technique. Gully and Sadie had just finished watching the battle between Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal. Sadie's Eye of Odin had seen more things. She wanted to study the battle between Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal with Gully, so they had come to the training grounds. They also wanted to find a private training room, but they realized that there were already people inside. Just as they were feeling depressed, they suddenly heard the whistling sound of sword aura coming from the training room beside them. Chapter 662 The Talented Xianwen Club. This sword aura sound! Sadie was alarmed when she heard the sound of the sword aura. She turned around and walked to the door of the training room. She tried pushing the door, only to realize that it was locked. However, through the crack in the door, she could see the situation inside. Sadie approached the door crack and looked inside. She was immediately alarmed. Sis, what are you doing? This isn't good, right? Gully looked at Sadie strangely. Come and take a look. Sadie pulled Gully over and got him to stand in front of the door crack. He looked inside and saw two people sparring. Why does this sword technique look so familiar? Gully muttered when he saw Li Xian's sword technique. What's with that brain of yours? That sword technique is the sword technique of Primordial Sword Immortal. And the movement technique Zhou Wen uses is Count of the Wind's movement technique. Have you forgotten them after just watching them? Sadie said. Ah, it's true. That's the Primordial Sword Immortal's sword technique. But how could that person use Primordial Sword Immortal's sword technique? Could he be the owner of Primordial Sword Immortal? Gully said in surprise. My dear brother, you are really hopelessly stupid. Zhou is using Count of the Wind's movement technique. Does that make him Count of the Wind's master? Sadie said helplessly. That's right. Isn't Count of the Wind from the Xia family? How did he become Zhou Wen's? Gully was puzzled. Sadie was immediately rendered speechless. All she could do was say to Gully, Zhou isn't Count of the Wind's master. The other person isn't the owner of Primordial Sword Immortal either. They are the same as us. They watched the battle between Primordial Sword Immortal and Count of the Wind and learned Primordial Sword Immortal's sword technique and Count of the Wind's movement technique. They learned the sword technique and movement technique from simply watching the battle? How is this possible? Even you have to do plenty of analysis and simulation to learn a portion of it despite having the Eye of Odin. How long has it been? Yet, they have already learned the sword technique and movement technique. Isn't this too unbelievable? Gully widened his eyes in disbelief. It's indeed hard to believe, but they've done it. Sadie looked at Zhou Wen and Li Xian with a complicated expression. Before coming to Sunset College, she was confident that she could defeat Zhou Wen and avenge Lance. However, after coming here, Sadie realized that she was far from Zhou Wen's match. Not only was she no match for him, but she couldn't even defeat Feng Qiuyan, who claimed to be learning from him. The person who was fighting Zhou Wen inside was similarly no weaker than her, and the person was clearly not Feng Qiuyan. How many terrifying geniuses are there hidden in Sunset College? Sadie's expression was extremely complicated. The more she watched the battle, the more terrified she felt. Although Li Xian's sword technique and Zhou Wen's movement technique weren't at the level of Primordial Sword Immortal and Count of the Wind, they already possessed the charm of the two. They had truly understood the meaning behind the sword technique and movement technique. It wasn't just a simple imitation. Boom! The practiced sword in Li Xian's hand failed to withstand the powerful explosion of the sword aura. The two of them could only stop. Old Zhou, are you going to continue training? Li Xian retracted his life soul and revealed his true body. Gully and Sadie widened their eyes. They never expected that the person who used such a sword technique was actually the frivolous-looking, foppish Li Xian. Forget it. It's pointless. I'm not continuing, Zhou Wen said as he shook his head. Zhou Wen had already understood the profundity of the movement technique and sword technique. However, just imitating them was useless. He needed to fuse the movement technique and sword technique into his system. This wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. He needed time to think. Sadie and Gully clearly misunderstood Zhou Wen's intentions. They believed that Zhou Wen was saying that this sword technique and movement technique were too simple, that they were boring him. If anyone else had said that, Sadie and Gully would think that they were arrogant and ignorant. Zhou Wen had only just watched the battle between Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal. Yet, in such a short period of time, he had already comprehended the charm of Count of the Wind's movement technique. Such a genius could say anything without going overboard. Seeing that the two of them were about to come out, Sadie and Gully hurriedly hid to the side. After the two of them walked out of the training grounds, Sadie said, Sunset College is really filled with all kinds of hidden talent, especially the Xianwen Club. I never expected that the usually frivolous Li Xian would have such strength and talent. In the past, when we were in the North District, we were like frogs in a well, looking down on young people who weren't from the six families. However, Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan, and Li Xian aren't any worse than the top geniuses of the six families. I wonder how many geniuses there are in Sunset College. They're really too strong. We made no mistake coming. With such opponents, I think we can improve faster, Gully said excitedly. Sadie nodded with a heavy expression. In the past, the Federation's geniuses came from the six families. However, with the development of the times, more and more geniuses emerged from the ordinary families. The influence of the six families was gradually declining. After this battle, all the major media outlets gave a slow-motion video of the battle. Furthermore, there were explanations and professional analysis. It left everyone watching with relish. The popularity of Tyrant Behemoth and Orochi's battle was completely overshadowed. Although Tyrant Behemoth was strong, its intelligence was lacking. Its battle with Orochi was too simple and crude. It was far inferior to the battle between Primordial Sword Immortal and Count of the Wind. People were discussing who would have been stronger if they had fought to the end, Count of the Wind or Primordial Sword Immortal. Some people supported Uncle Feng, but more people believed that Primordial Sword Immortal was the strongest. Otherwise, why would Count of the Wind admit defeat? The other families understood the Xia family's intent. The Xia family had already probed the strength of Primordial Sword Immortal. They probably wouldn't make a move for the time being. It was up to them now. Including the overseas demons and the six families, the various factions were analyzing the abilities of Primordial Sword Immortal and Count of the Wind. They were already eager to try. Now, other than not knowing what Primordial Sword Immortal's Wheel of Destiny was, Primordial Sword Immortal's abilities were mostly analyzed. Furthermore, based on all sorts of evidence, Its wheel of destiny was very likely an offensive miracle. On this basis, the various families came up with a strategy to deal with the situation. It was only a matter of time before they challenged Primordial Sword Immortal's #1 spot. Zhou wasn't idle either. When he returned, he informed Insheng of his encounter with Chu He in Netherworld City, and got him to help investigate Chu He and his family. Insheng placed a lot of importance on this matter, and personally went to Chu He's hometown. Now, Insheng had finally sent the news back. According to Insheng's investigations, Chu He's wife and daughter had always believed that Chu He had gone to Zhuolu. They had no idea that Chu He had gone to the desert. Furthermore, ever since Chu He had left home and gone to Zhuolu, he had never contacted them again. He hadn't communicated with them, nor had he written any letters. After various investigations, Insheng came to the conclusion that Chu He had gone to Zhuolu, and had never been to the desert. Chapter 663 Metal Walnut gets gnawed through. Are you saying that the Chu He I met in Netherworld City is a fake? Zhou asked after some thought. No, it's the opposite. I think the Chu He who went to Zhuolu is a fake. Insheng said with certainty. From the information I obtained, everything about the Chu He that went to Zhuolu is perfect. However, this ends up making me feel that something is amiss. After a pause, Insheng continued. According to my investigations, Professor Chu He studied the Taklamakan Desert in the past. In the beginning, he indeed rejected the invitation from the expedition team, but for some reason, he later agreed. He then went to Zhuolu. However, during his time in Zhuolu, he never contacted his family. This makes me find it a little abnormal. In other words, someone really did some tampering? Zhou asked. We can't be sure yet. If someone really is behind this, their force is definitely extraordinary. The other party has done it so cleanly that we can't find any problems. If you hadn't encountered Chu He, who had already died, in Netherworld City, I'm afraid no one would have expected that Chu He, who went to Zhuolu, would be a fake. Insheng said. How is Chu He's wife and daughter? Zhou asked. Their situation will become very dangerous after our investigations. To ensure their safety, I've already brought them back, Insheng said. From Insheng's tone, Zhou knew that Insheng had definitely used some extreme means. If it's possible, take good care of them. As long as it's not an unreasonable request, try your best to satisfy them. I'll be in charge of all expenses, Zhou said. Don't worry. They have already been brought into the manor by Madam. Madam values them very much, Insheng said. That's good. Zhou knew that Ouyang Lan was as concerned about the former principal as he was. Since Chu He's wife and daughter had gone to her, Ouyang Lan definitely wouldn't let anything happen to them. After ending the call with Insheng, Zhou was considering what he could do. I'm far inferior to Insheng when it comes to investigating such matters. It's useless even if I go. If someone really is doing something behind our backs, they are definitely a powerful force to do it so seamlessly. Even if we find out the truth, we will need a powerful force to resolve the problem. It's better for me to raise my strength first. Zhou felt that what he needed to do now was to become stronger. Ding! Just as he cleared the Metalwork Temple dungeon, another Golden Battle God halberd dropped. How easily does this thing drop? It's already the fourth one. Zhou was somewhat speechless. However, being able to have another mythical companion beast was also an increase in combat strength. If he really managed to obtain a few hundred Golden Battle God halberds, he might be able to flatten the 6 Federation families with just Golden Battle God halberds. Just as he was about to continue grinding, his phone rang. He opened it, and saw that it was from the Larch. I'll make a deal with you. Are you interested? What deal? Zhou replied. I can let you obtain a companion beast. That companion beast can help you defeat Primordial Sword Immortal and Companion Beast, but in exchange, you have to give me the Divine Fruit after obtaining it. The Larch sent another message. What benefits do I have if I give you the Divine Fruit? Zhou asked. Isn't it enough for you to obtain a companion beast that can help you defeat Primordial Sword Immortal? The Larch asked. What kind of companion beast is that? Zhou asked. Come to Chess Mountain. You will know when you get it, said the Larch. Don't tell me you want me to enter Deer Terrace Pavilion again? Zhou deliberately sent a message in an unwilling tone. In fact, Zhou did want to enter Deer Terrace Pavilion. In-game, he could only enter the ancient building in Deer Terrace Pavilion, but he couldn't enter the platform below. Now, Zhou really wanted to find another way to enter Deer Terrace Pavilion other than the gap in reality. How can you obtain benefits without entering Deer Terrace Pavilion? The Larch asked. It's too disgusting to enter Deer Terrace Pavilion underwater. Is there no other way of entry? Zhou wanted to find out other ways to enter Deer Terrace Pavilion, so that there was no need for him to trade with the Larch. To his surprise, the Larch was tight-lipped. She only replied, Don't worry. I'll let you enter Deer Terrace Pavilion easily this time. Zhou asked a few more questions, But the Arch didn't say a word. She only said that he would know when the time came. Zhou Wen was somewhat hesitant. He naturally wanted a companion beast that could defeat Primordial Sword Immortal, but he wasn't willing to take the risk at Deer Terrace Pavilion in reality. The Arch was just too mysterious. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to have too much contact with her. Forget it. I won't go. Even without the Thearchus companion beast, I have a chance of defeating Primordial Sword Immortal. Zhou Wen had carefully studied the battle between Count of the Wind and Primordial Sword Immortal. Tyrant Behemoth still had a chance of defeating Primordial Sword Immortal, but that was under the premise that Primordial Sword Immortal's will couldn't kill Tyrant Behemoth. As he was pondering, he suddenly felt fluctuations in the chaos space. Could it be that Explosive Fiend Man's evolution has completed? Zhou Wen hurriedly checked the chaos space. However, he realized that Explosive Fiend Man hadn't evolved. It was still in its egg form. That fluctuation was actually coming from the metal walnut. The tiny beast had been nibbling at the metal walnut all this time. After so long, it had left a deep bite mark on the metal walnut. From where it was nibbling, it seemed to have been bitten through. A crack as thin as a strand of hair appeared on the surface of the crack, revealing a white color. As for the fluctuations Zhou Wen felt, they were actually emitted from the metal walnut. The fluctuations seemed to be felt through his consciousness, but Zhou Wen actually felt as though it was asking for his help. Could it be that there's a dimensional creature in this metal walnut? Zhou Wen took it out from the chaos space. The little beast continued to bite at the metal walnut. It looked like it wouldn't stop until it bit right through. Zhou Wen used his hand to pull it, but its claws gripped the metal walnut tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhou Wen had no choice but to knock it out. After the beast fainted, its paws continued holding on tightly. Zhou Wen had to let it hold the metal walnut as he reached out to touch the crack that the beast had bitten open. White matter emerged from the crack. Zhou Wen touched it, and immediately felt his essence energy flow into the metal walnut. The feeling was similar to incubating a companion egg. The thing inside the metal walnut is actually a companion egg? Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he allowed the metal walnut to absorb his essence energy. Chapter 664 Dragon Gate Anomaly. Crack. As the essence energy was absorbed, the outer shell of the metal walnut split into two along the crack. A white ball-shaped object rolled out and transformed into a stream of light that shot at Zhou Wen's body, turning into a white, circular tattoo. When he summoned the companion beast, it was about the size of a football. He held it in his hand and pinched it. It was soft and bouncy, similar to the feeling of a bouncy ball. Maybe even softer. Zhou Wen casually pinched the companion beast into various strange shapes. Once he released his grip, it would return to its original state. This companion beast is rather fun. I wonder what use it has. Zhou Wen didn't receive any information regarding the companion beast, so he felt somewhat puzzled. Typically, after contracting a companion beast, one would receive some vague information, such as the name, level, etc. However, this one didn't give any of that. Zhou Wen could only take out his phone to read its information. He was still thinking, such a special companion beast must have a very special ability, right? However, it absorbed rather little essence energy. Its level shouldn't be high. After placing the white companion beast in the viewfinder, Zhou Wen clicked on its information and ended up petrified. Tai Sui, Mortal, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence Energy 11. Talent Skill, Earth Escape. Companion Form, Mimicry. Holy sh*t, this darn thing is Tai Sui. Zhou Wen regretted it so much that he felt a kick in his guts. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked for trouble. He would have let the little beast eat it. Thankfully, it's only at the mortal stage. It doesn't seem to have any life providence or skills like a Jinx's Master or Misfortune. Zhou Wen carefully looked at the introduction and realized that it wasn't as bad as he imagined. However, Tai Sui could actually evolve. This was basically the specialty of a mythical companion beast. If he continued evolving it, it was unknown if it would have abilities like a Jinx's Master or Misfortune. I read online that Tai Sui has a life providence like Misfortune and Bad Luck. However, it seems like the photos taken online of those Tai Sui are a little different from this one. Zhou Wen searched the pictures online and compared them to the Tai Sui in front of him. They were indeed different. Those Tai Sui looked ugly and were either black or yellow. They weren't as smooth and white as Zhou Wen's. It looked like white jade. It's also possible that my Tai Sui is different from theirs. Mine doesn't bring misfortune, Zhou Wen thought. Tai Sui bounced around on the ground like a white bouncy ball. Its fleshy look made it very interesting. Just as Zhou Wen was looking at Tai Sui, the tiny beast woke up. When it got up and saw the two halves of the metal walnut on the ground, it immediately rushed over. However, when it realized that there was nothing inside, it was stunned. It turned its head and saw Tai Sui in front of Zhou Wen and immediately pounced over. Tai Sui seemed a little afraid of it, as it immediately jumped behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen reached out to grab the fur on the tiny beast's back and lifted it up. The little beast desperately brandished its tiny claws, as though it wanted to fight Zhou Wen to the death. However, its claws were just too short. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't touch Zhou Wen. Come, be good. This is for you to eat. You're not eating it? What about this? Zhou Wen took out something to coax the little beast. Finally, when Zhou Wen gave it an epic companion egg, the little beast angrily sprawled on it and ate it. As it chewed, it glared at Zhou Wen and Tai Sui as though it was indignant. Zhou Wen fed some companion eggs to Tai Sui. Tai Sui didn't seem picky at all, but its eating speed was very slow. Its body wrapped around the companion egg like liquid. It didn't manage to digest it even after a long time. After trying out Tai Sui's earth escape skill, he realized that it was very useful. As long as it touched the ground, it could instantly move anywhere. However, because Tai Sui's level was too low, it couldn't escape too far. As for its companion form, it was somewhat magical. It could simulate the companion form of other companion beasts. It could transform into armor, weapons, and other forms. It could even simulate the appearance of a companion beast. However, it only simulated its appearance. Its essence didn't change. It didn't possess the ability of other companion beasts. It looked like a plasticine toy. Although Tai Sui doesn't have the legendary misfortune, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Realizing that Tai Sui was useless, Zhou Wen let it slowly eat and evolve. He wanted to see if it would be of any use in the future. Young Master Wen, are you at school? And Sheng called. Yes, Zhou Wen answered. It's best you don't leave the school for the next few days. And Sheng said. What happened? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Recently, Dragon Gate Grotto has been a little abnormal. According to Chancellor Lung's judgment, Dragon Gate Grotto might encounter a large-scale breakout of creatures. When the time comes, we will do our best to prevent the breakout creatures from entering the city. As we don't know how many breakout creatures will appear, we might need your help as a last resort. And Sheng said. All right, I'll stay in school for the next few days. After a pause, Zhou Wen asked. Does this mean that the other dimensional zones will also experience a large-scale breakout? We are closely monitoring them. From the looks of it, we haven't discovered anything similar. The situation in Dragon Gate Grotto has changed. Perhaps something special is affecting them. And Sheng said. According to Chancellor Lung, some of the breakout creatures outside also came to Dragon Gate Grotto. It's still a mystery what's attracting them. When Zhou Wen heard that, he immediately thought of the giant golden bird above Dragon Gate Grotto. Back then, it was only when Chancellor Lung personally appeared that the giant golden bird retreated. Not long after Zhou Wen received the news, Dragon Gate Grotto was sealed off by the military. In the next 2 days, the school had organized a mobilization meeting. The students had also been assigned some logistic work to assist the military in preventing the large-scale breakout. The entire school's atmosphere became abnormally tense. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and company were assigned work. In such a situation, no one could stay out of it. That night, a roar that sounded like a cow's moo came from Dragon Gate Grotto. The sound was soul-stirring. The ground near Dragon Gate Grotto shook as though there was a slight earthquake. The roar lasted the entire night, but nothing came out. However, this cast a shadow on everyone's hearts. This was because they were certain that something had really happened to Dragon Gate Grotto. Old Zhou, if all of these dimensional zones suffer a breakout, do you think our Luoyang will still hold? Li Xian asked Zhou Wen as he moved the supplies. I'm afraid it can't be defended. Zhou Wen knew very well that humans were much weaker than dimensional creatures. There appeared to be 100 mythical companion beasts on the ranking, but the number of mythical creatures in the dimensional zones was far more than that. It might be 100 or 1,000 times more. Zhou Wen even suspected that there were even more terrifying existences above the mythical stage. Otherwise, Torch Dragon stats wouldn't have the evolvable attribute. Chapter 665 The battle begins. Over the next few days, many strange things happened in Dragon Gate Grotto. A huge Buddha shed tears of blood for no reason. After careful inspection, it was discovered that there was a crack in the Buddha's eye. Red spring water surged out from it. In the river beside Dragon Gate Grotto, there were creatures that resembled flood dragons churning. However, the back they saw was dozens of meters long. It was extremely terrifying. Inside a Buddhist temple, a Buddhist glow bloomed. Through a pair of binoculars, one could see a skeleton dressed in monk robes sitting inside the temple hall. Every inch of its skeleton emitted a Buddhistic glow. The entire grotto was filled with strange sights. The military had completely sealed off the nearby area. The area near Dragon Gate Grotto on campus had been evacuated. The matter at Dragon Gate Grotto seemed to be even more terrifying than expected. Mullah and stone beasts had already walked out of the cave. Many of the mullah and stone beasts were the students' usual hunting targets, Most of them were at the mortal and legendary stage. However, they now had a strange halo enveloping them. Their strength and speed had increased greatly. The power that erupted at the mortal stage could reach the peak of the mortal stage. Those at the legendary stage could produce strength at the peak legendary stage. There were also flying beasts and fairies circling above Dragon Gate Grotto, making the originally mysterious cave even more bizarre. Any dimensional creature that stepped out of the defense line was killed by the soldiers, but the situation kept worsening. There were more dimensional creatures that surged out with each day. Boom! Boom! Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Qiuyan were responsible for transporting the ammunition to the front line. This was a mission and Sheng had specially arranged for them so that they could participate in the battle at any time. The school's tutors were also prepared. When the battle really broke out, these epic tutors were to be the main combat force. Qin Wufu had already arrived at the battlefield to commandeer the troops, but Tianzhou was nowhere to be seen. Young Master One, you have to be careful. The anomaly in Dragon Gate Grotto is too terrifying. There might be a fierce battle when the time comes. After Sheng arrived on the battlefield, he warned Zhou Wen and company with a heavy expression. Zhou Wen was somewhat alarmed. And Sheng knew that he had several mythical companion beasts in his possession, but even so, he had solemnly warned him to be careful. It was obvious that the situation was extremely terrifying. Li Xian said, "Why don't I see Overseer?" And Sheng sighed softly and said, "Overseer has gathered all the noble families in Luoyang City for a meeting and is mobilizing them to participate in the battle." "It isn't going well?" Zhou Wen looked at Sheng's expression and knew that things weren't going well. And Sheng said, "Sunset College is closest to Dragon Gate Grotto, but Sunset College has always been a home ground of the Yin family. They feel that helping this situation is helping the Yin family, so they are quite unwilling. Don't they know that once Sunset College fails, all of Luoyang will suffer?" Zhou Wen frowned. Even someone like him, who had a bad relationship with Tianzhou, was participating in this battle. This was because he knew that this wasn't the Yin family's business. It concerned the survival of Luoyang. "Some have already planned on leaving Luoyang to seek refuge." And Sheng said, "Escape without fighting? Those people are even abandoning their homeland?" Feng Qiuyan frowned. "That's only human nature. If we manage to hold the line, they will naturally return. If we can't, they will be able to preserve their strength and wealth. They will also be able to live free and mighty in other cities. However, ordinary citizens won't share the same fate. Only death awaits them." And Sheng said, "How's my family's situation?" Li Xian hadn't received any news from his family. He didn't know what was happening at home. Old Master Li didn't say anything, but he didn't leave Luoyang either. He seems to be taking a wait-and-see approach. And Sheng replied, "Adjutant, I would like to make a remark on that." Suddenly, they heard someone speak. They turned their heads and saw Li Maobai walking over with a dozen soldiers. "Second Young Master Li, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." And Sheng saw Li Maobai and the people behind him. "All the epic experts that the Li family can contribute are here. Including me, I'll be at the Overseer's disposal," Li Maobai said. "If the Li family is willing to help, why is Old Master Li unwilling to speak up for the Overseer during the meeting?" And Sheng asked. Li Maobai smiled and said, "Our Li family is willing to fight to protect Luoyang. That's our decision, but we can't stop other families from seeking a chance to live." And Sheng immediately understood what he meant. All he could do was shake his head and sigh helplessly. From this, one could tell that very few people from the major families in Luoyang were willing to participate. "Second Young Master, please follow me. After registration, Governor Du will deploy you centrally." And Sheng said, as he prepared to lead them to the register. "Second brother." Li Xian called out with a strange expression when he saw Li Maobai looking at him. Li Maobai said indifferently, "You don't have to speak to me with such an attitude. I've never placed you in my heart. Among the Li brothers, I, Li Maobai, only acknowledge one elder brother. I only gave you the evil King Gu as a tool for revenge. Since you can't even be a tool, there's no value in using you. You can do whatever you want." With that said, Li Maobai left with Sheng. Li Xian gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. All he did was clench his fists. Zhou Wen patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian relaxed and shook his head. "Don't worry. I know what I should do. I won't lose myself because of his words." Over the next 2 days, some rich Luoyang families sent people to participate in the battle. However, most of them only sent 1 or 2 epic experts. Apart from the Li family, there were only 2 other families who sent a formidable force. On this day, just as Zhou Wen and company were loading the supplies, they suddenly heard an ear-piercing alarm. All the soldiers quickly rushed to their posts before they heard the rumbling sounds of cannons and gunshots. Zhou Wen and company pushed the resources to the front lines and saw that in the direction of Dragon Gate Grotto, a large number of stone beasts and Mullah were rushing out. There were also a number of flying beasts dancing in the air. The tide of dimensional creatures charged at the defensive fortifications. The soldiers followed the commands and kept firing. The dimensional creatures fell, but more dimensional creatures took their fallen brethren and charged over. Boom! A cannonball exploded in front of a Vidra Mullah, but it failed to kill him. He charged over with the fragments of the cannonball still embedded in him, and pounced ferociously at a soldier in the trench. The soldier didn't retreat. He summoned a companion beast saber, and struck the Vidra Mullah, forcing it to take 2 steps back. The soldiers beside him shot at the Vidra Mullah. They peppered it with a rain of bullets, blasting apart his head. A fairy swooped down from the sky. On the battlefield that was filled with flames of war, the beautiful figure turned into a killing machine. She gracefully charged into the soldiers, and blood immediately dyed the trench red. Chapter 666 Thousand-Handed Bull-Headed Creature 1. The symphony of death and slaughter played crazily. A loud boom resounded through the sky as a 3-headed, 6-armed Vidra that stood more than 10 meters tall charged out of Dragon Gate Grotto. Bullets and artillery fire blasted him, but to no avail. With a wave of the monster subduing Furba in his hand, a laser-like beam blasted a huge hole in the defensive fortification. Several soldiers died on the spot. An epic expert summoned his companion beasts to face it in battle. The Vidra fought 4 of them alone, but managed to force all 4 epic companion beasts into a retreat. Boom! Boom! Amidst the flood of stone beasts, multiple 3-headed, 6-armed Vidras rushed out of Dragon Gate Grotto. Groups of fairies also flew out into the sky. They were true fairies, not fairy beasts. There were also the black-clothed, white-haired mutated fairies. Furthermore, there were more than 2 of them. Epic officers, tutors, and people from Luoyang's major families took part in the battle. There were war cries and explosions everywhere on the battlefield as soldiers constantly fell. "Are you interested in warming up?" And Sheng wore a smile, but his eyes were extremely cold. "More than happy." Feng Qiuyan summoned his saber. "I've been waiting." Li Xian summoned out his carapace. Zhou Wen gripped his bamboo blade tightly and nodded slightly. He knew that this was really just a warm-up. The truly terrifying creatures had yet to come out. And Sheng led them to the leftmost side of the defense line. The defense there was the weakest and had been repeatedly breached by the fairies. "Guard this place until the retreat order is given. You can't retreat even in death," and Sheng said to Zhou Wen and company before leaving. The soldiers were crazily fending off the dimensional creatures' attacks, but there were still 3-headed, 6-armed Vidras charging at them. It was something ordinary soldiers couldn't deal with. The bullets that were imbued with essence gold couldn't penetrate the Vidras' bodies, nor could they hit the fairies. "Leave the sky to me. I'll leave the ground to you." Zhou Wen looked at the fairies in the sky as they constantly charged down to cull the soldiers' lives. "All right." Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian responded loudly at the same time before rushing out. Each of them faced a 3-headed, 6-armed black iron Vidra. When the soldiers saw the 2 students rush out to fend off the Vidras, they were both surprised and delighted. They hurriedly opened fire to provide them cover, clearing the ordinary Vidras and stone beasts. A few fairies descended from the sky and flew over. The machine guns on the sentry post fired at them, but they failed to hit their bodies. Zhou Wen soared into the sky as he unsheathed his bamboo blade and slashed out the demonic astral wheel. The blood-colored demonic astral wheel flashed across the sky, killing several fairies. Blood splattered everywhere. The nearby soldiers were first taken aback before they cheered. At the very least, they saw a temporary hope. There were still humans who could fight these terrifying dimensional creatures. Gunfire, the roars of dimensional creatures, the roars of companion beasts, the screams of death, the collision of blood and fire were everywhere. Zhou Wen kept killing fairies. He lost count of the number he killed, but he was already beginning to feel numb. He usually couldn't find so many fairies, but now, there were as many as crows in the sky. Zhou Wen even killed 2 mutated fairies. Feng Qiuyan, Li Xian, and company were already covered in blood. It was impossible to distinguish the blood on their bodies, theirs or the dimensional creatures. Boom! Boom! In the direction of Dragon Gate Grotto, it was as though a mountain had exploded. A 1,000-hand Buddha that was more than 10 meters tall on the stone wall emitted a resplendent golden glow. It came to life and walked out of the mountain wall. The 1,000-hand Buddha looked extremely strange. Zhou Wen had never seen it before. His body was shimmering with golden light. He had an ox head and a human body. He had 8 arms and countless arms that resembled wheels on his back. He looked extremely demonic. An epic companion beast went forward to fight it off, only to see the 1,000-handed, bull-headed beast shoot out a golden beam of light that blasted the epic companion beast to pieces. Then, The arms behind its back raised up and transformed into different spells. Golden light crisscrossed and instantly killed the nearby companion beasts and humans. Mythical creature. Zhou Wen's eyes narrowed. A mythical creature had appeared so quickly, and one that was especially terrifying. The dense bombardment of bullets and attacks struck the thousand-handed, bull-headed beast, but they were nothing but a tickle. They failed to hurt it at all. It even blocked an epic companion beast's attack. As the thousand hands changed in form, the ground was sliced apart by the crisscrossing golden light. Amidst the golden light, a tank was sliced into two like paper. Instantly, everyone was horrified. Such an invincible dimensional creature made it impossible for anyone to think of putting up a resistance. Just as Zhou Wen was about to summon the Golden Overlord sword to slay the thousand-handed, bull-headed beast, he saw a figure tear through the air. It was a flying sword that resembled a blue rainbow. The flying sword circled the creature as it attempted to grab it with its 1,000 hands. However, it failed. Instead, the sword beam slashed out by the flying sword cleaved down on its numerous arms. Zhou Wen turned his head to look at the spot where the flying sword had come from, and saw a figure standing on the roof. It was none other than Sunset College's chancellor, Lung Zongjing. Zhou Wen couldn't help but have a thought when he saw that the flying sword didn't manage to slice through the thousand-handed, bull-headed creature despite having the advantage. He summoned the Golden Overlord sword and sneaked behind the creature. Taking advantage of the fact that it was attracted by the flying sword, he leaped above its head. The Golden Overlord sword slashed down at the ox head with a resplendent sword beam. Boom! The thousand-handed, bull-headed creature collapsed to the ground. At the same time it died, the stone beasts, fairies, and Vajras attacked even more crazily. Lung Zongjing glanced at Zhou Wen and summoned his sword back before turning to sit on a chair. He had no intention of coming down to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Wen naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He went to the thousand-handed, bull-headed creature's corpse to see if it had left anything good. However, before he could reach the corpse, its body exploded. A terrifying blast instantly rushed towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the six-winged guardian dragon to block him. The six-winged guardian dragon roared as it spewed out dragon breath to block the terrifying blast. And at the spot where the thousand-handed, bull-headed corpse was, a huge golden bull appeared. Its golden eyes were staring straight at him, and golden flames spewed out from its nostrils. Chapter 667 Battling the Golden Bull. Lung Zongjing was sitting on a chair on a skyscraper. He looked at the entire battlefield and his gaze landed on Zhou Wen, who was confronting the golden bull. He asked in Sheng. "Ah Sheng, is that student Zhou Wen?" "Yes, Chancellor. He's our young master one. What do you think of him?" And Sheng said respectfully. "He's a slippery one. He actually wanted to pick up freebies on the battlefield. He's really greedy," Lung Zongjing said. "Young master one only wants to help. He didn't mean to snatch anything from you." And Sheng hurriedly explained. Lung Zongjing didn't say anything else. It was impossible to tell if he was angry or not. Zhou Wen faced the golden bull-headed creature head-on, and didn't dare be careless. This was a battlefield. If he died, that would be it. Therefore, he didn't charge at the golden bull-headed creature himself. Instead, he got Six-Winged Guardian Dragon to charge forward first. Six-Winged Guardian Dragon didn't fear death as it transformed into a black bolt of lightning and charged over. The 6 dragon wings slashed at the golden bull like blades. The golden bull was massive, about the same size as a mammoth. It wasn't at a disadvantage facing the Six-Winged Guardian Dragon. When it saw Six-Winged Guardian Dragon charge at it, it roared and lowered its head to slam into it. Boom! Due to the terrifying collision, a huge crater formed on the ground. The golden bull and Six-Winged Guardian Dragon were evenly matched and neither of them retreated. Six-Winged's front claws grabbed the horns on the golden bull's head as the two monsters locked themselves in a stalemate. Golden flames constantly spewed out from the golden bull's nose. The dragon wings on Six-Winged's back flapped wildly, but neither was able to gain the upper hand. It looked like their strength was about the same. Zhou Wen held the Golden Overlord sword and was about to lop off the golden bull's head. To his surprise, the golden bull's head suddenly shook. A golden bell hanging around its neck rang the moment it shook its head. Zhou Wen immediately felt his mind go blank when he heard the sound. He was momentarily dazed. Six-Winged Guardian Dragon looked as though it was drunk. It staggered and involuntarily dispersed all the strength it exerted. The golden bull roared as a pair of thick and huge golden horns slammed into Six-Winged Guardian Dragon's chest, piercing through its dragon scales and deeply impaling it. Six-Winged. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he hurriedly summoned Six-Winged back. Although Six-Winged's combat strength was only considered average among mythical creatures, its life protection was a rare protective wheel of destiny. Having it for so long, Zhou Wen wasn't willing to see it die. Six-Winged transformed into a stream of light and returned to Zhou Wen. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't dead, it was good. Companion beasts could slowly recover with their owner's essence energy. Now, Zhou didn't have time to think too much. The Golden Bull was now targeting him. Zhou hurriedly retreated and threw the Golden Overlord sword in his hand. The ringing of the Golden Bull's bell had actually caused him and Six Wing to suffer a mental blow, causing them to instantly feel dizzy. If he had been the one charging forward to fight the Golden Bull, he would probably have been killed. Before figuring out the meaning of the bell, Zhou didn't dare approach the Golden Bull. Although releasing Torch Dragon or Tyrant Behemoth was likely enough to finish it off, Zhou didn't wish to expose his two trump cards. When the Golden Bull saw Zhou retreat, it immediately charged forward. It looked like it hated Zhou who had ambushed it. The Golden Overlord sword slashed at the Golden Bull autonomously. The Golden Sword beam was extremely sharp, but the Golden Bull managed to block the Golden Overlord sword's attack with its horns. The beams only left a shallow mark on the horns. Zhou was somewhat dumbfounded when he saw this. The Golden Overlord sword was augmented by ever victorious and unstoppable, yet it only left a very shallow sword mark on the horns. The toughness of the horns was rather shocking. Clang! 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 The Golden Overlord sword and the horns constantly clashed. The shockwave produced by the collision shattered everything around them. Even Zhou could only retreat a second time. The Golden Bull wanted to catch up to Zhou, but it couldn't escape the Golden Overlord sword's entanglement. Therefore, it shook its neck again, ringing the bell once more. Zhou was already dozens of meters away from the battlefield. When he heard the bell, his mind jolted as he felt momentary dizziness. Thankfully, the dizziness was short-lived. Zhou reacted and staggered 2 steps on the ground without falling. As for a brainless companion beast like the Golden Overlord sword, it actually showed signs of dizziness. Unguarded, it was sent flying by the Golden Bull's horn. The Golden Overlord sword flew out like a meteor and slammed into the Dragon Gate Grotto's stone wall. The sword immediately embedded itself into the stone wall. What the hell is that bell? Does it actually have such a strange power? I used the God's Retreat, but it was useless. From the looks of it, it isn't a nomological force. Could it be a pure oral power? As Zhou retreated, he summoned the Golden Overlord sword back. He saw that there were many cracks on the Golden Overlord sword's blade. Without the Gold Overlord sword's entanglement, the Golden Bull roared as it charged at Zhou like a golden train that had gone amok. And Sheng wanted to render his assistance, but he was stopped by Lung Zongjing. Don't worry. That punk hasn't done his best. Let's wait and see. And Sheng also knew that Zhou hadn't used his full strength. After all, Tyrant Behemoth hadn't appeared. However, it was best if he didn't expose Tyrant Behemoth. With Lung Zongjing's extraordinary status, and Sheng couldn't refute him. All he could do was stand by the side and continue watching. Must I summon Torch Dragon to deal with it? Zhou rushed out, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with the bell on its neck. In terms of combat abilities, the Golden Bull, Six-Winged, and Golden Overlord sword were about equal. However, the bell on its neck was too bizarre, preventing Truth Listener and God's Retreat from showing any effect. If it's only an oral power, Truth Listener should have reacted. Why isn't even Truth Listener reacting? Zhou was depressed. After some thought, Zhou led the Golden Bull closer to Dragon Gate Grotto to prevent any further human casualties. When the Golden Bull saw that it couldn't catch up to Zhou, it shook its head again. The bell rang again. This time, Zhou was already prepared. He charged into the sky and switched to the God Fiend Era Essence Energy Art. His head spun again, but due to the God Fiend Era's spatial powers, Zhou remained suspended in midair and didn't fall. When the Golden Bull saw that Zhou didn't fall, it leaped up and charged at him like a gigantic golden cannonball. Chapter 668 Bullfight. Zhou had already recovered from his dizziness. Seeing the Golden Bull already in front of him, he hurriedly flew higher. Boom! The Golden Bull's leap lost its momentum as its body fell to the ground heavily, smashing a huge crater on the ground. This fellow can't fly? Zhou was overjoyed. He pulled out his bamboo blade and slashed at the Golden Bull beneath him with Demonic Astral Wheel. The Golden Bull defended with its horn, slamming into the Demonic Astral Wheel and shattering it. With a roar, it leaped up and lunged at Zhou. Zhou hurriedly flew higher, preventing the Golden Bull from touching him before it landed on the ground. Zhou knew the principle of kiting in gaming terms, retreating when the enemy advanced and chasing when the enemy retreated. The moment the Golden Bull landed, he swooped down and slashed out Demonic Astral Wheel with his bamboo blade. The Golden Bull was infuriated. After landing on the ground, it leaped up once again and began to ring the bell in midair. However, Zhou had already flown to a high altitude. Although his head was dizzy, he didn't fall. The Golden Bull couldn't jump high enough, so it couldn't touch him. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he engaged in guerrilla warfare with the Golden Bull. At the same time, he lured the enraged Golden Bull towards Dragon Gate Grotto's dimensional creatures. When the infuriated Golden Bull landed, it immediately squashed many dimensional creatures. When it rang the bell, the dimensional creatures that were more than 100 meters nearby were affected and became momentarily dizzy. As such, the dimensional creatures' offensive slowed down significantly, greatly reducing the pressure on the frontline soldiers. Zhou Wen lured the Golden Bull as it charged through the monster horde, causing great chaos. A large number of fairies flew towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen held the bamboo blade in one hand, and the Overlord sword in the other. Wherever the saber beams and sword beams went, blood splattered everywhere, unleashing pandemonium on the dimensional creatures at the rear. The soldiers who were engaged in an intense battle saw that someone had stormed into the dimensional creatures' horde alone. It was as though he had entered no man's land. The blood in them pumped with zeal, as they unleashed greater firepower. Many epic officers and tutors, who were in the midst of killing, felt their spirits lift. The pressure they felt seemed to lessen significantly. Zhou Wen lured the Golden Bull and constantly stormed through the dimensional creatures, but he failed to find a way to nullify the bell's ringing. Thankfully, the Golden Bull couldn't fly, so it couldn't threaten Zhou Wen's safety. The bell chimes from time to time only made Zhou Wen momentarily dizzy. By the time the fairies surrounded him, Zhou Wen was already awake. Even if he didn't wake up in time, with the Golden Overlord sword by his side, no matter how many fairies came, they would all be killed with a single strike. It's definitely not an oral power. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to be unable to withstand it at all. Even if it's a spatial type power, it's impossible for me to have zero resistance. Could it be that the bell's power is actually directly attacking the soul? Zhou Wen thought to himself, as the Golden Bull went crazy from Zhou Wen's teasing. Clang! 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 The Golden Bull leaped up, and repeatedly vibrated the bell in midair. Zhou Wen immediately felt as though his brain was about to explode as he hugged his head and moaned in pain. Thankfully, the bell's range was huge. The surrounding fairies were also affected in worse ways than Zhou Wen. They screamed and fell from the sky. After the Golden Bull landed, it took a few steps back, and pawed its hoof on the ground a few times. With a sudden run, it leaped up and reached a record-breaking height. The thick horns on its head slammed into Zhou Wen, who was hugging his head in midair. The bell kept ringing. Zhou Wen felt as though his brain had been struck by a hammer. The pain left his mind blank. However, Zhou Wen also knew that the Golden Bull would definitely deliver a fatal strike at this moment. His willpower was much stronger than that of the average person. Furthermore, when he cultivated the Lost Immortal Sutra in the early days, the Lost Immortal Sutra kept chanting incantations into his ears all day, making his mind more resilient. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wen could persist by sheer willpower alone, and use Lost Country's teleportation ability. Almost at the instant Zhou Wen teleported out, two bodies rushed to where he was. One figure was naturally the Golden Bull, and the other figure was Li Xian, who was wearing his carapace. He had insect wings on his back. Holy sh*T, what's going on? Li Xian had originally rushed over to save Zhou Wen, but to his surprise, Zhou Wen had vanished. The raging Golden Bull charged at Li Xian. The insect wings on Li Xian's back flapped, as he narrowly avoided the Golden Bull's horns. He somersaulted and ended up landing on the Golden Bull's back. He hugged the ox head and cried out, "Old Zhou, I'm in deep shit because of you. Why didn't you run earlier when you could?" After Zhou Wen teleported into the distance, he used ghost steps to widen the distance again. When he heard Li Xian, he turned his head, and saw Li Xian sprawled on the Golden Bull, shouting. The Golden Bull angrily jumped around, trying to shake Li Xian off, but Li Xian seemed to be stuck to its back. It couldn't shake him off. What was strange was that the Golden Bull's bell was useless against him. "Li Xian, are you immune to the bull's bell?" Zhou Wen asked in surprise. "I just find it a little noisy. Nothing else." "I say, quickly think of a way to get me down," Li Xian shouted. "I heard that insects don't have brains. Could it be that the bell's strength is really a mental attack? That's why it's useless against the brainless Li Xian?" Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't really think that Li Xian was brainless, but that his life soul was problematic. After all, he had absorbed the evil King Gu's life soul. It could be said that it was a fusion of two life souls. It was indeed stronger than the mental strength of an average person's life soul, so it was very likely the reason it could withstand the bell's soul-stirring chimes. "Hold on a little longer. I'll soon think of a way to resolve the Golden Bull." Zhou Wen didn't immediately rush back when he saw that Li Xian's life wasn't in danger. It was mainly because it was useless for him to rush back now unless he summoned his companion beasts like Truth Listener, Torch Dragon, and Tyrant. "Bro, can you hurry up? I'm getting a little cow sick," Li Xian cried out with a long face. He didn't dare get off the bull's back, afraid that he would be killed by it the moment he got off. Zhou Wen saw that the Golden Bull was extremely irritated and didn't chase after him. It wanted to throw Li Xian down and kill him. Immediately, his heart stirred as he gripped the Golden Overlord sword tightly and secretly changed his direction. The Golden Overlord sword and bamboo blade constantly slew the nearby dimensional creatures, reducing them to rivers of blood. Li Xian, agitated a little, Zhou Wen shouted. Li Xian steeled his mind and reached out his hands to grab the bull's ears, yanking at them ruthlessly. The Golden Bull flew into a rage as it raised its hind legs and twisted its body in midair, hoping to throw Li Xian off. Zhou Wen finally saw an opportunity and threw the Golden Overlord sword like a javelin. The Golden Overlord sword transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. At the moment, the Golden Bull raised its hind legs to shake Li Xian off. The sword pierced through it, slicing something off. Ow! The Golden Bull's eyes widened to the limit, but its pupils shrank into needle-like slits. It opened its mouth and let out a strange cry. Chapter 669 Resentful Chancellor. After being severely injured, the Golden Bull seemed to lose all its strength. It fell to the ground and let out a tragic cry as though it had lost the ability to resist. Get out of the way! Zhou Wen roared as he cleaved down the bamboo blade at the Golden Bull's neck. Li Xian ducked to the side. The Golden Bull seemed to be in so much pain that it forgot how to dodge. When Zhou Wen's bamboo blade slashed at its neck, a metallic clang sounded. A long gash appeared on its neck as blood immediately gushed out. Zhou Wen's other hand had already grabbed the Golden Overlord sword and slashed. The Golden Bull was completely at Zhou Wen's mercy. It didn't resist as Zhou Wen's cleaved through more than half its neck. No good. Retreat quickly! Zhou Wen felt a sense of danger when he saw a strange aura emit from the Golden Bull. As he shouted, he flew backward. Li Xian wasn't slow either, but before the duo could run far, the Golden Bull's body exploded like a nuclear bomb. The terrifying power destroyed everything in a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were sent flying by the shockwave. They tumbled far away before stopping. The armor on their bodies was in shambles, and blood stained their backs. Zhou Wen got up and looked in the direction of the Golden Bull's self-detonation. He saw a crystal and a companion egg drop on the ground. He couldn't help but be delighted. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Zhou Wen quickly rushed towards the crystal and companion egg. The Golden Bull was so awesome that it had dropped 2 items at once. It was the best. Furthermore, its bell had a strange power. If he could hatch such a Golden Bull and make it his pet, it would be quite useful. However, before Zhou Wen could reach the companion egg, he saw a white figure flash past. Then, the Golden Bull companion egg on the ground vanished. Zhou Wen hurriedly turned his head and saw a white parrot hold the companion egg in its claws as it flew through the air. Its speed was shockingly fast, and in an instant, it had already flown to the top of a skyscraper and landed on Lung Zongjing's shoulder. The companion egg in its claw had landed in Lung Zongjing's hand. Lung Zongjing held the companion egg in his hand as he looked at Zhou Wen with a faint smile. It was as though he was saying, "Since you snatched from me once, I'll snatch from you too." What kind of chancellor is this? Is he that petty? Zhou Wen muttered inwardly as he rushed over to pick up the dimensional crystal. The dimensional crystal was like a golden crystal. Inside was the shadow of a bull. It was clearly an essence energy skill crystal. Although he didn't obtain the companion egg, obtaining an essence energy skill crystal was a form of consolation. With the death of the Golden Bull, humanity's counterattack began. The firepower became more intense. The human epic experts also used their companion beasts to fight, executing dimensional creatures on the spot. As no new dimensional creatures rushed out, the terrifying dimensional creatures were finally suppressed. All the dimensional creatures that charged out of Dragon Gate Grotto were killed. Although they had obtained victory, there was very little joy on their faces. Many soldiers and officers had sacrificed themselves, so most wore solemn expressions. The soldiers began clearing the battlefield. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Qiuyan retreated and returned to their temporary encampment to rest. They still needed to continue delivering the supplies in a while. Li Xian's injuries had already healed, but Zhou Wen couldn't recover that quickly. Although the wounds on his back weren't bleeding, they had a burning sensation. All he could do was lie in the tent and rest. Feng Qiuyan was so tired that he fell asleep the moment he collapsed onto the blanket. He had killed so many dimensional creatures that his stamina and essence energy were severely drained. It's already so terrifying with Dragon Gate Grotto suffering a breakout. If all the dimensional zones in Luoyang were to encounter a breakout, it would be unimaginable. There's no way humans can survive, Li Xian said. Zhou Wen shared the same thoughts. Up to now, the difference between humans and dimensional zones was still huge. Old Zhou, do you think another dimensional creature will rush out of Dragon Gate Grotto? Li Xian asked again. It's hard to say so, But this matter definitely isn't over. The giant golden bird on the mountaintop, as well as the monsters in the water, and the skeleton in monk robes in the temple haven't moved yet, Joe said, as he used his phone to snap a picture of the Essence Energy Skill Crystal he had just obtained. Great Might Vajra Bull Crystal, Mythical. Absorption Requirement, Constitution 41, Essence Energy 41, Buddhist Essence Energy Art. Joe looked at the requirement. Although it didn't have any special stat requirements, he couldn't meet the 241 stat requirements. All he could do was put the Essence Energy Crystal away. After the battle, Dragon Gate Grotto temporarily calmed down. Without any dimensional creatures rushing out, Joe and company could rest. Young Master One, how are your injuries? I've brought you some medicine. And Shung walked in with a smile, holding a small bottle in his hand. There's no need. I've almost recovered. I'll be fine after some rest. Joe was wearing runic heavy armor during the battle, so his injuries weren't serious. He just needed some time to recover. After all, he wasn't Li Xian. He didn't have such potent self-recovery abilities. This medicine is good. It'll heal you quickly once it's applied. I'll apply some for you. And Shung opened the medicine bottle and dripped the liquid on Joe's wound. Joe immediately felt a refreshing feeling envelop his wound, making him feel much better. And Shung applied the medicine evenly on his wound and said, Today, the three of you were amazing. Many of the men are talking about the three of you. All of you are considered famous now. If any of you wish to enter the Sunset Army in the future, you will definitely be protected by the soldiers. Joe didn't say a word as Li Xian said with a smile. That's for sure. When I was young, a fortune teller told me that I had the life of a general. I'll definitely become a senior official in the future. Third young master, if you wish to join the Sunset Army, I guarantee that I'll leave a good position for you. And Shung said, We'll see when the time comes. There are still 2 to 3 years before graduation, Li Xian said. And Shung naturally understood that Li Xian was only making small talk. The Li family might not be willing to let him enter the Sunset Army. And Shung was about to say something when a soldier hurriedly came over and said, Adjutant, there's something happening at Dragon Gate Grotto. Deputy Governor Qin requests your presence. Do you want us to go with you? Joe asked. There's no need. All of you can rest. If something really happened, Deputy Governor Qin wouldn't be so at ease to get someone to invite me over. And Shung said, as he left Zhou tent. Although Zhou and company didn't go, they soon learned what had happened. A strange scene appeared in Dragon Gate Grotto's alchemy cave. A black smoke surged out and enveloped the entire entrance of the alchemy cave. Furthermore, they could hear the screams of wraiths and resentful ghosts in the black smoke. However, that was all. No dimensional creatures rushed out. Chapter 670 Invisible Enemy. When Zhou was resting, he summoned a few companion beasts to guard the inside of the tent. Tai Sui was restlessly emitting a burning sensation, so Zhou had no choice but to release it. Old Zhou, where did these strange companion beasts come from? Li Xian curiously sized up the companion beasts Zhou had summoned. Some of them were bought. Some were obtained when I was out training, Zhou said as he laid down to rest. Feng Qiuyan had already fallen asleep and didn't chat with Li Xian. All he could do was lie down and sleep as well. He slept until midnight when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He didn't know what was happening. Why is it so noisy in the dead of the night? Could it be that the dimensional creatures in Dragon Gate Grotto have rushed out again? Li Xian said gloomily when he was woken up from his beauty sleep. Zhou and Feng Qiuyan sat up as well. Just as they were about to head out to take a look, they suddenly saw the tent door open. Then, they saw Shung barge in. He asked anxiously, Young Master One, are you alright? We're fine. What can happen to us? Li Xian asked Shung in puzzlement. And Shung carefully sized up the three of them, and heaved a long sigh of relief after a long while. It's good that you're fine. Stay here and don't go out. Something happened outside. After it's settled, you can leave. What happened? Zhou asked Shung. See for yourself. And Shung pointed outside. Zhou and company looked out through the crack and were immediately so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. On the ground, walls, and tents outside, there were all kinds of mushrooms of different colors. Holy *T, when did this place become a mushroom base? Li Xian asked. Take a closer look at the soldiers outside. And Shung said with a heavy expression. As Shung said that, Zhou noticed that a soldier's face was covered in what seemed like a pimple breakout. It was filled with many tiny mushrooms. Although the mushrooms looked pretty, they made one's hair stand on end when they were sprouting from a person's face. The soldier's face was filled with horror. He was clawing at the mushrooms on his face, but just as he pulled out one, another mushroom would emerge. He kept pulling them out, leaving his face covered in blood, but the little mushrooms kept popping out. He was so frightened that he was already crying. He was plucking the mushrooms from his face as he cried. There were many people like him. Although there were already officers controlling the situation, this fear made them lose their usual calm. The scene was very chaotic. Zhou and company's legs turned limp as they subconsciously touched their faces. Thankfully, there weren't any mushrooms growing on their faces.
What's going on?
Zhou asked and Sheng.
I don't know yet. We're investigating. In the entire encampment, only a handful of people haven't been infected with that strange thing. It's probably related to the phenomena at Alchemy Cave. You guys stay here for now. In a while, I might need you to cooperate with me for the investigations. I hope we can find out why some aren't growing mushrooms.
And Sheng's expression was solemn as he rushed out.
It's really a blessing from the heavens that it didn't infect us. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to live if my handsome face was destroyed,
Li Xian said with lingering fear as he zipped up the tent.
I don't think it's as simple as heaven's blessing. There must be something that prevented us from being infected by those mushrooms.
Zhou looked around and didn't see anything amiss. There weren't any mushrooms in their tent. The three of them and his few companion beasts were fine. Tai Sui was lying near the tent's entrance, doing something there. Since it was something invisible to the naked eye, Zhou used the Truth Listener earring's ability to listen. Furthermore, he pushed it to its limits. Upon hearing his surroundings, he immediately discovered a problem. At the tent's entrance, there were many microbial things that humans couldn't see with the naked eye. They were undergoing random walks in the air. Those tiny objects were even smaller than dust. If Zhou hadn't deliberately used Truth Listener to observe them, he wouldn't have discovered them. Even using Truth Listener's hearing, Zhou hadn't noticed them in the beginning. The reason why he discovered their existence was that Tai Sui was actually devouring those little things. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Zhou expanded Truth Listener's range and soon discovered that there were many such tiny objects in the air outside. They were even smaller than dust, so humans couldn't see them at all. However, when they landed on the skin or something else, they would burrow into their pores and quickly sprout to grow tiny mushrooms. As they were so small, no one discovered them. The entire encampment was filled with such tiny objects, as though it was snowing. However, there were very few people who could see them apart from Zhou. All the soldiers were at a loss as danger floated around them. Zhou reached out and tried grabbing them, but he realized that his palm couldn't grab them at all. They were too small, so it was useless to grab them. They were like bacteria. Despite knowing that they were there, it was very difficult to eliminate them. Tai Sui was actually able to discover them and even eat them. It's quite impressive. Zhou saw that Tai Sui had already finished all the tiny objects in the tent. He was eager to head out to eat more. Zhou realized that the three of them were fine because Tai Sui was here. It had eaten all the little things that had invaded their quarters, preventing them from being infected. The military had clearly realized the problem as well. Some soldiers in antibacterial suits were spewing chemicals to remove bacteria and fungus from the encampment. However, it was useless. Those things were clearly not something ordinary chemicals could deal with.
Don't go out yet. I'll take a look at the entrance,
Zhou said to Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan before opening the tent door. The moment the door opened, many of those little creatures entered with the gust of wind that entered. Tai Sui immediately jumped around excitedly and devoured the little creatures that humans couldn't see. Zhou used an essence energy skill, small fireball, that dropped from the metalwork temple. A scarlet flame ball flew out from his fingertip and hit the invisible things in the air. The tiny objects were burned to ashes by the flames. They didn't appear very strong, but because they were so tiny, they couldn't be discovered. That was also why they were so dangerous. After burning a few tiny objects to death, Zhou suddenly realized in surprise that a tiny companion egg dropped. The companion egg was even smaller than the tiny objects. If not for Truth Listener's ability, Zhou wouldn't have seen it at all. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of the tiny companion egg. It was immediately stored on his phone. Those little things are really dimensional creatures. After Zhou saw the companion egg stats, he realized the true origins of the little creatures. Parasite Spore, Mortal. Chapter 671, The Weakest Companion Beast in History. Parasite Spore, Mortal. Strength, 0. Speed, 1. Constitution, 1. Essence Energy, 1. Talent Skill, Parasitizing. Companion Form, none. These stats are so weak, aren't they? Zhou had never seen a companion beast with such weak stats. However, although they were very weak, they had their own advantages. Even epic experts would be in great pain and trouble if they got parasitized by not being careful. Tai Sui had already rolled out and jumped around excitedly, devouring all the parasite spores it could see. Zhou didn't continue killing the spores. Firstly, there were too many. Ordinary skills couldn't kill them all. Secondly, There were still many soldiers and officers in the encampment, so it wasn't appropriate for him to use large-scale skills to kill the spores. I can still remove the parasite spores outside, but how can I deal with the parasite spores that have already parasitized people? Zhou pushed Truth Listener's powers to the limits, as he wanted to observe if all the spores were the same. Soon, Zhou realized that most of the spores were transparent and slightly white. These were identical to the companion egg which dropped. A small portion of the parasite spores was light red in color. There were very few of them. Zhou tried killing some of them, but the dimensional crystals that dropped were all at the legendary stage, and their stats were very low. It was very rare for mortal spores to drop companion eggs. Zhou had killed many, but no companion eggs dropped. The mortal companion egg from before could only be attributed to luck. Zhou walked behind Tai Sui. Wherever Tai Sui passed, the spores dodged it as though they were avoiding the plague. Most of them failed to dodge in time, and were swallowed by Tai Sui. As he walked, Zhou discovered another golden spore, but killing it was as simple as the others. A tiny fireball killed the golden spore. There were extremely few golden spores. Among the countless spores, it was probably a 1 in a billion existence. Zhou found a few, and after killing them, a companion egg dropped. Golden parasite spore, epic. Life providence, microbe. Life soul, parasitizing spirit. Strength, 18. Speed, 20. Constitution, 17. Essence energy, 20. Talent skill, parasitizing. Companion form, none. This epic companion beast has also broken the record for the lower limits of an epic companion beast. I originally imagined that the weakest one would be the baby tiger, but I never expected there to be an epic companion beast weaker than it. Furthermore, it's much weaker. Zhou realized that the spores were indeed weak. They could survive simply because of their microscopic bodies. Ordinary legendary humans could easily kill such epic creatures. The real difficulty wasn't killing them, but how to discover them. The higher the level of the spores, the smaller their sizes. Even Truth Listener's ability could barely see the golden parasite spore. Suddenly, Zhou discovered a tiny purple dot floating around. It appeared and disappeared at times. Even with Truth Listener's ability, it nearly failed to detect its existence. It was just too small. Could it be a mythical spore? Zhou's heart stirred as he hurriedly got Tai Sui to roll over. Even the mythical spore was afraid of the mortal Tai Sui. Just as it was about to run, it was burned by Zhou's fireball. However, this time, the purple spore wasn't burned to death. It continued floating far away. Zhou pulled out the Golden Overlord sword and slashed with a powerful sword beam. Although it was very small, the sword beam's area was large enough, so it still managed to strike the tiny creature. To Zhou's surprise, the golden sword aura failed to kill it. This spore is interesting. Zhou used a few more skills and realized that he couldn't kill the purple spore. At that moment, Tai Sui had already rolled over. It leaped up and pounced at the purple spore. The purple spore that couldn't even be killed by weapons trembled as though it had encountered a nemesis. It was sucked up by Tai Sui. Seeing that the purple spore had been sucked into Tai Sui's body, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. It's true that one object bests another. For a mortal stage Tai Sui to be able to restrain a mythical spore, this guy is quite useful. In the future, with Tai Sui by my side, I won't be afraid of being ambushed by microbial companion beasts and dimensional creatures. I say, Tai Sui, don't just focus on eating. Did it leave behind any companion eggs or dimensional crystals? Zhou didn't hold much hope as he asked casually. To his surprise, Tai Sui really understood him. It reluctantly spat out a microscopic purple object. Even with Truth Listener's ability, he nearly missed it. After falling to the ground, he searched for quite a while before finding the tiny point. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and took a picture of the purple point. Primordial spore, mythical. Life providence, eternal immortality. Life soul, parasitizing spirit. Wheel of destiny, soul parasitizing. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Essence energy, 41. Talent skill, parasitizing. Companion form, none. Without a doubt, this was the weakest mythical companion beast that Zhou had ever seen. There was nothing worse. Its extreme weakness could be seen just by looking at its stats. However, such companion beasts weren't meant for combat. Their effects might be even more terrifying than combat-type companion beasts. He directly hatched the primordial spore and expended very little essence energy. It was about the same as the essence energy needed for epic companion beasts. Thankfully, as its owner, Zhou could sense its location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where his tiny companion beast was if he only looked at it with his eyes. After testing it out, he used the primordial spore to kill the ordinary spores. Although it was feasible, the combat ability of the primordial spore wasn't high. It wasn't killing as fast as Zhou Wen's fireballs, much less competing with Tai Sui's devouring. Tai Sui jumped around in the encampment and swallowed countless spores. Its body clearly became bigger, and the spores in the encampment decreased significantly. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to search the entire time, hoping to find another primordial spore. However, he was somewhat disappointed and didn't discover a second one.
Young Master One, why did you come out? The situation outside is terrible. You shouldn't have come out.
And Sheng arrived in front of the clearing. Qin Wufu, Leng Zongjing, as well as the military's generals and tutors, were with him. However, despite there being so many people, other than in Sheng and Leng Zongjing, there were mushrooms on everyone's faces. They looked extremely terrifying. Even Deputy Governor Qin succumbed to it. Zhou Wen saw a golden mushroom on Qin Wufu's face. It was likely an epic golden spore that parasitized his face. Although Ah Sheng's body was covered in spores, the spores didn't drill into his body for some reason. Leng Zongjing didn't have any spores on him. His body seemed to be protected by an invisible force, preventing the spores from approaching him.
It's not difficult to remove the spores in the encampment, but the spores that have already parasitized people require another solution.
Leng Zongjing looked at the mushrooms in the encampment and summoned his demonic organ throne. Chapter 672 Tai Sui's Evolution. Leng Zongjing played the demonic organ throne with his long, slender fingers, immediately producing magical music. It was grand and solemn, imbued with a holy feeling that other musical instruments didn't possess. Invisible ripples spread out across the encampment. Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that with the music, the invisible spores were gathering in front of the demonic organ throne, like soldiers that had received an order. The spores were originally barely visible, but due to their numbers, one could gradually see a faint white mist as more and more spores gathered. The fog became thicker and thicker, and soon, people could see it more clearly. Originally, Tai Sui couldn't eat many spores despite bouncing around. Now that the spores had gathered in a region, it became excited. It bounced amidst the white mist formed by the spores. As it consumed a large number of spores, it also grew in size. The organ music continued as large amounts of spores gathered in a spot. They gradually turned corporeal, like snowflakes. Finally, the snowflakes gathered together and turned into a white ball that resembled cotton candy. Tai Sui bounced over and swallowed the cotton candy like spores in no time. No one knew how many spores it had eaten, as the number was already impossible to estimate. When Zhou Wen vaguely felt that Tai Sui was about to evolve, he hurriedly summoned it back. Leng Zongjing didn't stop Tai Sui from devouring the spores. He only glanced at Zhou Wen before saying to Sheng,
"The mushrooms in the encampment must be burned. They can't be left behind at all to ensure that there are no latent dangers." "Yes, I'll do it now."
And Sheng received the order and led his men to clear the mushrooms in the encampment.
"Chancellor, the mushrooms in the encampment are easy to deal with. What should we do with the ones on the soldiers?"
Qin Wufu asked worriedly. Leng Zongjing said,
"If these spores hadn't parasitized a body, it wouldn't be difficult to remove them. However, once they carried out the parasitization, they became a part of the body. It's like the flesh and blood of the body. Even if one slices off the flesh, the self-healing ability of the body will regrow it. It's very difficult to remove it at the root."
Qin Wufu and company revealed looks of worry when they heard that.
"You come with me,"
Leng Zongjing suddenly said to Zhou Wen before he left. "It can't be right? Don't tell me Chancellor Leng is such a petty person. Is he going to settle scores for letting Tai Sui eat the spores?" Zhou Wen followed Leng Zongjing to his office in a somewhat depressed manner.
"Take a seat."
Leng Zongjing's office was different from the offices of ordinary chancellors. Instead of calling it an office, it was more like a tea room.
"Chancellor Leng, it's my fault for letting my companion beast eat the spores without your permission."
Zhou Wen first admitted his mistake to prevent Leng Zongjing from lecturing him. Leng Zongjing didn't mention this matter. He sat at the tea table and said as he brewed tea,
"Do you hate me for snatching the companion egg?"
Zhou Wen shook his head and said,
"That was originally your prey. It's only right for you to take the companion egg. Why would I have such thoughts?"
Zhou Wen really meant it. It was Leng Zongjing who had attacked the thousand-handed, bull-headed creature first. He was trying to scoop up the benefits, but ended up being taken advantage of by Leng Zongjing. There was nothing to be said. He could only blame himself for not being fast enough. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Leng Zongjing smiled and placed a cup of brewed tea in front of him. Then he continued,
"Do you know the origins of that golden bull?"
Zhou Wen only knew that the bull was called the Great Might Vajra Bull. As for its origins, he really didn't know anything. All he could do was shake his head.
"The golden bull's former thousand-handed form is an imitation of Great Might Virtue Vajra. Great Might Virtue Vajra was a guardian Vajra of Tantric Buddhism. It was able to subdue evil demons, so it was known as having great might. It had the virtues of defending the good, so it was also known as having great virtue. There are also titles such as Yamantaka, Vajrabhairava, and Bull-Headed Wisdom King. Previously, Tibetans believed that the Great Might Virtue Vajra was the wrath of Bodhisattva Manjusri, so it had great might and terrifying power.
Lung Zongjing said as he put down his teacup.
Does that mean that the Golden Bull is the true body of the mighty Great Might Virtue Vajra?
Zhou Wen said in surprise. He never expected the Golden Bull to have such a huge background. However, Lung Zongjing said with a smile.
If it was the real Great Might Virtue Vajra, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to kill it. At most, it can only be considered an embodiment.
Zhou Wen thought to himself, it's no wonder that the Golden Bull is called the Great Might Vajra Bull. So it's related to the Great Might Virtue Vajra. However, why is Principal Lung telling me this? As though he had seen through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Lung Zongjing took out an item from the drawer beside him and placed it on the table. It was the Great Might Vajra Bull Companion Egg. However, the Great Might Vajra Bull Companion Egg was somewhat different from before. There were thin lines drawn on it. They crisscrossed and looked like a more popular magic circle in the West District, but there were some symbols that looked like something from Tantric Buddhism that emitted strange energy fluctuations.
I've already dealt with this companion egg. Even at the epic stage, you will be able to incubate it. Do you want it?
Lung Zongjing said with a faint smile.
Would you believe me if I say I don't, Chancellor?
Zhou Wen asked. Lung Zongjing laughed.
Since you want it, take it. Really?
Zhou Wen felt that there was no free lunch in this world. How could anyone be so kind? They had paid such a huge price to deal with a mythical companion egg only to give it to him. Lung Zongjing said.
I'm afraid there's no way to resolve the problems in Dragon Gate Grotto from outside. In the end, we can only enter. That's a Buddhist land. When the time comes, this companion egg will definitely be of great use. Perhaps it can save lives, so those who have it have to enter Dragon Gate Grotto. You contributed to its birth, so you are the first person I'm asking. If you are going, just hatch it. If you aren't going, I hope you can leave it to others.
Zhou Wen was somewhat hesitant when he heard that. He naturally wanted the Great Might Vajra Bull, but Dragon Gate Grotto was extremely dangerous. If he entered it during this period of time, something ominous would definitely happen. Lung Zongjing didn't hurry him, nor did he say a word. All he did was drink his tea and wait for Zhou Wen's decision.
If I don't go, will you use this companion egg?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought. Lung Zongjing shook his head.
I have other things to do. I don't have the time to control it. Then who you plan on getting?
Zhou Wen asked again.
If you don't want it, the next candidate should be Tianzhua. I believe he won't reject it.
Lung Zongjing said.
Alright, I'll go.
Although Zhou Wen had some guesses, he couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard that Tianzhua might obtain the companion egg. After some thought, he agreed to enter Dragon Gate Grotto.
Take the companion egg and hatch it as soon as possible. The opportunity to enter Dragon Gate Grotto should be in the next few days.
Lung Zongjing said with a smile. Chapter 673 Clearing the Parasite Spores. Zhou Wen returned to his dorm with a Great Might Vajra Bull companion egg. He originally considered entering Dragon Gate Grotto, but when he saw Feng Qiuyan in the tent, he was shocked. He saw 2 mushrooms growing on Feng Qiuyan's face.
Why are there mushrooms on your face?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Before he left, he had already gotten Tai Sui to clean up the spores in the tent. After sealing the tent, there shouldn't have been any problems. Feng Qiuyan said with a smile.
I'm fine. I was just curious. I unzipped the tent and wanted to take a look at the situation outside, but who knew that I would succumb to it? However, it's not a big deal. There should be a way to resolve it. In your dreams. The military experts and tutors are studying the parasite spores, but they still haven't found a way to eliminate the mushrooms. Do you know that many soldiers have fainted because of the mushrooms? They might be like vegetative humans that won't wake up again.
Zhou Wen was somewhat anxious.
Then what should we do? I originally imagined that Brother Shun was fine when he came. We just wanted to see the situation outside, and didn't even go out. I originally imagined that nothing would happen, but I never expected little Yan Yan to fall victim.
Li Xian said gloomily.
You're fine?
Zhou Wen sized up Li Xian. Feng Qiuyan had fallen victim. Logically speaking, with the numerous spores, it was impossible for only 2 to float in. It was odd that Li Xian hadn't succumbed to it.
It should be because I'm wearing my carapace. I don't have any mushrooms growing on me,
Li Xian said.
That's very likely.
Zhou Wen nodded slightly.
It's fine. With so many tutors and military experts researching day and night, it's only a matter of time before they can come up with a treatment.
Feng Qiuyan ended up consoling them. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and said to Feng Qiuyan,
I have something that could work, but it's not guaranteed to be effective. It might end up completely useless. Do you want to give it a try?
Feng Qiuyan didn't ask Zhou Wen what method he had and said,
Coach, feel free to try. It's best if it works. It's fine if it's useless.
Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony as he summoned Dr. Darkness. Then, he got Dr. Darkness to use fight poison with poison to inject some poison into the mushrooms. The mushrooms quickly withered and fell off automatically. Zhou Wen and Li Xian waited for a while longer. Seeing that there weren't any mushrooms growing on the wound on Feng Qiuyan's face, they were overjoyed. And Tianzue had arrived at Leng Zongjing's office. He was brewing tea for Leng Zongjing, while Ansheng stood silently to the side.
Teacher, isn't it a little too hasty for you to give Zhou Wen the Great Might Vajra Bull companion egg?
And Tianzue held the teacup with both hands and said. Leng Zongjing said with a smile.
I've already seen some of his abilities. He should be able to control the Great Might Vajra Bull. Teacher, you think too highly of him. Although he does have some talent, and is quite lucky to have obtained some mythical companion beasts, he's still a student after all. His experience and mental state aren't mature enough. He hasn't experienced much, so I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with sudden and unknown crises. Instead, he will be a burden on us.
And Tianzue said.
I remember that when you were his age, you had already led the Sunset Army to battle everywhere. You engaged in a slaughter in many dimensional zones, right? In that case, he's not young anymore.
Leng Zongjing said as he sipped his tea.
How can that be the same? I was trained from a young age. I've experienced countless life and death situations, but he hasn't experienced any setbacks. Relying on him for this matter is unreliable. Why don't you reconsider?
And Tianzue said. Leng Zongjing smiled at Tianzue and said.
Are you afraid that he won't do well, or are you afraid that he will be in danger? Of course I'm afraid that he screws up and implicates us.
And Tianzue immediately answered.
So that's how it is. Then it's fine. Even if he can't help much, it's not a problem for him to control the Great Might Vajra Bull. As for whether he will die in there or not, it doesn't matter since you aren't concerned.
Leng Zongjing said with his eyes narrowed as he sipped his tea.
Teacher, you should have heard that the Empress Dowager in my family dotes on him very much. If he were to die inside, I wouldn't mind, but I'm afraid that the person back home wouldn't agree to it. When that happens, not only will I have a headache, but you will also have a headache, right?
And Tianzue said.
So that's how it is.
Leng Zongjing looked enlightened as he took a sip of tea and said.
However, I think Zhou Wen has quite a lot of combat experience. His adaptability isn't bad either, and he has quite a number of companion beasts. With the Great Might Vajra Bull's protection, there shouldn't be much of a problem.
And Tianzue was about to say something when a soldier reported.
Overseer, there's news from the Research Institute. The problem of the parasite spores has been resolved.
And Tianzue was overjoyed when he heard that. He got up and asked.
Excellent, that's great. Which expert or tutor came up with the solution?
Although the parasite spores were very weak, the effects they brought gave even Tianzue a headache. If they weren't resolved in time, the Sunset Army and the college would suffer a heavy blow. The soldier answered.
According to the news we received, a student's companion beast can restrain the parasite spores. The unconscious soldiers, who he helped, have already woken up. The mushrooms automatically peel off and stop growing. Currently, the student is clearing out the parasite spores on the soldiers and tutors. Student?
And Tianzue frowned slightly. Leng Zongjing smiled and asked.
What's the student's name? His name is Zhou Wen. He was the one who rushed into the dimensional creature horde yesterday to kill the golden bull.
The soldier immediately answered. Leng Zongjing turned his head to look at Tianzue and said.
What did I say? This Zhou Wen is still alright. He resolved a problem that so many people couldn't. If you say he's unsuitable, who else is more suitable?
Zhou Wen used Dr. Darkness to remove the parasite spores on everyone. Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison was indeed useful. As long as he injected it into the spores would quickly die and there wouldn't be a relapse.
Little one, well done.
Qin Wufu was the last to receive Zhou Wen's treatment. He patted Zhou Wen's shoulder and said,
Think about it again. Join me after graduation. You can name any conditions you want. It's still a long time before graduation. I haven't considered these matters,
Zhou Wen said.
It's about time to consider it carefully. The situation in the various parts of the Federation isn't too good right now. I wonder how many more years we can last,
Qin Wufu said with a sigh. After busying himself for more than a day, he finally removed all the spores that had parasitized people. When Zhou Wen returned to the tent, he originally wanted to take out the Great Might Vajra companion egg and hatch it. However, he realized that Tai Sui had completed its evolution. He hurriedly summoned it to see what changes it had. Chapter 674 Clashing Tai Sui. Tai Sui was still fair and tender. From its size, it had slimmed down from what it had eaten previously and returned to its original appearance. It looked no different from when it was at the mortal stage. Zhou Wen had no choice but to look at its information. Tai Sui, Epic Evolvable. Life Providence, Clashing Tai Sui. Life Soul, 12 Tai Sui Gods. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Essence Energy, 41. Talent Skill, Earth Escape. Companion Form, Mimicry. After Zhou Wen finished reading the stats, his expression turned odd. People in the East District probably knew about the words clashing Tai Sui. It meant that one was in for some unlucky times. As for the 12 Tai Sui gods, Zhou Wen had never heard of them. He carefully looked at the information on the Life Providence and Life Soul. Clashing Tai Sui. One's characteristic clashes with Tai Sui. 12 Tai Sui gods. Zodiac 12 Tai Sui gods. Although he didn't understand it clearly, Zhou Wen already felt that it was definitely not some lucky life providence. What good could come from having a characteristic clash with Tai Sui? If I had known this would happen, I might not have let it evolve. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with Tai Sui. He really couldn't bear to part with it by fusing it with something else. This was an existence that could advance to the mythical stage in the future. What was even rarer was that this fellow was extremely effective against microscopic dimensional creatures. When it was at the mortal stage, it could kill the mythical primordial spore. It was probably difficult to find another companion beast like that. Let's wait and see. If it really brings bad luck, I'll think of a way to deal with it. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to keep it for now. After putting away Tai Sui, Zhou Wen carefully sized up the Great Might Vidra Bull companion egg. There were many mysterious magic circles and incantations on it. Furthermore, the magic circles and incantations emitted intense essence energy fluctuations. Clearly, someone had used a strange power to inject essence energy into the magic circle and incantations. With the essence energy that was stored ahead of time, the difficulty of incubating it would decrease greatly. To be able to do something that amazing, it probably wasn't done by the typical epic stage expert. Zhou Wen studied it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out how the magic circles and incantations were produced. It was as though they had already entered deep into the companion egg. Such an ingenious method is like a precious treasure to an ordinary epic, but it's useless for me. Even without the pre-injected essence energy, I can still incubate a mythical companion egg. Zhou Wen tried injecting his essence energy to incubate the Great Might Vidra Bull. The essence energy didn't enter the companion egg directly. Instead, it circulated along the magic formation and incantations before entering the companion egg. Apart from the supplementary stored essence energy, it also slowed down the essence energy absorption speed of the mythical companion egg. The entire process was very smooth. Even an ordinary epic could incubate it with the help of the magic circles and incantations. I wonder if this technique is easy to learn. If I can learn it, it will be a good way to earn money. Many people will definitely be willing to pay to incubate high-level companion beasts. Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen didn't know that using this method was extremely difficult. There weren't more than 10 people in the entire Federation who could use such techniques. Furthermore, to carve the magic formation and incantations on it required expending a large number of precious resources. Unless it was a mythical companion egg, it wasn't worth spending such a huge price on the hatching of a typical companion egg. Back when Sheng hatched Love Letter, he couldn't bear to use this method. Instead, he found a dimensional zone with abundant essence energy and used the special essence energy environment, along with some essence energy crystals and mystical techniques to incubate it. Great Might Vidra Bull, Mythical. Life Providence, Extreme Might, Extreme Strength. Life Soul, Bull-Headed Wisdom King. Wheel of Destiny, Soul Suppression Bell. Strength, 80. Speed, 78. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 80. Talent Skill, Great Might Divine Horns, Fury of Thunder, Infallible Vidra, Buddha Flames. Companion Form, Mount. Its skills and attributes were very strong, and it had 4 skills. They looked pretty good. It had all the abilities it should have. The Golden Bell was the Great Might Vidra Bull's Wheel of Destiny, which was also the skill that Zhou Wen valued the most. However, what's with it being a mount? This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen one. He imagined that a companion beast in companion form would be a mount, no different from the typical companion beast form. I'll give it a try. Let's see how different this mount is from simply riding it. Zhou Wen took out his phone and entered the game dungeon before summoning the Great Might Vidra Bull. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that the Great Might Vidra Bull in its mount form was indeed different. When Zhou Wen rode the six-winged, he needed to command it. However, the Great Might Vidra Bull in its mount form didn't need Zhou Wen's commanding. It was as though it had become Zhou Wen's limb. It could move according to his wishes. The only difference was that the Great Might Vidra Bull didn't grow on him. Professional mounts are indeed different. Zhou Wen finally understood what the ancients meant by human and horse as one. Now, his riding skills, human and bull as one, was pretty good. At the very least, it was much more comfortable than riding six-winged. If there was any weakness of the Great Might Vidra Bull to point out, it would be its inability to fly.
It was indeed extremely powerful on the ground, but it couldn't fly or go into water. However, it doesn't matter. In any case, the skill I need the most is the Great Might Vajra Bull's Soul Suppression Bell. The other skills are secondary. Zhou Wen took the Great Might Vajra Bull to the Qiongqi Temple. The moment Qiongqi appeared, the Great Might Vajra Bull used the Soul Suppression Bell, causing Qiongqi to feel dizzy. Zhou Wen's Golden Overlord sword cleaved down, severely injuring Qiongqi with his sword. Following that, it was a one-sided slaughter. Soon, Qiongqi fell under his sword. Awesome. That's what a real man is. A cowboy. Zhou Wen felt extremely delighted. Killing monsters in such a manner was much easier than charging forward on his own. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Wen summoned the Primordial Spore to see how useful it was. As the stats of the Primordial Spore were too poor, Zhou Wen didn't dare use it against mythical creatures. Instead, he went to the back cave to test it out. The Primordial Spore slowly floated towards the ceiling of the cave. The poisonous bats hanging upside down didn't realize the impending danger. They didn't have the ability to discover a tiny existence like the Primordial Spore, so they had no idea that the danger was near them. The Primordial Spore landed on the head of a poison bat. The poison bat didn't even realize its existence as the Primordial Spore vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the Primordial Spore would grow a tiny mushroom over the poison bat's head like ordinary spores, but nothing like that happened. The poison bat suddenly opened its eyes, but the look in its eyes turned odd as it flapped its wings and moved towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 675 Soul Parasitizing. Could it be? Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the poison bat fly over. Indeed, the poison bat flew in front of Zhou Wen and encircled him. Zhou Wen could sense the thoughts of Primordial Spore in the poison bat's brain. With a thought, Zhou Wen issued an order to Primordial Spore. The poison bat flew up according to Zhou Wen's orders before charging at the group of poison bats and engaging the other poison bats in battle. The other poison bats were still somewhat puzzled, unsure what had happened. A few of them had been killed by the poison bat controlled by Primordial Spore before it was killed by the other poison bats. After the poison bat died, the Primordial Spore floated out and slowly returned to Zhou Wen's side. Zhou Wen was alarmed when he saw this, but he was pleasantly surprised. Is this soul parasitizing? This fellow can actually control other dimensional creatures through parasitizing. Then, can it control mythical creatures? Zhou Wen couldn't wait to give it a try. He went to the Torch Dragon Temple, hoping to see if he could get Primordial Spore to control Torch Dragon. Unfortunately, Torch Dragon had great eyesight. It immediately discovered the Primordial Spore and didn't give it a chance. It directly used the Bright Torch Vision World and sucked Primordial Spore into the Vision World. From the looks of it, it's still a little difficult to parasitize Torch Dragon. I'll try someone with poorer eyesight. The Primordial Spore was unable to penetrate Golden Battle God Halberd's body. Although it was not killed by Golden Battle God Halberd, it failed to parasitize it successfully. From the looks of it, Primordial Spore can only parasitize animals or plant-type dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he took it to the underground sea to test it out with the 9 black dragons. Primordial Spore successfully entered a black dragon's body, but the black dragon was clearly formidable. Primordial Spore was unable to control it given the short period of time. It only rooted itself in the black dragon's head, and it was unknown when it would completely gain control. From the feedback from Primordial Spore, it was not a matter of a few days. Primordial Spore's powers are pretty good, but it takes too long to control mythical creatures. It's not very useful in game. Zhou Wen had to respawn dungeons every day, so it was impossible for him to use Primordial Spore to slowly parasitize creatures. Although it's not very useful in game, if I can get Primordial Spore to parasitize a powerful dimensional creature in real life, wouldn't I have an extremely powerful fighter? Who should I parasitize? There are already many terrifying dimensional creatures in Dragon Gate Grotto. Why don't I find an opportunity here? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he planned how to use Primordial Spore to maximize his benefits. Over the next few days, many strange dimensional creatures rushed out of Dragon Gate Grotto. Although many dimensional creatures were ferocious, the damage they caused wasn't as great as the parasite spores. Sometimes, powerful dimensional creatures were not as terrifying as the weak spores. As Zhou Wen had treated almost every soldier and officer, the soldiers and officers were very respectful to him when he delivered the supplies. Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan had also gained the respect of the soldiers and officers because of their achievements in the previous battle. Although the dimensional creatures that rushed out of Dragon Gate Grotto were destroyed, the situation didn't improve. The golden robes of the skeleton in the mountain temple became even more resplendent. Even in the dark night, it illuminated the entire Dragon Gate Grotto. The river beside Dragon Gate Grotto hadn't been peaceful for the past few days. The temperature of the river was extremely high. In the beginning, it only emitted white steam,
but it had begun boiling over the past 2 days. The fish and shrimps inside died and floated to the surface of the river. No one dared to fish up the shrimps. In the end, they fell apart from the river's boiling and sank.
What's the origins of the monk-robed skeleton in the mountain seal? Do you think the anomaly in Dragon Gate Grotto is because of the monk-robed skeleton?
After Li Xian and Zhou Wen finished transporting the supplies, they stood by the river's defense line and looked at Dragon Gate Grotto. All they could see was golden light enveloping it. And the source of the golden light was the monk-robed skeleton.
That's possible.
Zhou Wen also felt that it was possible. However, up to now, no one could clearly tell the source of Dragon Gate Grotto's anomaly. Lung Zongjing hadn't looked for Zhou Wen since his private conversation with him. Therefore Zhou Wen wasn't kept abreast of the situation. There was one thing that Zhou Wen was more concerned about. For so many days, the giant golden bird that had lived above Dragon Gate Grotto hadn't revealed itself. It was unknown what it was waiting for. Boom! Boom! As the two of them were watching Dragon Gate Grotto, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the other side of the river bank. The ground seemed to quake with the sound. The river also produced ripples due to the shock. The ripples pushed forward ripple by ripple before finally creating a wave. Zhou Wen and Li Xian looked in the direction of the sound. Under the moonlight, they saw a gigantic white elephant walking along the river bank. It was likely heading to Dragon Gate Grotto based on the direction it was traveling.
What a huge white elephant! Where did this fellow come from?
Li Xian asked in surprise. The white elephant was indeed massive. An ordinary elephant probably didn't even reach its knees. Not only was its body huge, but it also emitted a strange glow as though it was bathed in holy light. Its pair of tusks were pure and white as if they were made of jade. The gigantic white elephant walked over step by step. Every step it took made a huge print in the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The houses in the encampment seemed to sway with every step. The white elephant was clearly not a dimensional creature from Dragon Gate Grotto. It walked to the opposite side of Dragon Gate Grotto and directly entered the river. It looked like it wanted to cross the river and enter Dragon Gate Grotto. The river was boiling, and the temperature was extremely high. However, the white elephant didn't seem to notice it. The moment it stepped in, the river overflowed. Lung Zongjing and Tianzhua, Qin Wufu, and company had already come out. They were also watching the white elephant. The soldiers guarding the front line couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw that the white elephant wasn't heading towards the encampment. The pressure the white elephant gave them was just too strong. The elephant parted the river's water. Its might left one shuddering. Just as the elephant was about to reach the center of the river, a hook-like black claw suddenly reached out from the river. Chapter 676 Monk-Robed Skeleton. The white elephant didn't seem to notice the black claw as it continued walking forward. However, when the black claw touched its body, white smoke emitted. As if charcoal had encountered water, the black claw retreated back into the river. The huge white elephant continued walking towards Dragon Gate Grotto, as though nothing had happened. It was as though it only had one goal in its eyes. The black claw never appeared again even when the white elephant stepped onto the river bank. When it tore out of the water and got ashore, the water droplets on his body automatically slid off, leaving nothing behind. Zhou Wen and company watched helplessly as the white elephant walked towards Dragon Gate Grotto and headed for the mountain temple. Li Xian looked at where Tianzhua and company were. Seeing that they were only standing high above and watching without giving any orders, he turned back to look at the white elephant. The white elephant walked on the mountain rocks. Wherever the giant foot passed, the rocks cracked, leaving behind huge footprints. The dimensional creatures in Dragon Gate Grotto didn't dare approach the white elephant. All of them hid in the cave and trembled, not daring to walk out of the cave. The huge white elephant walked all the way to the temple before stopping to look at the monk-robed skeleton that emitted a resplendent golden light. It raised its trunk and let out an elephant's trumpet.
Not good! Quickly cover your ears!
Zhou Wen shouted at Li Xian. However, it was already a little too late. Everyone felt a thunderclap in their ears, causing their minds to buzz. The soldiers with weaker cultivation levels fell to the ground. Even epic officers saw stars.
Help! Help me up! Why do I feel like I'm in front of gold ingots?
Li Xian seemed drunk as his body swayed violently. Zhou Wen was fine as he hurriedly held him up. After a while, Li Xian, the epic officers, and tutors came to their senses. As for the soldiers, they were still lying on the ground, unable to stand up as though they were drunk. When Zhou Wen looked at the temple, he saw that the white elephant had already stepped into it. The moment it stepped into the temple, the golden light on the monk-clothed skeleton suddenly flared up brightly like the sun. The golden light shone on the white elephant's body, causing it to falter. The white elephant paused for a moment, but it quickly walked towards the monk-robed skeleton again. Under the suppression of the terrifying golden light, it found it extremely difficult to take a step forward. However, It had no intention of giving up. It continued walking towards the monk-robed skeleton. The closer it was to the skeleton, the slower its speed became. When it was only a few steps away from the skeleton, it took each step like it was carrying a mountain. Finally, the white elephant walked in front of the monk-robed skeleton. Just as Zhou Wen was guessing what it was about to do, it raised its trunk and swept it at the monk-robed skeleton as though it was a huge pillar that emitted terrifying holy light.
It wants to destroy the monk's remains?
Li Xian said in surprise. Just as he said that, the white elephant's trunk slammed into the monk-robed skeleton. However, the monk-robed skeleton wasn't smashed to bits. It continued sitting there cross-legged. It suddenly raised its bony hand and grabbed the white elephant's trunk. In the next moment, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. With a wave of the skeleton's hand, the gigantic elephant's body was easily thrown away. Under Zhou Wen and company's horrified gazes, the massive elephant fell into the river beneath Dragon Gate Grotto. Boom! Water splashed up hundreds of feet high as the huge elephant's body smashed into the river, creating a huge crater at the bottom. Instantly, the water level around the river bank increased drastically, almost reaching the encampment.
That monk-robed skeleton is alive? Did he throw the terrifying elephant flying with one hand? What kind of crazy strength is that?
Li Xian exclaimed. Zhou Wen was alarmed and uncertain. It could fling such a massive and powerful white elephant easily. Such immense strength was probably something only Tyrant Behemoth could achieve when it used absolute strength. However, no matter how Zhou Wen looked at it, the monk-robed skeleton didn't look like it had powers like absolute strength. What's his background? Why is the white elephant attacking him? Zhou Wen sized up the monk-robed skeleton in surprise. The skeleton was crystalline and it emitted an intense golden glow, like a Buddha's golden body. Although the monk robe was tattered, it couldn't conceal the Buddhist light. He sat in a lotus position with a stone door behind him. There were no words or patterns on the door, and behind it was an extremely simple squarish stone house. The stone house was less than 2 meters tall, and the stone door was even shorter. The monk-robed skeleton was sitting in front of the door, which was only 20 to 30 centimeters taller than him. A normal adult would probably have to bend to enter. Could it be that there's something strange in the stone house behind the monk-robed skeleton? Zhou Wen was guessing when he heard a tumultuous sound. Turning his head, he saw the white elephant fighting a similarly gigantic black creature in the river. As the river water churned, Zhou Wen finally saw what the black object was.
What a huge turtle! Such a huge turtle must have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Killing it to make a stew will definitely be nutritious.
Li Xian exclaimed with widened eyes. The black creature was actually a huge turtle. It was pitch black, and its shell was like black iron. Its body wasn't much smaller than the white elephant. It fought the white elephant in the river and bit its neck, refusing to let go. The white elephant couldn't shake it off no matter how hard it tried. Its holy flesh and blood couldn't defend it from the turtle's teeth. Blood gushed out from the bite, dyeing the river red. Terrifying power constantly erupted from the elephant's body, but it couldn't do anything to the huge turtle. The turtle's shell was just too hard. Even with the elephant's strength, it couldn't smash it open. The holy light on the white elephant's body grew dimmer. Just as the huge turtle was about to kill it in the river, a bird's cry suddenly resounded. A golden light descended from the sky. It was the giant golden bird. It tore through the air like a bolt of lightning as its pair of talons grabbed at the tortoise's turtle shell. It managed to penetrate the black iron like turtle shell. The pain made the turtle release its grip. However, the golden bird didn't stop. It flapped its wings and lifted the huge turtle high into the sky. It brandished its sharp claws and tore it to pieces in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered across the sky. The people in the encampment were dumbfounded. The golden bird was so ferocious that it left them terrified. This giant bird's strength is probably comparable to Tyrant Behemoth. Zhou Wen was also alarmed. Only now did he realize how impressive Lung Zongjing's feat of getting the giant golden bird to retreat was. Chapter 677 The Tragic Death of a Mythical. The turtle shell was extremely hard, but it couldn't withstand the golden bird's sharp claws at all. In a moment, it was torn to pieces. The golden bird then ate it in midair, killing it in the blink of an eye. How horrid. To think I actually fought it before. It's really lucky that I didn't die. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed. Back then, he wasn't as strong as he was now. Of course, that wasn't a real battle. The golden bird's target wasn't him, or Zhou Wen wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. When the huge turtle was killed by the golden bird, the white elephant finally crawled out of the river. The wounds on its body rapidly healed. The strength of the huge white elephant was originally above the huge turtle's, but it had been thrown out by the monk-clothed skeleton, rendering it completely defenseless. This produced an opening for the huge turtle to take advantage of the situation. The golden bird tore and ate up the turtle, but it had no intention of touching the elephant. It flapped its wings and shot straight into the clouds like a bolt of golden lightning, disappearing behind the mountain peak. After the wounds on the elephant's body healed, it charged towards the monk-robed skeleton in the temple again. Its holy light surged crazily, but it was barely able to reach the skeleton. As it had been severely injured, it didn't even have the ability to attack the monk-robed skeleton. After persisting for a long period of time, the strength of the elephant slowly dwindled from the clash with the golden light. Finally, it couldn't withstand the impact of the golden light as its massive body appeared to be struck by rapids. It rolled down Dragon Gate Grotto and fell into the river, triggering a huge wave.
That monk-robed skeleton is really too powerful,
Li Xian exclaimed.
Did you see the object that the skeleton seems to be holding in its hand?
Zhou had been observing the skeleton. He had managed to throw the white elephant away with one hand, but his other hand never moved. It had always been covered by the monk robes. Zhou saw that there seemed to be an abnormal bulge. Unfortunately, Truth Listener's ability was affected by the golden light. He couldn't tell what was happening around the monk-robed skeleton, or he would have known if there was anything in his hand. Li Xian used his live soul's insect eyes to look, but he only saw something vague. He couldn't tell what it was either.
Do you think the white elephant is so desperate for the item in his hand?
Li Xian guessed.
I'm not sure yet. Let's wait and see.
Zhou saw the white elephant crawl out again as it panted by the riverside. However, it was unwilling to give up. After resting for a while, it charged towards the monk-robed skeleton for the third time. Li Xian said to Zhou,
if the elephant falls again, it will have even weaker stamina. I wonder if we can take advantage of it. I'm just afraid that the golden bird and the white elephant are in cahoots. You've seen the outcome of that huge turtle. If you aren't afraid of death, give it a try.
Zhou definitely wouldn't give it a try. He wouldn't even try it with his pets. After all, each of his mythical pets had been obtained with great difficulty. Every one of them was obtained through blood and tears. Every death made his heart ache.
That makes sense. That golden bird is too terrifying. It's probably an existence that can match Primordial Sword Immortal and Tyrant Behemoth. From its abilities, it seems to be focused on speed and offensive strength. Could it be the legendary Golden Winged Roc?
Li Xian guessed.
That's very likely.
Zhou also felt that the golden bird resembled the legendary Golden Winged Roc. As the two of them spoke, the white elephant rushed into the temple again and trudged towards the monk-robed skeleton. This time, the white elephant was different from before. Its tusks lit up like two bright lamps. It resisted the golden light, making it rush towards the monk-robed skeleton in a seemingly easier manner than the first two times. However, Zhou realized that the elephant's tusks were constantly burning. Its strength seemed to be exchanged from burning the tusks. Finally, the huge white elephant charged in front of the monk-robed skeleton, with the brilliance produced by burning the tusks. It lowered its head, and used its burning tusks to slam into the monk-robed skeleton. Before the tusks reached the monk, the force produced by thrusts blew at the monk robes. Zhou had been paying constant attention to the monk-robed skeleton. When the monk robe fluttered, he saw that the other skeleton hand was placed above his thigh bone. In that hand was a golden crystal that was about the size of a chicken egg. It looked slightly oval. The moment the crystal appeared, it immediately emitted a golden glow that illuminated the entire mountain temple. Nothing could be seen. Even with Zhou and Li Xian's eyesight, they couldn't see anything. After a while, the golden light vanished. When everyone saw the scene inside the temple again, they widened their eyes in horror. The white elephant was still in front of the monk-robed skeleton. It hadn't been thrown down this time, but its flesh and organs had completely vanished. All that was left was a skeleton standing in front of the monk-robed skeleton, maintaining the posture of lowering its head to strike. It was the last scene Zhou and company had seen. A gust of wind blew, and the huge skeleton suddenly scattered like flour. It landed on the ground and covered the entire mountain temple. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they broke out in cold sweat. In the middle of the afternoon, everyone felt their bodies turn cold.
What was that bead just now?
Li Xian stared at the monk-robed skeleton in the temple. The monk robe fell again, covering the bead. They couldn't see anything anymore.
I don't know, but there's a companion egg on the ground,
Zhou said as he pointed towards the temple. In the pile of bone powder, there was a white companion egg. It was about half as tall as a person. It was clearly left behind by the white elephant after its death.
The white elephant's companion egg is good stuff, but who would dare enter to take it?
Although Li Xian's self-healing ability was very strong, he wasn't so foolhardy to believe that he could withstand the terrifying golden light. Zhou had some ideas. Although the elephant wasn't a top-notch mythical creature, it was still a mythical creature. I wonder if I can send an epic companion beast in and get it out. Just as Zhou had this thought, someone had already done so. Among the epic experts sent by the local major families in Luoyang, an epic expert summoned an epic immortal crane. It flew into the temple, hoping to get the companion egg out. However, just as the immortal crane flew into the mountain temple, its body came into contact with the golden light emitted by the monk-robed skeleton. It immediately disintegrated and died. Everyone was alarmed. Only then did they realize that not anyone could enter the mountain temple. The white elephant could travel against the golden light in the mountain temple, but that didn't mean they could do the same.
Thankfully, I didn't enter.
Li Xian broke out into a cold sweat. He had really wanted to rush into the temple to retrieve the white elephant's companion egg. Chapter 678 Determining its Attributes. No one dared to act rashly. They just watched. Everyone wanted the white elephant companion egg, but no one dared to send a companion beast into the mountain temple. The death of the epic immortal crane was truly shocking. Although Zhou Wen felt that his mythical companion beast was likely capable of withstanding the golden light emitted by the monk-robed skeleton, he was afraid that the golden light from the crystal would erupt again. When that happened, even a mythical might not be able to withstand it. To sacrifice a mythical companion beast for a mythical companion egg, with the possibility of not getting it back, made it too risky. And Tianzua and Ling Zongjing didn't let their companion beasts enter the mountain temple. Clearly, they had the same qualms. Two mythical creatures had died. No one dared to enter the temple to grab the companion eggs. There were no new changes in Dragon Gate Grotto. Qin Wufu had already ordered the troops to disperse and rest. The soldiers and officers returned to their respective positions. As for the epic experts from the noble families, they sized up the companion egg unwillingly, and tried to think of ways to get it out. In the end, they lost several epic companion beasts and failed to enter the mountain temple. Zhou Wen ultimately held back his urges, and didn't let his mythical companion beast enter. Before figuring out the origins of the monk-clothed skeleton and the crystal, taking risks meant death.
Young Master Wen, Chancellor Lung wants to see you,
and Sheng said, as Zhou Wen was loading the supplies. Zhou Wen put down his work and followed in Sheng to Lung Zongjing's office. When Zhou Wen arrived, he realized that Tianzua and Qin Wufu were there. Zhou Wen pretended not to see Tianzua, and only greeted Chancellor Lang and Qin Wufu.
Little Zhou, come and have a seat.
Qin Wufu warmly invited Zhou Wen to take a seat. Only then did Lung Zongjing say,
You all saw what happened in the mountain temple. What are your thoughts?
Qin Wufu said.
Chancellor, do you think the golden crystal in the skeleton's hand is the legendary relic? There's a possibility, but relics are Buddhist treasures. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have such destructive force,
said Lung Zongjing. And Tianzua thought for a moment and said,
I do have an idea. Perhaps that monk-robed skeleton isn't a dimensional creature from Dragon Gate Grotto. Go into the detail.
Lung Zongjing gestured for Tianzua to continue. And Tianzua continued.
When we saw him sitting cross-legged in his monk robes, we thought he was a dimensional creature from Dragon Gate Grotto. However, the power he used, including the crystal, looks different from the Buddhist-type creatures I've seen before. That's right.
Lung Zongjing nodded calmly. And Tianzua added,
From my point of view, he's the same as the white elephant and the golden bird. They are all eyeing the things inside Dragon Gate Grotto's mountain temple. However, he entered rather early, so he occupied the spot. The white elephant's target isn't him, but the stone house behind him. In conclusion, the thing that caused Dragon Gate Grotto to mutate might very well be inside that stone house. Tianzua's guess coincides with mine. The golden winged bird and the monk-robed skeleton are top mythical creatures. If we want to achieve anything, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid competing with them. We need to make early preparations.
After Lung Zongjing said that, he looked at Zhou Wen and said,
When the time comes, you can enter the mountain temple with us. You have to be prepared to fight the golden winged bird and the monk-robed skeleton. If you have any worries, tell me ahead of time. Yes, I'll prepare well,
Zhou Wen answered. Lung Zongjing nodded and continued.
Let's say that the monk-robed skeleton isn't a dimensional creature from Dragon Gate Grotto, nor is he a Buddhist-type creature. Which type do you think it is?
Qin Wufu pondered and said,
I've seen quite a number of dimensional creatures over the years, but this is the first time I've seen such power.
Seeing Lung Zongjing look at him, and Tianzua shook his head and said,
I've never seen it before.
Seeing that everyone was unsure of the skeleton's strength, Lung Zongjing said,
Since that's the case, let's start from judging the skeleton's strength stat.
Zhou Wen listened to their discussion from the side, and didn't say a word. After all, he was still too young. The dimensional zones and dimensional creatures he had come into contact with were limited. His experience couldn't compare to the few people present, so all he could do was listen to their discussion. It would also broaden his knowledge. Lung Zongjing and company planned on using the most primitive and most effective method to probe what kind of dimensional creature the monk-robed skeleton was. The method was very simple. It was to use the principle of attribute strengths and weaknesses. They would send companion beasts of similar strength, but of different types into the mountain temple. Then, They could observe the reactions after being attacked by the golden light in the mountain temple. If they were strong or weak against it, they would definitely have different reactions. They might die quickly or last a little longer. By using these minute differences, one could roughly deduce the monk-clothed skeleton's type. Of course, this method had a premise. Among the companion beasts used for testing, there had to be existences that were strong or weak against the monk-robed skeleton, or they would be useless. After the discussion ended, and Sheng was in charge of the probe. Zhou Wen didn't receive any assigned missions, as he continued his preparations. The test didn't go smoothly. And Sheng used 19 different legendary companion beasts to test, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Finally, he felt that it was likely that a legendary companion beast was too weak. Even if it was strong or weak against it, it was difficult to show it. They had to use epic companion beasts in the second round of testing. The results of the second round of tests were the same. Despite sacrificing more than 10 epic companion beasts, they still failed to figure out the attributes of the monk-robed skeleton. The only thing they could confirm was that the monk-robed skeleton wasn't a Buddhist type. Zhou Wen kept thinking about how he could safely get the white elephant companion egg out, so he was also studying the attributes of the monk-robed skeleton. Unfortunately, there wasn't an anomaly in Dragon Gate Grotto in-game, nor was there a mountain temple or monk-robed skeleton. There was no way to test it in-game. After some thought, Zhou Wen had an idea. Primordial Spore's life providence was eternal immortality. Although its stats weren't high, it wasn't easy to kill it. Even the Golden Overlord Sword's Golden Sword Beam, which had the augmentation of ever victorious and unstoppable, couldn't kill Primordial Spore. This showed how powerful the eternal immortality life providence was. At present, Zhou Wen only knew that there were two types of skills that could directly kill Primordial Spore: Bright Torch Vision World and Tai Sui's innate talent. Therefore, Zhou Wen thought of letting Primordial Spore enter the temple to give it a try. Perhaps he might discover something. Having made up his mind, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate any further. He released Primordial Spore and allowed it to float slowly towards the mountain temple. Chapter 679. It's here for me. Primordial Spore slowly floated over the river and headed for the mountain temple. Although there were many fairies and mollusks wandering around, none of them noticed the existence of Primordial Spore. Zhou Wen realized that using Primordial Spore to scout the way was extremely effective. Few dimensional creatures could discover its existence. Primordial Spore made its way to the temple without any obstructions. However, the moment Primordial Spore entered the temple, something went wrong. Although Primordial Spore wasn't killed by the golden light that enveloped the entire mountain temple, its body emitted a blinding light when it clashed with the golden light. It was like a firefly's glow. Although the light wasn't eye-catching, it made Primordial Spore lose the advantage of being virtually invisible. Primordial Spore flew through the golden light, and soon arrived beside the white elephant companion egg. As it had the eternal immortality life providence, it wasn't killed by the golden light. Having been exposed, it was too risky to let Primordial Spore fly towards the monk-robed skeleton. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wen wasn't greedy. He got Primordial Spore to land on the white elephant's companion egg before getting it to push the companion egg. He wanted to see if he could push the companion egg out of the temple. Primordial Spore's strength was very weak, but that was when compared to other mythical creatures. At the very least, it had 41 strength. It was more than enough to push the white elephant's companion egg. Now, Zhou Wen was only a little worried. He didn't know if the monk-robed skeleton would interfere. Zhou Wen constantly observed the monk-robed skeleton's movements. As long as he made any abnormal movements, Zhou Wen would immediately get Primordial Spore to escape and leave the companion egg behind. However, the monk-robed skeleton didn't react. Primordial Spore stuck to the white elephant companion egg, pushing it and making it slowly roll out of the temple. The soldiers monitoring the mountain temple discovered the phenomenon of the white elephant companion egg and immediately reported it to their superiors. Soon and Tianzhua, Qin Wufu, and company came out. Indeed, they saw the white elephant companion egg roll out of the mountain temple.
What's going on? Why is the companion egg rolling out?
Qin Wufu said in surprise, as he held a pair of binoculars. This was because after leaving the mountain temple, Primordial Spore no longer produced any light from resisting the golden light. Qin Wufu and company couldn't see Primordial Spore at all. And Tianzhua was also somewhat puzzled as he ordered the soldiers.
Be on high alert to prevent any incidents.
After issuing the order, Tianzhua carefully observed the companion egg, but he couldn't figure it out. It was as though the companion egg had gained sentience and was rolling down the mountain. The tutors and epic experts from the rich and powerful families were also attracted over. Although they all wanted the white elephant companion egg, they found it odd to see it roll out. No one dared to snatch it.
It's coming! It's coming to the encampment!
Someone realized that after the companion egg rolled down, it jumped into the river and leisurely crossed the river. It then rolled up to the river bank and rolled towards the encampment.
Everyone, be careful.
A group of soldiers, tutors, and epic experts were all waiting solemnly. They stared at the companion egg as though they were facing a great enemy. And Tianzhua and Leng Zhongzhen were also staring at it. Zhou Wen only wanted to get the companion egg out, having never expected to cause such a grand lineup. It didn't seem right to take the companion egg in front of everyone. Zhou Wen was still hesitating about what to do when the companion egg rolled to the encampment. The soldiers aimed their guns at it, as though they would shoot at it with everything they had once the order was given. The epic experts had also summoned their companion beasts. It looked like they were preparing for battle.
I'm sorry. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry. It's here for me.
Zhou Wen had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out. He raised his hands and waved at the soldiers, gesturing for them not to shoot. Everyone was taken aback when they heard him say that. And Tianzua's expression was even stranger.
What do you mean it's here to look for you?
And Tianzhua and company found it odd. A companion egg came down from the mountain temple to find Zhou Wen? Could it be that it had rested in the temple for too long and wanted to come down the mountain to chat with Zhou Wen? Wasn't that ridiculous? Everyone stared at Zhou Wen with odd expressions. The soldiers didn't lower their guns. The epic experts' companion beasts were still staring at the companion egg. Clearly, they couldn't believe Zhou Wen's words. Zhou Wen had no choice but to bite the bullet and wave at the companion egg. He said,
It's fine. I'll take it now. Everyone, you may return to your work.
Everyone was alarmed when they saw the companion egg roll towards Zhou Wen. Could it be that something like a companion egg would find someone they knew? Many people had mixed expressions. Zhou Wen carried the companion egg and walked back. At that moment, Tianzhua waved his hand, gesturing for the soldiers to return to their positions before they lowered their guns.
From the looks of it, young Master Wen has quite good social relations. Even a companion egg delivers itself to him.
And Sheng said with a smile. And Tianzhua said with a cold expression,
It's just a lowly trick.
With that said, he ignored everyone and returned to his office.
This little Zhou is getting more and more interesting.
Leng Zhongzhen looked at Zhou Wen with a smile before turning to leave. The news of companion eggs coming down the mountain to chat with Zhou Wen immediately spread in the encampment. The more it spread, the crazier it became.
You might not know about this. It was a cold, windy day. Countless heroes used all kinds of companion beasts, but none of them were able to extract the companion egg from the mountain temple. It could be said that there were countless deaths and injuries. However, who would have expected that the companion egg of the huge white elephant couldn't withstand the loneliness in the middle of the dark, windy night? It went down the mountain to chat with young Master Zhou. Speaking of young Master Zhou, he's no ordinary person. At Chess Mountain's encampment, he is known as Dr. Little Zhou. He healed the strange ailment of the Chess Mountain. Now, at Dragon Gate Grotto's encampment, he showed his might and wiped out the mushroom monsters that left many helpless.
A soldier, who had seen Zhou Wen while being stationed at Chess Mountain, explained to his colleagues, who had missed the development because they were resting.
Do you know why young Master Zhou Wen has so many magical abilities? To be honest, my third uncle's niece's second aunt's cousin-in-law is the gardener of the Yin family. According to his reliable sources, young Master Wen is Madame Lan's son, the overseer's younger brother. If you ask me why young Master Wen's surname is Zhou and not An, then we will have to talk about a tragic past. You might not believe it, but the overseer and young Master Wen are twins. Back when Madame Lan was giving birth, a great enemy attacked. After Madame Lan gave birth to the overseer and young Master Wen was snatched away by the bad guys.
Ordinary soldiers didn't know about the Yin family and the Zhou family. However, when they heard that Zhou Wen was Madame Lan's son, and after making some additional associations, the rumors became crazier and crazier. When the rumors reached Tianzua's ears, the corners of his eyes twitched for a long time, but he remained silent. And Sheng didn't dare say a word as he stood at the side with a solemn expression. His face was taut, but for some reason, he looked very uncomfortable. Chapter 680 An Opportunity.
Old Zhou, how did you do it?
Li Xian widened his eyes as he looked at the companion egg that Zhou Wen had carried back. Feng Qiuyan had also seen the companion egg come down the mountain to look for Zhou Wen. After some thought, he came to a realization.
Coach, you must be proficient in the language of eggs. You can communicate with the companion egg, right?
Zhou Wen was instantly rendered speechless. All he could do was explain.
I used a microscopic companion beast to push the companion egg down. I know nothing about egg language. I see.
Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan were immediately enlightened. Zhou Wen took some time to look at the stats of the huge white elephant's companion egg and realized that its stats were rather good. White elephant, mythical. Life providence, guardian elephant. Life soul, holy tusks. Wheel of destiny, holy guardian. Strength, 80. Speed, 72. Constitution, 79. Essence Energy, 80. Talent Skill, Saint Energy Augmentation, Heaven Pillar Strike, Holy Impact. Companion Form, Mount. Another mount? Zhou was immediately depressed. He only had one, but, so how could he ride two companion beasts at the same time? After some thought, Zhou didn't store White Elephant into his phone, nor did he hatch it. White Elephant and Great Might Vajra Bull were considered companion beasts of the same type. Furthermore, its stats couldn't compare to the Great Might Vajra Bull. Even if he hatched it, it wouldn't be of much use to Zhou. As for using it as an ordinary companion beast, Zhou felt that it wasn't necessary. Now that he had the ability to grind mythical companion eggs, there would definitely be many mythical companion beasts with such stats in the future. Furthermore, he couldn't take those mythical companion eggs out for sale. Why don't I sell this White Elephant companion egg or exchange it for something? It's useless to me anyway. Zhou thought for a moment and realized that selling it didn't seem appropriate. Mythical companion beasts were rare. There were probably only about 100 of them in the entire Federation. They were no longer things that money could measure. Furthermore, it was useless for Zhou to have so much money. He was not at all materialistic.
Old Zhou, your luck is too good. How old are you? And you've already obtained another mythical companion beast. I reckon the old fellows from the 6 families don't have as many mythical companion beasts as you.
Li Xian said enviously.
If you want it, you can buy it,
Zhou said.
For real?
Li Xian was slightly taken aback. He never expected Zhou to say that.
Of course it's true. I'm short of money. You can't cheat me on the price.
Zhou felt that letting Li Xian have a mythical companion beast wasn't a bad idea.
I appreciate the thought, but I can't take this companion egg. I want my first mythical companion egg to be something I killed myself,
Li Xian said seriously.
Xiuyan, what about you? Are you interested?
Zhou asked Feng Qiuyan again.
The white elephant doesn't suit me.
Feng Qiuyan was even more direct. Zhou was depressed. He wanted to give the companion egg away, but no one wanted it.
Since you aren't interested, I'll get Ensheng to help me sell it,
Zhou said as he called Ensheng.
Young Master One, is there something urgent? If not, I'll come over to you after I'm done with my matters,
Ensheng carefully said as he glanced at the sullen Tianzhua.
It's nothing serious. It's just the white elephant companion egg. I want to sell it. Help me see if anyone wants it,
Zhou said. Ensheng was immediately alarmed when he heard that.
Young Master One, you want to sell the white elephant companion egg? Why are you doing this? If there's a problem with incubation, we can help you. No, I just feel that it's useless. It's a waste having it with me. I want to exchange it for something useful,
Zhou said. Ensheng was immediately rendered speechless. Zhou was the only one who claimed that mythical companion beasts were useless. However, on second thought, it made sense. Zhou had too many mythical companion beasts. Furthermore, with terrifying existences like Torch Dragon and Tyrant Behemoth, a white elephant was nothing to him.
Young Master One, wait for me. I'll come to you. Let's talk in person,
Ensheng said before hanging up.
Overseer, Young Master One wants to sell the white elephant companion egg,
Ensheng said to Tianzhua. Ensheng had said it loudly just now, so Tianzhua had naturally heard it. He said with a deadpan expression.
Foolish. He's beginning to become arrogant just because he has some wealth. Since he wants to sell it, buy it. Give him whatever he wants. Don't miss a single cent. Young Master One isn't a greedy person. He might say that he wants to sell it, but he just wants to give it to us,
Ensheng explained on Zhou behalf.
There's no sincerity at all. Is this how a gift is given to someone? Furthermore, even if it's a gift, it's for you. I have nothing to do with him, nor will I take his things. Therefore, it should be you, not us. Be more precise with your words in the future. As my adjutant, you aren't even precise with your words. What kind of adjutant are you?
And Tianzhua waved his hand and said,
Don't bother me. Go back to work.
Ensheng had no choice but to leave the office and head to Zhou.
Young Master One, what do you want to exchange it for?
Ensheng asked as he looked at the white elephant companion egg.
I want 5 million,
Zhou said.
That's nothing. Mythical companion eggs are worth far more than that,
Zhou said.
As for the rest, I want some rather special epic essence energy skill crystals,
Zhou said after some thought. His offensive means were still too uniform. He wanted to try and see if he could develop a divine offensive skill.
Be specific,
Ensheng said.
It's best if it's an attack skill with special effects. It's best if it's a palm technique.
Zhou had always wanted to advance his Ashen Palm, but he had no suitable direction.
How about this? I don't think you've thought it through. I'll give you a catalog later for you to choose,
Ensheng said.
Alright, that's settled then. Take the companion egg away.
Zhou was rather satisfied with the deal. And Shung didn't stand on ceremony, as he took the white elephant companion egg back and quickly returned with a catalog for Zhou. There were many epic essence energy skill crystals listed on it. However, the catalog only had the names of essence energy skill crystals. He didn't know what kind of skills they were.
You probably can't tell what kind of essence energy skills they are just by their names. What you can choose is probably the attributes. It's best if you choose an essence energy skill crystal that matches your essence energy art.
And Shung suggested. Zhou read for a while, unsure what essence energy skill he should choose. He had dropped quite a number of essence energy skill crystals, and had learned quite a number of skills, but there were very few that he could usually use.
Young Master One, if you can't make up your mind, I have a suggestion.
And Shung said.
What's the suggestion?
Zhou asked.
Rather than exchanging the egg for essence energy skill crystals, why don't you exchange it for a chance?
And Shung said with a serious expression.
What chance?
Zhou looked at Shung in puzzlement.
Previously, I entered a mysterious dimensional zone with the Overseer.
And Shung explained. Chapter 681 Treasure Chest in a Maze. According to Shung, he and Tianzhua had accidentally fallen into a mysterious dimensional zone. It was like a maze. Furthermore, there were many treasure chests in the maze. Opening the treasure chest could give them companion eggs, dimensional crystals, or strange objects. It was also possible not to receive anything. And Tianzhua's first mythical companion egg was obtained from there. However, one person could only open 3 treasure chests in the maze. And Shung's luck wasn't too good. He opened 3 treasure chests, but he didn't obtain any mythical companion eggs. However, it wasn't as though he didn't get anything. In the maze, Shung obtained a mysterious pill from a treasure chest. After using it, his physique underwent some changes. In the past, Shung had told Zhou that he was especially sensitive to spirit bodies. It was thanks to the mysterious pill.
In this era, there's really nothing out of the ordinary. To think that there's actually such a good place. There are countless strange dimensional zones around the world. I wonder how many people have obtained fortuitous encounters. The fortuitous encounters of wuxian novels in the past are too common in this era,
Zhou said wistfully. However, Zhou had a slight advantage. Other people's fortuitous encounters were life-threatening. As for him, all he needed to do was download the dungeon and slowly encounter them. He was bound to encounter one. Other people's fortuitous encounters could be deemed as heaven selecting them, but the mysterious phone made heaven's selection inevitable.
The world is changing, and humans are changing as well. It's the same for the Federation. However, no matter how the world changes, there's one thing that won't change.
And Shung said.
What?
Zhou really couldn't think of anything in this world that wouldn't change.
The winner is king.
And Shung said seriously. Zhou was taken aback. This didn't sound like Shung's style. He imagined that Shung would say something about family. And Shung smiled and said,
Let's talk about the maze. The maze itself changes automatically. To walk out of it, one needs to understand the Book of Changes and Chinese divination. Last time, we found a total of 12 treasure chests when Overseer took me through the maze. We opened 6 and left the remaining 6 for Madam and Miss Jing. However, in the maze, one needs the strength of an epic to survive. Miss Jing hasn't had the chance to go. Madam has been investigating Mr. Ouyang's matter, so she hasn't had the time to go either. Now, she's investigating Chuhi. I reckon she won't be going. Why not use the white elephant to exchange for a chance to enter and try your luck? Since this is Sis Lan's chance, it's not nice of me to exchange for it, right?
Zhou was somewhat hesitant.
There's nothing wrong with it. The treasure chests have at best mythical companion eggs. If you're unlucky, there might be nothing. It's very reasonable for you to exchange a mythical companion egg for an opportunity. Besides, if Madam isn't going, having you take this opportunity is better than letting others benefit.
And Shung said. Zhou thought that it made sense. Since Sis Lan wasn't going, it was fair for him to use the white elephant companion egg to exchange for this opportunity.
All right.
Zhou nodded slightly.
After the matter at Dragon Gate Grotto is resolved, I'll take you there. That place isn't in Luoyang. Besides, before you go, you have to remember the maze's possible path changes. I'll give you the map of the maze later.
And Shung said with a smile. After Shung left, Zhou continued grinding dungeons. He got nothing from entering Dragon Gate Grotto and grinding the baby tiger. Zhou was already numb with disappointment. Why doesn't the dungeon in game change as well? If the game dungeons can intrinsically change, I can try cracking the Golden Light secret in game, Zhou thought greedily. Ding! When Zhou was grinding the Endless Sea of Stars, an Essence Energy skill crystal dropped. On careful look, it was the Neck Gold Dragon Essence Energy skill he had been looking forward to. It finally dropped. Zhou was overjoyed. He had been grinding for many days. He had already obtained quite a number of the other 6 palaces of the Azure Dragon's 7 palaces, but only the Neck Gold Dragon eluded him. He had finally fulfilled his wish today. After impatiently absorbing the Essence Energy Skill Crystal, Zhou Wen felt another nail-like Essence Energy Acupoint appear on his body. When the Essence Energy Acupoint formed, the other 6 Essence Energy Acupoints that were like dead acupoints suddenly came to life. They formed an Essence Energy circulation between the 7 Essence Energy Acupoints: horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, winnowing basket. The 7 palaces were identical to the shape of a dragon. The horn was the horn of a dragon, and the neck was a dragon's neck. Root was the stem of the neck. Room corresponded to the arms, the heart was the heart, and the winnowing basket was the tail. Essence energy flowed through the 7 essence energy points like an azure dragon. Zhou Wen could even hear the azure dragon's long roar. Zhou Wen looked at his stats in game and realized that the 7 essence energy skills had vanished, turning into an essence energy skill. Eastern Azure Dragon 7 Lunar Mansions, Mortal Horn with Scaly Dragon, Neck Gold Dragon, Root Earth Raccoon Dog, Room Solar Rabbit, Heart Lunar Fox, Tail Fire Tiger, and Winnowing Basket Water Leopard. Zhou Wen saw that the Essence Energy skill was still at the Mortal stage, having not leveled up just because of the fusion of 7 skills. However, the Essence Energy skills that he couldn't use previously could now be used. He attempted to use the skill of the Azure Dragon's 7 Lunar Mansions in-game. The Essence Energy in his body surged and transformed into an invisible force that coiled around his body, protecting him. This feels a little similar to the Lotus Flower Buddha body's functions. They are all protective Essence Energy skills, but they seem much weaker than the Lotus Flower Buddha body. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be in a dilemma. He hadn't used the Lotus Flower Buddha body for a long time because it wasn't strong enough. Now, the Eastern Azure Dragon's 7 Lunar Mansions was only at the Mortal stage, so the effects were even weaker. When Zhou Wen used it, he realized that the Azure Dragon 7 Knights could transform into the 7 different forms: Heart Lunar Fox, Room Solar Rabbit, and so on. But he didn't notice anything special. After grinding for so long, it's only a protective Essence Energy skill? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. With an Essence Energy skill named after the 28 Lunar Mansions, and one that was so difficult to grind, it shouldn't be so weak. Should I try gathering the 28 Lunar Mansions Essence Energy skill and give it a try? Zhou Wen wasn't willing to give up. He decided to grind the other Lunar Mansion skills if he had the time. However, Zhou Wen didn't plan on deliberately grinding them any further. It was just that he would farm them if he saw them during his search for astral combat beasts. It was best if he could gather all of them, but it was not necessary. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to constantly search for astral combat beasts in the endless sea of stars. After heading to other stellar zones, he indeed obtained other Lunar Mansion skills. After grinding for some time, Zhou Wen realized the pattern. In the 4 Lunar Mansion regions of North, South, East, and West, every Lunar Mansion region had one Essence Energy skill that was especially difficult to obtain. Furthermore, one couldn't use it unless one gathered all 7 Essence Energy skills. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise are in the 4 Lunar Mansion zones. I wonder what effects they will have if I gather all of them. It was only a passing thought for Zhou Wen. He didn't deliberately complete the 28 Lunar Mansions. Chapter 682 Stone House. While Zhou Wen and company were busy guarding Dragon Gate Grotto, another companion beast challenged Primordial Sword Immortal. It was a companion beast named Heavy Armor Titan. Heavy Armor Titan and Tyrant Behemoth were considered companion beasts of the same type. They had powerful physiques and formidable strength, and had especially terrifying defenses. Heavy Armor Titan's entire body was enveloped by heavy armor. When it used the power of the Wheel of Destiny, almost no one could break its heavy armor. Primordial Sword Immortal wasn't able to slice apart the heavy armor of the Titan. However, Primordial Immortal Sword's intelligence was much higher than Heavy Armor Titan. Furthermore, its speed was very fast, so it didn't clash head-on with Heavy Armor Titan that had activated its Wheel of Destiny. Once its Wheel of Destiny ended, it was completely defeated by Primordial Sword Immortal. It still couldn't force Primordial Sword Immortal into using its Wheel of Destiny. Zhou Wen also watched the video of the battle later. Heavy Armor Titan and Tyrant Behemoth were indeed similar, but it wasn't as agile as Tyrant Behemoth. The Wheel of Destiny was purely a defensive force, unlike Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength that was offensive. I wonder if Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength will be able to produce a suction force on Primordial Sword Immortal. If I can suck it and force it to fight head-on, Tyrant Behemoth will have a chance of winning. If I can't, Tyrant Behemoth will face an awkward situation like Heavy Armor Titan, Zhou Wen thought to himself, and felt that the chances of Tyrant Behemoth defeating Primordial Sword Immortal were relatively low. It wasn't that his strength wasn't enough, but that his intelligence was too low. He wasn't at an advantage, even with his formidable strength. There's not much time left of the 3-month deadline. No one can force out Primordial Sword Immortal's Wheel of Destiny. I'm afraid it won't be easy to vie for first place, Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Unless he got Torch Dragon to use Bright Torch Vision World, it would be difficult to snatch first place. Why am I thinking so much? Who knows if the problem with Dragon Gate Grotto can be resolved before the 3-month deadline? Perhaps I don't have the time to participate in the battle. It's useless no matter how much I think about it. Large numbers of dimensional creatures rushed out of Dragon Gate Grotto every day, but most of the time, no mythical creatures appeared. They were dispatched by Chancellor Lung the few times they did appear. However, no mythical companion egg dropped. Instead, a mythical essence energy skill crystal dropped.
It's gone! The monk robed skeleton is gone!
A soldier monitoring Dragon Gate Grotto discovered something strange. The monk robed skeleton had vanished. As for the stone house's door, it opened, revealing pure white light from inside. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the golden bird tore through the air and flew into the stone house. It was huge, and the stone house was short and small. The door was even shorter, but when the golden bird flew in front of the stone house, its body gradually shrank to almost the size of a pigeon as it flew in. Lung Zongjin got Zhou Wen to join him, before deciding that Lung Zongjin, and Sheng, and Zhou Wen should enter the stone house to investigate. And Tianzua still had to guard Luoyang, so he couldn't easily take the risk. This was especially so now. Mythical creatures could rush out of Dragon Gate Grotto at any time, and someone was needed to guard it. Otherwise, if they all entered, no one would be able to suppress the mythical creatures that appeared. When that happened, Luoyang would be doomed.
Although we can't determine the attributes of the monk-robed skeleton, we can only take things one step at a time now. After entering the stone house, safety first. If you discover anything amiss, you have to leave immediately.
Lung Zongjin exhorted Zhou Wen and Sheng. The two of them expressed their understanding before Lung Zongjin led them to the stone house. And Tianzua watched them go up the mountain, but he didn't say a word. Lung Zongjin summoned a tiny beast to scout ahead. Without the monk-robed skeleton, the golden light in the mountain temple no longer existed. There was no danger. The three of them successfully entered the mountain temple and arrived in front of the stone house. Zhou Wen constantly tried observing the situation inside the stone house, but be it his vision or truth listener's ability, neither of them could penetrate the white light inside.
Follow behind me. If anything happens, retreat immediately. Don't hesitate.
Lung Zongjin exhorted again. Zhou Wen took out the substitute talisman and stuck it on his body. At the same time, he switched his essence energy art to Dao body. He had God's retreat life soul on standby. Unfortunately, the door was too small. If he summoned Six-Winged, it wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, Zhou Wen temporarily didn't summon Six-Winged. He planned on summoning it immediately after entering. Lung Zongjin had already gotten the little beast to enter the stone house. After confirming that there was no danger of death, he led Zhou Wen and Sheng into the stone house. Zhou Wen walked in and entered the white light. He found it very strange as though he was walking in water, but the white light was something he couldn't touch. Due to the white light, Zhou Wen couldn't see anything. However, this feeling didn't last long. After taking 3 steps, the white light in front of him vanished as his eyes regained clarity. However, the scene in front of him left Zhou Wen alarmed. The scene in front of him wasn't a stone house. In front of him was a mysterious kingdom. The architectural style was very strange. The towers, buildings, monuments, and rooftops all had various Buddha statues. What was even more surprising was that this nation was made of gold bricks. All the buildings and statues were made of gold. They looked resplendent and dazzling. All sorts of mysterious Buddha statues dazzled the eyes. Zhou Wen had never seen many of them before, and they didn't match the style of Dragon Gate Grotto. In the center of the Buddhist kingdom, there was a huge golden Buddha statue that was more than 10,000 feet tall. From afar, the Buddha statue's body tore through the clouds. Its eyes were lowered as though it was looking down at everything. Zhou Wen looked at the Buddha statue's shape and realized that it resembled the Lakana Buddha. According to what Zhou Wen knew, Lakana Buddha was a Buddha who had obtained the Buddha fruit of absolute truth. He was a symbol of wisdom in Buddhism. Legend had it that in Dragon Gate Grotto, there was a Lakana Buddha carved to the likes of an ancient female monarch. Of course, that was only a legend. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Sheng and Lung Zongjin beside him. When he looked at them, he saw them looking towards the front of the street. The skeleton in monk robes was walking on the long street. With a golden crystal bead in hand, it walked towards the huge Buddha step by step, like it was holding a miniature sun. For some reason, the monk-robed skeleton walked very slowly, as though it was treading on thin ice. In the sky, the golden bird spread its wings, and also flew in the direction of the huge Buddha. Its body was like a great rock as it spread its wings for 500 kilometers, but for some reason, it failed to close the distance between it and the huge Buddha. Chapter 683 Anna. Zhou Wen had already summoned the six-winged guardian dragon, and had it appear on his back in the form of dragon wings. He didn't dare be careless when entering such a strange place in reality. He turned his head, and realized that there was no longer a stone door behind him. Behind him was an endless void. The huge Golden Buddha Nation was floating in the void like an island, while they were standing at the edge of the Golden Buddha Nation. Zhou Wen looked around and failed to find a way back. He looked at Ensheng and asked,
Ah Sheng, can you tell the way back?
Ensheng shook his head and said,
I can't tell. It's probably going to be troublesome. Young Master One, you have to be careful at all times.
Leng Zongjing said.
Look at the spot between the giant Buddha's eyebrows.
Zhou Wen and Ensheng looked over, and saw a huge piece of sun-like glass between the Buddha's brows that emitted a strange glow.
In Buddhism, that's an Ana. It's one of the 32 aspects of Gautama Buddha. It represents the source of all religions,
Ensheng said. Leng Zongjing nodded and said,
An Ana is one of the original forms of Buddha. It shrinks between the eyebrows. And when a craftsman carves a Buddha statue, there's no way to depict the true appearance of an Ana. They usually just carve a circle or spiral to represent it. Look carefully at the Ana. Do you find anything odd?
Zhou Wen and Ensheng looked over and felt that the Ana was blinding, as though it was clear glass. As Truth Listener's power couldn't reach such a distance, Zhou Wen didn't sense any danger descending. He switched to the small perfection of wisdom, and the Hell King Life Soul to strengthen his senses before carefully looking at the Ana. Upon doing so, Zhou Wen immediately realized something. The Ana wasn't glass. It was clearly a cocoon formed from crystal threads.
That's the cocoon of a guardian,
Zhou Wen said in surprise. Leng Zongjing said with a heavy expression.
It's probably a cocoon of a guardian. I originally thought that Dragon Gate Grotto only had one in Dragon's Well. I didn't expect there to be another one. Could it be that everything that happened in Dragon Gate Grotto is due to the cocoon of the guardian? But that doesn't make sense. Doesn't a guardian only choose humans as contractors? Why are the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird here?
Zhou Wen frowned. No one could answer his question. The three of them watched from afar as the monk-clothed skeleton walked towards the Buddha, and the golden-winged bird flew at high speed. However, be it the skeleton in monk robes or the golden-winged bird, they couldn't close the distance. It was as though they were running on the spot.
There's a huge terror hidden in this Buddhist kingdom. It's not something ordinary creatures can pass through. Little Zhou, summon that great Might Vajra bull and see if it can approach the Buddha statue,
said Leng Zongjing. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the great Might Vajra bull, and made it try walking in the direction of the Buddha. It was odd. The golden-winged bird's flying speed was tremendous. It could fly hundreds of kilometers with a flap of its wings, but it was unable to approach the huge Buddha. However, the great Might Vajra bull easily closed the distance by slowly walking on the golden bricks. It was about to catch up to the monk-robed skeleton.
As expected, only Buddhist-type creatures can travel through the Buddhist kingdom. That monk-robed skeleton isn't a Buddhist-type creature after all. It's probably relying on the crystal in its hand to slowly walk towards the Buddha. As for the golden-winged bird, it can't approach it no matter what. It's worse than the monk-robed skeleton.
As Leng Zongjing spoke, he got Zhou Wen to summon the great Might Vajra bull back to prevent it from meeting the monk-robed skeleton. At that moment, a bird's cry rang through the clouds. The golden-winged bird's body expanded, like a golden cloud that blotted out the sky. It nearly enveloped the entire Buddhist kingdom in its shadow. It flapped its wings as a terrifying power tore through space and rapidly approached the Buddha. It actually broke through the restrictions of the Buddhist kingdom's strange powers. What terrifying might! Only the gigantified tyrant Behemoth can match it. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Soon, the golden-winged bird arrived in front of the Buddha statue. As Leng Zongjing had expected, it had indeed come for the cocoon of the guardian. It flew to the top of the Buddha's head and grabbed at it. The monk-robed skeleton also noticed the golden-winged bird's actions. A strange glint flashed in its eyes as it lifted the crystal in its hand. A golden beam shot out from the crystal and instantly struck the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird didn't dare let the golden beam of light strike it. It gave up on the cocoon of the guardian and flapped its wings to dodge. The crystal in the skeleton's hand constantly emitted golden beams, preventing the golden-winged bird from approaching the cocoon. The golden-winged bird's actions were interrupted a few times. It immediately turned ferocious as it flapped its wings and transformed into a golden beam that charged at the monk-robed skeleton. Its eyes flashed with lightning. As the skeleton advanced, it raised the crystal in its hand and emitted a golden glow that fought the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird seemed to be afraid of the crystal in its hand. It was forced back by the crystal's light repeatedly. Leng Zongjing stared at the monk-clothed skeleton and the crystal in its hand for a long time, as though he was thinking about something. After a while, Leng Zongjing suddenly turned to Zhou Wen and said,
Little Zhou, Get the Great Might Vajra Bull to carry us to the Buddha.
Although Lung Zongjing didn't explain why he was doing so, Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull when he saw his solemn expression. Thankfully, the Great Might Vajra Bull was huge. It was more than big enough to seat 3 people. The 3 of them sat on the bull's back. The Great Might Vajra Bull immediately ran towards the Buddha. The monk-robed skeleton needed to walk towards the Buddha step by step. As for the Great Might Vajra Bull, it ran very quickly. Soon, it caught up with the monk-robed skeleton. While it was fighting the golden-winged roc, it charged past it. When the monk-robed skeleton saw the Great Might Vajra Bull rush over with 3 people on it, the strange light in its eyes immediately lit up. The crystal in its hand immediately emitted a golden glow that resembled the one in the mountain temple. It enveloped a large area, including the Great Might Vajra Bull, Zhou Wen, and company. Zhou Wen immediately felt the runic heavy armor on his body melt like bubbles. Even the Great Might Vajra Bull's body couldn't withstand the terrifying golden light. It was like a melting candle, as its golden flesh melted. Lung Zongjing and Ah Sheng's situation was the same. The armor on their bodies was melting, and in an instant, their armor was about to collapse. Zhou Wen pulled out the Golden Overlord sword and slashed at the monk-robed skeleton. At the same time, he ordered the Great Might Vajra Bull to use the Soul Suppression Bell. Clang! The moment the Soul Suppression Bell sounded, the monk-robed skeleton was stunned. The golden light emitted from the crystal in its hand also dimmed. Taking this opportunity, Lung Zongjing and Ah Sheng attacked at the same time. Lung Zongjing summoned the Azure Rainbow Flying Sword that Zhou Wen had previously seen and slashed at the monk-robed skeleton. As for Ah Sheng, he used Love Letter's text ability and sent a text to the monk-robed skeleton. Chapter 684 Obstruction. The duration of the dizziness caused by the Soul Suppression Bell was too short. When the golden sword beam slashed at the monk-robed skeleton, the skeleton had already reacted. It held the crystal in one hand and waved its other hand. The golden sword beam was immediately shattered. The Azure Rainbow Flying Sword was sent flying almost simultaneously. And Sheng's text came in front of it. It opened its mouth and blew out a strange cold wind that scattered the power of the text. Despite fighting 3 alone, the skeleton still had the upper hand. It held up the crystal in its hand again and shot out a golden beam. However, the golden beam wasn't directed at Zhou Wen and company. It transformed into a beam that shot into the sky, targeting the golden-winged bird. It turned out that the golden-winged bird had taken advantage of the battle between the monk-robed skeleton and the trio to fly towards the Buddha, hoping to snatch the cocoon of the guardian from the Buddha's glabella.
Let's go to the Buddha quickly.
Lung Zongjing didn't seem to be in the mood to fight the monk-robed skeleton as he shouted loudly. Zhou Wen hurriedly got the Great Might Vajra Bull to rush towards the Buddha. The monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird were occupied with fighting, so they couldn't be bothered with them. Soon, the Great Might Vajra Bull ran to the foot of the Buddha, but it couldn't fly. It was difficult to ascend the Buddha.
It should be fine now. Let's head up,
Lung Zongjing said as he leaped up from the bull's back. He stepped onto the Azure Rainbow Flying Sword and flew towards the cocoon of the guardian. Zhou Wen unsummoned the Great Might Vajra Bull and flapped his wings to catch up. Ah Sheng quickly jumped up the Buddha statue. He was slightly slower. Lung Zongjing seemed to be very anxious. Without waiting for them, he charged forward alone. The golden-winged bird and the monk-robed skeleton, who were originally fighting, realized that Lung Zongjing and company were charging towards the cocoon of the guardian. They stopped their tussle simultaneously and attacked Lung Zongjing.
Help me hold them back. Don't let them come up.
Lung Zongjing was extremely bold. He leaped up from the Azure Rainbow Flying Sword and lunged towards the cocoon of the guardian. As for the Azure Rainbow Flying Sword, it headed straight for the monk-robed skeleton. Another white beam flew out. It was the white parrot that Zhou Wen had seen before. It flapped its wings and faced the golden-winged bird. After some thought, Zhou Wen brandished his sword and slashed at the monk-robed skeleton. The crystal in the skeleton's hand was too terrifying. If he held it back, he could give Lung Zongjing greater opportunities. However, with a flash of golden light from the monk-robed skeleton's crystal, the golden sword beam shattered. The Azure Rainbow Flying Sword automatically flew aside, not daring to be illuminated by the golden light.
Go!
Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth and made a charge at the monk-robed skeleton while he charged at the golden-winged bird. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth landed on the ground and roared at the skeleton. The crystal in the monk-clothed skeleton's hand emitted a golden glow as it struck Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth raised its arm to block, but its arm was penetrated by the golden light. In the next second, Tyrant Behemoth activated absolute strength. Its body turned into a black hole, causing the surrounding space to distort and form a strange suction force. The monk-clothed skeleton's body was sucked towards Tyrant Behemoth, but it refused to be outdone. It raised the crystal in its hand again and shot out a terrifying golden light towards Tyrant Behemoth. However, the golden light was suppressed by Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength. Tyrant Behemoth charged forward, tanking the golden light before punching the monk-robed skeleton. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth blasted open a huge pit in the gold-bricked ground. As for the monk-robed skeleton, it used some unknown method to dodge Tyrant Behemoth's attack and moved a few hundred meters away. Tyrant Behemoth roared and immediately chased after it. In the sky, the white parrot actually spoke the human language. As it flew, it cursed. "Little eagle brat, go back and ask your mother. See whose son you are? How dare you not kneel down and call me daddy when you see me? You're worse than a beast. If I had known, I would have ejaculated you towards the wall." Zhou had never seen a companion beast being so vulgar and offensive. Its strength was inferior to the golden-winged bird, so it could only flee for its life. However, as it fled, it kept on cursing the golden-winged bird. This infuriated the golden-winged bird, making it abandon its attacks on Leng Zhongjing as it directed its sights on the white parrot. It wanted the parrot dead. Even Zhou felt his head spin after hearing its words. He really wanted to slap it. "A son killing his dad. Aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment? You'll be fried into a fragrant mala eagle," the white parrot cried as it fled. It was vulgar, but its flying speed wasn't slow at all. It was actually comparable to the golden-winged bird. Furthermore, this fellow's flying trajectory clearly had some technique involved. It wasn't as simple as relying on speed. When Zhou rushed forward, the golden-winged bird was already enraged. Its body emitted a golden glow as mysterious ancient text appeared on its feathers, causing its body to emit a terrifying divine glow. With a flap of its wings, its body tore through the void and appeared above the white parrot. Its claws, that resembled sharp blades, were about to grab the white parrot. The white parrot's figure phased away as it used a teleportation skill to avoid the golden-winged bird's talons. "No matter how awesome a son is, he's still a son. If you want to capture me, spend another 10,000 years training and there might still be hope." The white parrot cursed as it fled in the opposite direction of the Buddha statue. Unfortunately, its teleportation skill was the same as Zhou lost country. It couldn't be used continuously. The golden-winged bird that had already gone berserk instantly caught up to it and grabbed it in midair. "Let go of your daddy. There's nothing impressive about flying fast. If you have the guts, let's fight on the ground." The white parrot had already been caught, but its mouth didn't stop. Zhou flapped his wings and slashed at the golden-winged bird's claw, hoping to save the white parrot. To his surprise, the golden-winged bird hated the white parrot to the core. It ignored the golden sword beam and retracted its claw, about to tear the white parrot's body into pieces. Clang! When the golden sword beam struck the bird's claw, white feathers flew everywhere. The golden-winged bird's claws were covered in white feathers, but the parrot's body was gone. "Little eagle brat, let daddy teach you one more move. This is Slew Off the Cicada's golden shell from the 36 stratagems. Learn it." The white parrot had a few feathers left on its body. It was like a featherless chicken, but it was still making bold claims. The fellow wasn't stupid either. As it shouted, it fled behind Zhou. The wings that were without feathers could still fly very quickly. "What the hell is this bird?" Zhou was rendered speechless. If he were the enemy of this crappy bird, he would wish to slaughter it immediately. The golden-winged bird clearly had the same thought as well. It rushed over immediately, as the golden light on its body flashed like lightning. Its speed was unbelievably fast. However, Zhou was right in front of the parrot. He immediately bore the brunt of the attack. He had already used Transcendent Flying Immortal to dodge the golden-winged bird's attack, but the divine-level Transcendent Flying Immortal was like an electric tricycle against a sports car in front of the golden-winged bird. It was overtaken before it even started. As Zhou retreated, he slashed out Golden Sword Aura. However, when it struck the golden feathers, it bounced off. Ignoring the fact that he failed to injure the golden-winged bird, he couldn't even obstruct it for a moment. Chapter 685 Buddha Annihilation. A strange glint flashed in Zhou's eyes, as he was about to activate Torch Dragon Youngling's Eye Mirror. He wanted to use Bright Torch Vision World to kill the ferocious golden-winged bird. To his surprise, he suddenly heard a loud boom. It came from the Buddha's glabella. The golden-winged bird seemed to be jolted awake as it stopped pursuing Zhou. It looked up at the Buddha. Zhou also looked over, and saw that Leng Zhongjing had already arrived in front of the cocoon of the Guardian. He held a saber in his hand, as he stabbed it at the cocoon. However, in the cocoon of the Guardian, a hand broke out and grabbed the tip of Leng Zhongjing's saber. The hand suffused a Buddhistic glow. It was fair and clean, and it didn't look powerful. However, the sharp blade failed to injure the hand at all. Could the sound just now be from the palm tearing out of the cocoon? Just as Zhou was feeling alarmed, he heard a crack. The hand snapped the saber in Leng Zhongjing's hand. Lung Zongjing retreated and stared at the cocoon of the guardian with a solemn expression. He muttered to himself.
It's still too late. Has it already developed to such a stage?
Apart from Tyrant Behemoth, who was still chasing the monk-robed skeleton and hammering down, everyone stopped and looked at the cocoon of the guardian. Crack! Crack! The guardian's cocoon constantly shattered as crystalline fragments fell off, emitting a clean Buddhistic glow from the cocoon. The Buddha statues in the Buddhist kingdom seemed to come to life at that moment. Golden Buddha statues, be it sculptures or carvings on the walls, emitted the sound of chanting. In the entire Buddhist kingdom, the mysterious murmurs reverberated like a chant. It was as though they were praying or welcoming something. Amidst the murmurs, a golden Buddhistic glow rose from all the Buddha statues. The Buddhistic glow gathered at the Buddha's glabella and flowed into the cracked cocoon. Crack! Crack! Most of the cocoon formed by the crystal threads had shattered. Zhou and company could already see the creature inside the cocoon. It was Bhikkhu, who was dressed in white monk robes. He looked no different from a human, but there was an ana on his forehead. It was crystalline like jade and had spiral patterns. He sat cross-legged in the cocoon as an infinite Buddhistic glow converged in front of him. They transformed into Buddha beads that automatically joined together, turning into a string of golden Buddha beads. As the Buddhistic glow intensified, Buddha's figure appeared on the Buddha beads. When the cocoon of the guardian completely shattered, the string of Buddha beads finally condensed and landed in the bhikkhu's hand. With the Buddha beads in hand, the entire Buddhist kingdom fell silent. The chanting sounds vanished as the Buddhistic glow on the Buddha statue vanished.
Buddha is annihilated with my birth.
The bhikkhu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were so clear that it made people feel as though looking at him was desecrating him. However, with the bhikkhu's voice, all the Buddha statues in the Buddhist kingdom shattered. Even the 1,000-foot-tall giant Buddha statue collapsed. The Buddha statue crumbled as it slowly sank into the void. The monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird trembled as they took on a pleading pose to the bhikkhu, who held Buddha beads in his hands and pressed down with his other hand. A huge palm print appeared above the Buddha kingdom. Tyrant Behemoth, who continued attacking the skeleton, was slammed into the ground. Zhou was alarmed as he hurriedly unsummoned Tyrant Behemoth. Thankfully, Tyrant Behemoth wasn't killed. It was only slightly injured. However, despite being in its absolute strength state, it had been forcefully suppressed and had even suffered some injuries. The bhikkhu's strength was unimaginable.
Chancellor, do we retreat?
And Sheng asked in horror as he rapidly moved through the collapsing Buddha kingdom.
There's nowhere to retreat to. I'll deal with him. The two of you will do as you see fit.
Lung Zongjing answered without looking back. Then, he looked at Bhikkhu and asked,
What's your name? Buddha Annihilation.
Lung Zongjing didn't say a word. However, divine beams rose from his body one after another. The divine beams condensed in front of him, turning into a beautiful black-clothed goddess with a harp in her arms. Guardian? Does Chancellor Lung actually have a guardian? Zhou saw the black-clothed goddess holding a harp in front of Lung Zongjing and immediately recognized her identity. She was actually a guardian.
Name?
The bhikkhu asked as he looked at the harp-holding goddess.
Divine Harp.
When the goddess answered, her body had already transformed into streams of light that fused into Lung Zongjing's body. At the same time, a black suit formed over him. Lung Zongjing's aura also underwent an earth-shattering change due to the fusion of the divine harp. He was like a devil in a suit. Lung Zongjing sat in midair as the demonic organ throne appeared in front of him. The vertical tubes that resembled a castle and the rows of keys emitted a solemn and mysterious aura. It was different from the demonic organ throne that Zhou had seen the last time. This time, because Lung Zongjing had broken through to the divine level with the help of divine harp, he became even more terrifying. Every note emitted a terrifying glow. Lung Zongjing pressed his hands on the keys as harp music came from the huge vertical tubes that resembled a castle. Zhou didn't think that the harp tones were anything special, but the Buddha beads in Buddha Annihilation's hand glowed brightly, as though it was resisting some kind of power. Zhou didn't have the time to figure out what was so special about the harp music. This was because the golden-winged bird had already charged at Lung Zongjing, as though it was helping Buddha Annihilation. Zhou immediately released two golden battle god halberds and attacked the golden-winged bird from the side. The golden overlord sword in his hand slashed over. The bald parrot stood on Zhou's shoulder and shouted at the golden-winged bird.
Little eagle brat. Your daddy is here.
The monk-robed skeleton also wanted to charge at Lung Zongjing. And Sheng rushed over and stopped him, but Sheng only had one mythical creature, Love Letter. Love Letter was far from being the monk-robed skeleton's match. All it could do was constantly retreat, and use various strange skills to delay the monk-robed skeleton's advance. Seeing that Sheng was in danger, Zhou summoned Tyrant Behemoth again to help Sheng fight the monk-robed skeleton. Tyrant Behemoth had suffered some injuries, but thankfully, It wasn't seriously injured. After charging into the collapsing Buddhist kingdom, it immediately activated its absolute strength again. For some reason, the monk-clothed skeleton fearlessly faced Tyrant Behemoth and stuffed the crystal in its eye socket. The moment the crystal entered his socket, it emitted a golden glow. It made the skeleton's bones burn with golden flames, as though it was bathing in nirvana flames. Boom! The monk-clothed skeleton's bone fist collided with Tyrant Behemoth's fist. They were evenly matched and neither of them managed to gain the upper hand. The terrifying shockwave produced from the collision of strength caused the already damaged streets to be further destroyed. Chapter 686 Violent Annihilation. Tyrant Behemoth was extremely violent and ferocious as it constantly attacked. Its absolute strength had a time limit, and it had already used it for nearly 10 minutes. Now that it was activated again, it only had about 20 minutes remaining. It needed to determine the victor in 20 minutes. And Shung didn't attack the monk-robed skeleton with Tyrant Behemoth. He watched from the side, as though he was observing and searching for an opportunity. As Zhou Wen fought the golden-winged bird, the dragon wings on his back trembled. The two golden battle god halberd attacked from both sides, as the golden overlord sword in his hand constantly slashed out golden sword aura. However, the golden-winged bird's speed was just too fast. It was so fast that Zhou Wen's eyes couldn't keep up with its actions. Before he could see what was happening, he heard a crack. One of his golden battle god halberds had been grabbed by its claws. Once it exerted strength, the golden battle god halberd immediately snapped into several pieces. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to worry about the golden battle god halberd's death. He pushed Transcendent Flying Immortal speed to its limits, and quickly escaped into the distance. If Tyrant Behemoth had absolute strength, then the golden-winged bird had absolute speed. Zhou Wen didn't fly for long before it caught up. Without thinking, the eye mirror in Zhou Wen's eye condensed a strange luster, making one of his eyes look like a mirror as he looked at the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird seemed to sense danger. The mysterious ancient text on its wings shimmered as it vanished from Zhou Wen's sight. Boom! Zhou Wen felt a heavy blow on his back. His body slammed into the ground like a meteor, leaving a huge hole in the Golden Palace. The golden-winged bird's might was even more ferocious. With a flash, it grabbed the golden battle god halberd that was flying in the air and instantly snapped it into several pieces. Zhou Wen crawled out of the ground and felt unbearable pain, but he wasn't seriously injured. As for the substitute talisman, it had already dissipated into ashes. Thankfully, I brought the substitute talisman. If I had known, I would have drawn a few more. Unfortunately, substitute talismans were too difficult to draw. Success or failure depended on fate. Zhou Wen had drawn so many of them, but he had only succeeded once, when his heart and mind were one. Later, he drew many more times, but none of them succeeded. Zhou Wen was too frustrated to continue drawing. After the golden-winged bird snapped the golden battle god halberd, its bloody, cold eyes looked into the palace's hole. It flapped its wings again, and instantly vanished. F***ku. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as goosebumps rose. Knowing that danger was approaching, he didn't dare hesitate any further, as he summoned Torch Dragon Youngling. Torch Dragon Youngling's massive body appeared and burst through the palace. It looked up angrily at the sky. Zhou Wen stood on its head, and used the Truth Listener Earring's ability to observe his surroundings. He realized that the golden-winged bird had already flown into the sky. Clearly, it was afraid of Torch Dragon's appearance. However, in just an instant, the golden-winged bird turned ferocious again. It flapped its wings and transformed into a stream of light that vanished. It was so fast that he couldn't see its trajectory. Torch Dragon! Zhou Wen called out. In fact, without Zhou Wen's order, Torch Dragon had already moved. The scales on its body converged like eyelids as rows of Torch Dragon eyes appeared. It was its World King transformation. Countless Torch Dragon eyes used Bright Torch Vision World at the same time, opening up like countless mirrors. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt something amiss. He turned his head, and saw the golden-winged bird appear behind Torch Dragon. Its body flashed like a bolt of lightning, as its wings flapped wildly. Its face was filled with horror, as though it was resisting some invisible terrifying force. However, it only struggled for a moment before its figure suddenly vanished. Zhou Wen saw the golden-winged bird's figure appear in the eyes on Torch Dragon's back. It struggled and churned inside before disappearing. The Torch Dragon Vision World ended, as Torch Dragon Youngling was taken out of its World King transformation state. Torch Dragon Youngling was exhausted, and its strength was greatly reduced. Its combat strength dropped drastically to the level of 6-winged Guardian Dragon. It couldn't even use Bright Torch Vision World again. Zhou Wen hurriedly unsummoned Torch Dragon Youngling. He couldn't let it take the risk. This was Zhou Wen's strongest trump card. What a huge loss. He originally wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to kill the golden-winged bird, but he ended up losing a substitute talisman and 2 golden battle god halberds.
Although Bright Torch Vision World was powerful, it didn't leave anything behind after killing its opponent. This was a fatal flaw. Zhou wasn't willing to use the skill unless it was absolutely necessary. Elsewhere, Tyrant Behemoth kept bombarding the monk-robed skeleton. Its powerful strength forced the monk-robed skeleton to retreat as its bones cracked. However, the golden light on its body burned like flames, making its body seem like an immortal body. It immediately recovered from any injuries. Although Tyrant Behemoth had the upper hand, it ultimately failed to kill it. Is absolute strength about to run out of time? Zhou did the math and realized that there were about 10 minutes left. However, from the looks of it, Tyrant Behemoth probably wouldn't be able to kill the monk-robed skeleton in 10 minutes. Suddenly, Ensheng, who had been observing from the side, pressed his palm on the ground and vanished like a ghost. At this moment, Tyrant Behemoth sent the monk-robed skeleton retreating a few steps with one punch, leaving it staggering. Ensheng strangely crawled out from the ground behind the skeleton and leaped up. His finger was like a venomous scorpion's stinger, as he tapped at the back of the skeleton's head. He imprinted a mysterious character on the back of the monk-robed skeleton's head. Zhou recognized that it was the word Quake, one of Love Letter's abilities. Boom! The crystal in the skeleton's eye sockets was actually jolted out because of Ensheng's finger strike. It flew out and landed on the ground. The golden flames on the monk-robed skeleton's body immediately vanished. Tyrant Behemoth's attack followed up the chain of attacks. The monk-robed skeleton raised its fist in a panic to receive the attack. Crack! Without the augmentation of the crystal, the skeleton's bony hand was shattered by Tyrant Behemoth, and its body staggered backward. The berserk Tyrant Behemoth pummeled the monk-robed skeleton repeatedly. It only took a few punches to shatter the skeleton's hands. The monk-clothed skeleton was sent tumbling to the ground. Tyrant Behemoth pressed one of its claws on its sternum, while the other struck its skull. With a few punches, the skull shattered. Tyrant Behemoth lifted the skeleton's cracked body with one hand and placed it into its mouth. It chewed a few times before swallowing it. Bro, take a look to see if there are any companion eggs left behind. Zhou was somewhat speechless. What kind of pet was this? It ate anything it killed without leaving anything behind. However, since it had swallowed and couldn't spit it out, all Zhou could do was quickly run over and pick up the crystal that Ensheng had forced out of the skeleton's eye socket. Chapter 687 Buddhistic Glow Cleansing. In the sky, the music was demonic. Zhou couldn't tell what was so special about it. The music didn't seem to have any effect on him, but for some reason, when he heard it, he still felt a shiver from the bottom of his heart. It was as though there was a fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul. As for Buddha Annihilation, it seemed to be enveloped by a dark force. It was like a devil hidden in the darkness, allowing people to sense his existence but not see it. However, the power of darkness was blocked by the golden light emitted by the Buddha beads. The devil-like power failed to penetrate its body, and the two forces remained in a stalemate. The golden-winged bird and the monk-robed skeleton were killed. Buddha Annihilation glanced at Zhou and Ensheng, who were rushing over. The inner between its brows revolved as though a Buddhistic glow had descended upon the Buddhist kingdom. Zhou and Ensheng were just about to rush over to help Lung Zongjing when they saw the Buddhistic glow fall. They were alarmed as they used their essence energy skills and companion beasts to block the Buddhistic glow. However, they soon realized that the Buddhistic glow didn't affect them at all. However, wherever the Buddhistic glow descended, it illuminated the crumbling Buddhist kingdom like it was cleansing it. Zhou and Ensheng suddenly widened their eyes. Amidst the cleansed area, the golden-winged bird and the monk-robed skeleton that had just been killed were reborn and bathing in the Buddhistic glow. Zhou was dumbfounded as he said to Ensheng in bewilderment. Ah Sheng, pinch me. I want to know if I'm hallucinating. I think I'm hallucinating as well. Ensheng swallowed his saliva and said with great difficulty, Young Master One, your companion beasts were able to kill them just now. They should still be capable of doing so now, right? No way. My companion beast is innervated from earlier. If those two fellows really come back to life, the method from before definitely won't work, Zhou said. Torch Dragon Youngling was greatly innervated after using World King transformation. It was useless for the time being. Even if he released it, it only had about the same combat strength as the six-winged guardian dragon. Fighting the golden-winged bird was courting death. Tyrant Behemoth had almost used up all the time for its absolute strength. Without the suppression of absolute strength, it was probably no match for the monk-robed skeleton. The only good news was that the monk-robed skeleton, which was bathed in a Buddhistic glow, did not have the crystal in its hand. From the looks of it, the crystal wasn't part of the monk-robed skeleton. The only one was the one in Zhou hand. Zhou had already studied it, but he hadn't figured out how to make it emit the golden light to injure the enemy. The skeleton in monk robes and the golden-winged bird had returned to life. They looked no different from when they had first entered the Buddhist kingdom.
They were brimming with energy, as 4 pairs of eyes stared at Zhou Wen and Sheng.
Young Master One, do you have any other companion beasts that can kill them?
Sheng asked.
I do have companion beasts, but I don't know if I can kill them,
Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile.
Then let's prepare to risk our lives,
Sheng said through gritted teeth.
Son, come here. Your daddy is here.
The bald parrot was still alive. It jumped onto Zhou Wen's shoulder and shouted at the golden-winged bird. Boom! Zhou Wen punched it to the ground and thought to himself, why would Lung Zongjing raise such a companion beast? The monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird rushed towards Zhou Wen. The monk-robed skeleton's target was the crystal in Zhou Wen's hand, and the golden-winged bird clearly hated Zhou Wen and the parrot to death. It wanted to kill Zhou Wen and the parrot first. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned Tyrant Behemoth and allowed it to clash with the monk-robed skeleton again. Although Tyrant Behemoth was unable to defeat the skeleton without absolute strength suppression, it wasn't a problem for it to hold out for some time. Now, the most difficult thing to deal with was the golden-winged bird. It was too fast, so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't dodge its attack. If he couldn't kill it, Zhou Wen would be the one to die. Truth Listener and Demonic Neonate were summoned by Zhou Wen at the same time. Zhou Wen quickly retreated, while Sheng consciously retreated to the other side and ran towards Tyrant Behemoth. After Demonic Neonate landed, she hid herself as she took in the situation. Under Zhou Wen's orders, Truth Listener's earring shattered as its body instantly transformed into a terrifying dark gold ferocious beast. Zhou Wen grabbed the ball parrot and threw it at Truth Listener.
Quick, scream! Use all your strength to curse all its ancestors. What the F***K do you take me for? I must curse just because you want me to do so? Whether or not I want to scold my son depends on my mood. Now that I'm in a good mood, I'm not going to be petty with that young eagle brat.
The bald parrot was still mumbling, but the golden-winged bird had already charged over with a shriek. It was so fast that no one could see its figure clearly. All they saw was a flash of golden lightning in the sky. Truth Listener seemed to have discovered the golden-winged bird's location, as it phased away and extended its claw. However, its body's reaction speed failed to keep up with the golden-winged bird's speed. It failed to grab the golden-winged bird that flashed past. Instead, the golden-winged bird's blade-like wings sliced past its chest. Truth Listener retreated as its legs tore open 2 long ditches on the golden-bricked ground. The golden-winged bird's attack only left shallow marks on the dark golden scales on Truth Listener's chest. It failed to cut through the scales. Truth Listener had the indestructible Vajra body skill. Even Tyrant Behemoth had to use absolute strength to match Truth Listener's physical toughness. Truth Listener's speed was already very fast. It was considered one of the best at the mythical stage, but it was still slightly inferior to the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird constantly flashed about and attacked Truth Listener, causing it to be overwhelmed. Truth Listener, who was originally extremely agile, appeared somewhat clumsy in front of the golden-winged bird. Its body was constantly being attacked by the bird's wings and claws. Although it wasn't severely injured, it made Truth Listener, who was already in an abnormal state of mind, become increasingly irritable. However, what delighted Zhou Wen was that although Truth Listener couldn't touch the golden-winged bird, it wasn't anywhere close to being killed. It managed to stabilize the situation for the time being. Zhou Wen looked at Tyrant Behemoth and saw that it was also suppressed by the monk-robed skeleton. Without absolute strength, Tyrant Behemoth also lost its absolute dominance at the mythical stage. The situation had completely reversed. Zhou Wen's pets were at a disadvantage. The situation was extremely bad. What worried Zhou Wen the most was that even if they could finish off the skeleton and the golden-winged bird this time, what about the next time? If Buddha Annihilation could revive them, no matter how powerful Zhou Wen's companion beasts were, they would still end up dying. The only way was to kill Buddha Annihilation first. The situation on Lung Zongjing's side wasn't smooth. The demonic organ throne strength clearly wasn't able to completely suppress Buddha Annihilation. Otherwise, Buddha Annihilation wouldn't have the time to revive the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and flapped his wings as he flew into the sky. He wanted to see if he could help Lung Zongjing destroy Buddha Annihilation. Chapter 688 Rampage. Just as Zhou Wen approached the battlefield, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Looking from afar, he felt that Lung Zongjing was playing the organ while Buddha Annihilation was listening to his organ music. However, when Zhou Wen entered a certain range, what he saw was completely different. Lung Zongjing's demonic organ throne had turned into a terrifying demonic castle. With Lung Zongjing's organ music, demons flew out of the demonic castle one after another, circling around Buddha Annihilation as though they were trying to lure him into the castle. Buddha Annihilation was surrounded by demons as he looked down. He held the Buddha beads in his hand and chanted scriptures. The Buddhistic glow on his body bloomed like a lotus flower, resisting the temptation of the demons. Zhou only took a glance from afar, and it was enough to make his heart tremble. He couldn't help but have the urge to throw himself into the devil's embrace, the urge to dance with the devil. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly composed himself and eliminated the distracting thoughts. His willpower was firm to begin with. Once he entered a focused state, he immediately felt the illusions vanish. There were no demons or the demonic castle, nor were there any Buddhistic glow or lotus flowers. All he saw was Lung Zongjun playing the organ while Buddha Annihilation listened. Zhou didn't continue walking forward. He felt that what he had just seen wasn't as simple as an illusion. It was so far away that it made him hallucinate. If he really entered, Zhou might not be able to withstand it with his epic body. If he didn't end up helping and ended up being killed by friendly fire, that would be a tragic death. If I could advance to the mythical stage myself, I wouldn't have so many reservations. I wouldn't need to rely solely on my companion beasts to fight. Lung Zongjun and Jiang Yin had advanced to the mythical stage by contracting with guardians. Zhou didn't wish to take this path. This path seemed to be the simplest, but the disadvantages were too great. It was impossible for him to fuse with the guardian during his daily life. If he encountered any sudden danger, he might die without even having the chance to fuse. Do I really have to use spirit casting? Zhou was considering if he should take Wang Mingyuan's path. Although the path was difficult, it was a true advancement to the mythical stage. However, one's body would no longer resemble that of a human. It was closer to a dimensional creature, and he might even be rejected by humans. It's really a dilemma. It's better I first advance my life soul to the perfect body, and see if there's a third option. These thoughts flashed through Zhou mind. Since he couldn't help Lung Zongjun, Zhou planned on returning to deal with the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird. Without the crystal, the monk-clothed skeleton's strength had decreased significantly. However, the crystal was ultimately an external force. The monk-clothed skeleton's wheel of destiny's strength was still present. Compared to Tyrant Behemoth, it had the advantage. Tyrant Behemoth was suppressed by the monk-clothed skeleton in a frontal collision. However, Tyrant Behemoth was just too ferocious. Even though it was suppressed, it still attacked without fear of death, and caused trouble for the monk-clothed skeleton. Even if it was injured, it wouldn't be in any serious danger for the time being. Furthermore, Ensheng and the Azure Rainbow Flying Sword were constantly harassing it, giving the monk-robed skeleton a headache. It was unlikely that there would be any problems anytime soon. Zhou looked at the golden-winged bird and Truth Listener again. Truth Listener looked a little pathetic. It resembled a clumsy bear. The golden-winged bird made it go in circles, but it ultimately failed to touch the golden-winged bird. Instead, it had many wounds on its body, all inflicted by the golden-winged bird. Although they were minor injuries, Truth Listener nearly went berserk. The golden-winged bird's speed is too fast. How can I help Truth Listener? With my speed, I definitely won't be able to catch up to it. Even if it has powerful offensive powers, it won't be of much use against it. Should I use the Great Might Vidra Bull's Soul Suppression Bell? However, the Soul Suppression Bell is an area of effect attack. It affects both the enemy and me. If the golden-winged bird and Truth Listener were to faint together, that doesn't seem to be of much help to the battle. As Zhou was thinking about how to help Truth Listener, he saw the enraged Truth Listener shatter another earring. As the earring shattered, Truth Listener's body underwent a strange change. This time, it didn't grow bigger, but the first scale on its body vaguely produced strange black symbols. The symbols burned with black flames, like the devil's mark from hell. Due to the appearance of the symbol, Truth Listener's dark golden body seemed to become dark. Under the envelopment of the black flames, coupled with its ferocious and violent eyes, it was like a demonic beast that had rushed out of hell. Zhou could sense that Truth Listener's emotions had become even more irritable and unstable. It was showing signs of madness, making Zhou almost unable to sense the soul connection between them. The golden-winged bird once again flashed past Truth Listener's side, but this time, Truth Listener's claw grabbed the golden-winged bird's leg. Boom! Truth Listener exerted strength in its arm, and pulled the golden-winged bird down from the sky. It slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge crater in the golden ground. Then, Truth Listener grabbed the golden-winged bird's legs with both claws, and let out a violent roar. It suddenly exerted strength, and was about to rip the golden-winged bird into two. The golden-winged bird's body shimmered with golden light as its legs were torn apart. The mysterious symbol on its feathers kept trembling. It turned its head in horror and pecked Truth Listener. However, Truth Listener ignored it. It allowed the golden-winged bird to tear apart the scales on its head. Blood gushed out, but it didn't seem to notice it. It continued tearing at the golden-winged bird's legs. The golden light shattered as blood flowed out. The golden-winged bird let out a tragic cry as one of its legs was ripped off by Truth Listener. It struggled even more violently as it used its wings to strike Truth Listener's head. Truth Listener ignored it. It threw away the bird leg in its hand, and grabbed one of its wings with one hand, and the other leg with another before tearing it apart. Golden blood splattered onto the feathers. The golden-winged bird let out a heart-wrenching cry, but it was useless. Zhou looked at the golden-winged bird in horror. It had its wings and legs torn off by Truth Listener. In the end, it even ripped off its head and threw it to the ground. Truth Listener roared at the sky like a bloodthirsty demon king from hell. And Sheng was already dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen such a ruthless and ferocious companion beast. It wasn't a massacre, but torture. Ignoring companion beasts, even dimensional creatures seldom had such ferocious tendencies. Zhou himself wore a look of shock. He had only seen one of Truth Listener's earrings shatter in the past. It was so ferocious and ruthless now that 2 earrings had shattered. If the 6 earrings were to shatter together, he didn't know how terrifying it would be. Zhou didn't attempt it, nor did he wish to try. He felt that the connection between him and Truth Listener had become extremely weak. It was like a taut fishing line that could snap at any moment. He attempted to summon Truth Listener back. Thankfully, Truth Listener sensed Zhou's will, and its emotions slowly stabilized. The shattered earring returned to its ears. When Truth Listener returned to Zhou's ear, the violent emotions vanished. Chapter 689 Invisible Fire. Thankfully nothing happened. Zhou couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he felt Truth Listener's emotions slowly calm down. Every time Truth Listener's earring shattered, it gave Zhou an ominous feeling. If not for the fact that he had no choice, Zhou wouldn't be willing to let Truth Listener shatter the earring to fight. However, in this situation, there was nothing else he could do. Zhou had already used all the combat strength he could muster, so there was no way he could hold back. With the golden-winged bird dead, Zhou no longer had any worries. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any companion eggs or dimensional crystals. Gripping the Golden Overlord sword tightly, Zhou charged at the monk-robed skeleton. At the same time, he summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull, and used the Soul Suppression Bell as support to attack the monk-robed skeleton. Without the help of the crystal, the monk-clothed skeleton's strength decreased significantly. Under the siege, it was stunned by the Soul Suppression Bell. Zhou took the opportunity to slash at it, slicing off one of its legs, causing its movement to slow down significantly. And Sheng also took the opportunity to use the fixing incantation. Although it couldn't completely freeze the skeleton's body, it made it pause for a moment. Tyrant Behemoth's body expanded as it used the mountain-devouring skill to swallow the monk-robed skeleton. Knock! 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 Zhou saw Tyrant Behemoth's stomach twitch like a drum, but it didn't last long. It's finally done. Zhou didn't dare relax as he turned to look at Buddha Annihilation. Indeed, he saw the Anna on his forehead glow once again. Immediately, another Buddhistic glow descended. In the Buddhistic glow, the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird were born once again as their bodies gradually condensed. Although he had expected it, Zhou's expression was still ugly. He turned his head to look at the golden-winged bird's corpse that he had just killed and saw that it was still scattered across the ground. It hadn't disappeared. Damn it. What kind of power does that Buddha Annihilation's Anna have to revive a mythical creature out of thin air? Just as Zhou was feeling depressed, something even more shocking happened. It wasn't just the skeleton and the golden-winged bird that were reborn in the Buddhistic glow. The 2 golden battle god halberds that were killed were in the lineup as well. However, the 2 golden battle god halberds that had been revived had no connection to Zhou, much less be under his control. They are both guardians, so why is Buddha Annihilation so much stronger than the 6-winged seraphim? What kind of ability is this? Could it be that any creature or companion beast that dies near him can be revived and used by him? Zhou guessed inwardly. If that's the case, what's the point of fighting? Just surrender and commit suicide. It's impossible to win unless I kill Buddha Annihilation first. Zhou was somewhat tempted. Thinking of such a bug-like ability, he felt quite delighted if he could obtain it. Unfortunately, Buddha Annihilation might not be willing to contract with him. Even if it was willing, Zhou wasn't willing to do so. His companion beast, Demonic Neonate, had signed a master-slave contract. If he signed a guardian contract, wouldn't it be too lame in comparison? As Zhou pondered over, the skeleton, the golden-winged bird, and the 2 golden battle god halberds rushed over. It was obvious that the golden battle god halberds were completely heartless, and wanted to destroy Zhou in company. Zhou had no choice but to summon Truth Listener. He got it to remove the restrictions of 1 earring and continue fighting. Zhou faced the golden battle god halberds himself. With his understanding of the golden battle god halberds, he quickly used the golden overlord sword to snap the 2 golden battle god halberds. Truth Listener was still fighting the golden-winged bird to the death. Tyrant Behemoth was dragging its exhausted body as it fought the monk-robed skeleton. And Sheng, the azure rainbow flying sword, and the bald parrot were all helping. Zhou Wen originally wanted to rush forward to help, but he thought that even if he killed them, it would be useless. Buddha Annihilation would still revive them. These revived mythical creatures looked no different from the former mythical creatures, or even companion beasts. Are they really identical to their original forms? A vertical crack appeared on Zhou Wen's glabella. It looked like a third eye, but there were no pupils in it. It was as though it was connected to hell, as ghostly cries sounded. Even with the Hell King's eye, he couldn't tell how different these resurrected mythical creatures were from their original bodies. They looked no different from real creatures. They also had invisible flames on them, and they looked rather thick. While Zhou Wen was observing, Truth Listener was already on the brink of going berserk. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and charged at the monk-robed skeleton. He planned on dealing with it before getting Tyrant Behemoth to help Truth Listener alleviate some of the pressure. Where did Demonic Neonate go? Why haven't I seen her attack? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He sensed Demonic Neonate's location and realized that she was hiding in a pile of ruins. She was secretly looking at Buddha Annihilation, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky. So she's targeting Buddha Annihilation? I wonder if it's possible. Although Grim Demon is also a guardian, it feels so weak. It feels weaker than the six-winged seraphim. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. If Demonic Neonate attacked Buddha Annihilation and ended up being killed by it, it would be a huge loss. Zhou Wen was still optimistic about Demonic Neonate's future. He had been waiting for the day she returned to the mythical stage, so he was unwilling for her to risk her life. If Grim Demon knew what Zhou Wen was thinking, he would probably vomit blood and faint in the bathroom. Grim Demon wasn't weak. It was only because it was limited by the Master-Slave contract. Furthermore, as the Master, Demonic Neonate was too weak, which greatly reduced its combat strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so weak. Zhou Wen rushed forward to help Tyrant Behemoth fight, and summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull and Torch Dragon to help. He wanted to kill the monk-robed skeleton as soon as possible. While fighting, Zhou Wen kept his Hell King's eye open. He wanted to see if there was anything different between the monk-robed skeleton and the monk-robed skeleton that would be revived later. Before Truth Listener went berserk again, Zhou Wen finally managed to kill the monk-robed skeleton. However, this time, Zhou Wen had cleaved apart the skeleton's head with his sword. At this moment, something strange happened. After the monk-robed skeleton was killed, the invisible flames on its body floated towards the Hell King's eye as though they were attracted by some force. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised, unsure if he had accidentally discovered the advancement method for Hell King. The formless fire that resembled a stream of water was constantly sucked into the Hell King's eye. At the same time, Zhou Wen felt that his Hell King body was silently changing. So Hell King evolves by absorbing these invisible flames? If I had known, I would have raised Hell King's level a long time ago. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 690 Resurrection No More. With the monk-robed skeleton dead, Zhou Wen commanded Tyrant Behemoth to reinforce Truth Listener. The companion beasts and the others didn't head over. Apart from top-notch companion beasts with especially powerful bodies, like Tyrant Behemoth and Truth Listener, the other creatures would die if they went up. The golden winged bird's speed was just too fast. One had to withstand its attacks head-on, but its attack power was especially powerful. Even ordinary mythical companion beasts couldn't withstand it. With Tyrant Behemoth joining the fray, Truth Listener's pressure decreased significantly, but the battle became even more intense. It was similar to Truth Listener's situation. Without the suppression of absolute strength, Tyrant Behemoth couldn't touch the golden winged bird. It was only an additional target to take a beating, sharing half the brunt of the firepower. Zhou Wen had been using his mind to control Truth Listener, preventing it from shattering the second earring. Firstly, it was easy to lose control when it was in its berserk state due to the shattering of the earring. Secondly, even if it killed the golden winged bird, it would still be revived by Buddha Annihilation. It was useless to kill it. It was better to drag it out. I'm really stupid. I should have thought of a way to kill the golden winged bird first, and leave behind the easier monk-robed skeleton. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that he had done something wrong.
Chancellor Lung's situation doesn't seem too good.
And Sheng came to Zhou Wen's side and said, as he looked up into the sky. Zhou Wen could also tell that Lung Zongjing's situation wasn't good. His demonic organ throne had been unable to suppress Buddha Annihilation despite all this time. Under such circumstances, the party taking the initiative to attack would suffer. Once the opponent found a chance to counterattack, Lung Zongjing would be in danger.
The battle between the two of them is almost at the peak of the mythical stage. Our strength isn't enough to interfere in the battle. Even if we rely on companion beasts to influence the direction of the battle, we need to find an appropriate opportunity.
Zhou Wen sighed and said,
If my Torch Dragon youngling hadn't expended too much energy, it might have the ability to forcefully change the battle's trajectory, but it won't work now.
And Sheng smiled and said,
Young Master One, don't worry. The quality and quantity of your companion beasts are enough to stand tall amongst the Federation. Even the people with the most companion beasts in the 6 hero families are probably inferior to you. If you can't even leave this place, no one in the Federation will be able to.
Zhou Wen knew that Ensheng was trying to relieve the pressure on him, so he said with a smile.
That's not necessarily the case. At the very least, Primordial Sword Immortal and Death of the Underworld aren't weaker on the rankings than my behemoth. Those kinds of companion beasts are rare even among the 6 families. Whoever has one is already considered extremely lucky. How could one have so many like you? Let me do a count. Torch Dragon, Behemoth, and that companion beast that looks like a golden ape. Ignoring the other ordinary mythical creatures, you already have 3 top-notch mythical creatures that can attempt first place. You can be considered unprecedented.
Ensheng sighed. Zhou Wen shook his head. Now, these top companion beasts weren't able to help him rush out of the Buddhist kingdom. Life and death remained unknown. Sometimes, miracles happen in this world. Behemoth and Truth Listener couldn't keep up with the golden winged bird's speed. They were originally getting beaten up, and Zhou Wen only wanted them to hold back the golden winged bird. To his surprise, Truth Listener had actually gotten lucky. It had accidentally caught the golden winged bird's wings when it was clawing wildly. This surprise was unexpected to the golden winged bird and Truth Listener. This was also a testament to the benefits of having low intelligence. Under the same circumstances, Truth Listener, who wasn't intelligent, had a reaction that exceeded its brain. It instinctively grabbed the golden winged bird's wings and threw it over its shoulder, slamming it to the ground. Boom! Having seized this opportunity, how could the 2 terrifying creatures give up? Behemoth sat on the golden winged bird's body and slammed its head. Truth Listener stood in front of the golden winged bird and ripped off its wings. The golden winged bird had a huge advantage in speed, but its body wasn't stronger than Truth Listener or Behemoth's. Under the 2 beasts' barrage of attacks, it was quickly killed. Zhou Wen was chatting with Ensheng when he realized that it was too late to stop them from killing the golden winged bird. Seeing that the golden winged bird's head had been smashed in, it was no longer able to live. Zhou Wen wanted to retrieve the golden winged bird's invisible flames using the Hell King's eye, but he realized that he couldn't. After the golden winged bird died, the invisible flames on its body automatically dissipated into the world. Could it be that I have to kill a creature myself to absorb the invisible flames on its body? Zhou Wen guessed the reason. Upon dying, Buddha Annihilation once again used its power to revive them. The Buddhistic glow illuminated and purified the golden Buddha kingdom with no way of stopping it. Just as Zhou Wen thought he had to kill the monk-robed skeleton and the golden winged bird again, he realized something strange. The golden winged bird and the 2 golden battle god halberds were reborn, but the monk-robed skeleton didn't reincarnate this time. It was nowhere to be seen. Strange, why hasn't the monk-robed skeleton been reborn? Could it be that Buddha's annihilation strength is insufficient to revive the monk-robed skeleton? That's not right. The golden winged bird is even stronger than the monk-robed skeleton, yet it can be revived. The 2 golden battle god halberds can also be reborn. There's no reason for the monk-robed skeleton to not have the strength to be reborn. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Previously, when the monk-robed skeleton died, I used the Hell King's eye to absorb the invisible flames on its body. Could this be the reason why it couldn't be reborn again? Young Master One, look. That monk-robed skeleton didn't revive this time. Did Buddha Annihilation expend too much of its energy and have no way of reviving the monk-robed skeleton? Ensheng couldn't see Zhou Wen absorbing the invisible flames with the Hell King's eye, so his conclusion was similar to Zhou Wen's first thought. I think I might know how to prevent them from being revived, Zhou Wen said as he impatiently charged at the 2 golden battle god halberds. Tyrant Behemoth and Truth Listener also charged at the golden winged bird and began their painful battle again. Zhou Wen opened the Hell King's eye and snapped the 2 golden battle god halberds. At the same time, he absorbed the invisible flames from their bodies. This time, the process was very smooth. He absorbed all of them in one go. Zhou Wen couldn't wait to know if they would revive later. Ensheng seemed to sense something when he saw Zhou Wen slice through the golden battle god halberd, but he didn't know what Zhou Wen had done. Be it the Hell King's eye or the invisible fire, they were invisible to the naked eye. Ensheng had no idea that Zhou Wen had absorbed the invisible fire with his Hell King's eye, so he naturally had no way of guessing. Now, there's only the golden winged bird left. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and summoned the great Might-Vajra bull. He took the opportunity, and made it use the soul suppression bell, causing the golden winged bird to instantly feel dizzy. Zhou Wen originally wanted to rush over, but to his surprise, Behemoth became dizzy but Truth Listener didn't. It immediately grabbed the dizzy golden winged bird. Following that, it carried out another round of battery. The 2 monster-like companion beasts beat the golden winged bird until it was half dead before Zhou Wen went up and killed it in one strike. After absorbing the invisible flames from the golden-winged bird, Zhou Wen looked at Buddha Annihilation again. However, this time, Buddha Annihilation didn't use its resurrection ability. It appeared to be as Zhou Wen had expected. Buddha Annihilation's resurrection wasn't done without reason. It needed the invisible fire as its foundation. Now that the invisible fire was gone, Buddha Annihilation no longer had a target to use the skill.
Young Master One, how did you do it?
And Sheng asked Zhou Wen in surprise. Chapter 691 Advancement initiated.
I just realized that there's an essence energy skill that can restrain them, preventing them from being revived.
Zhou Wen said, as he looked at Lung Zongjing and Buddha Annihilation in the sky. He didn't know music, and didn't know much about space. However, he had a nagging feeling that Lung Zongjing's organ music was weakening.
Ah Sheng, do you know music? Do you know the extent of this song? Is it about to end?
Zhou Wen asked. And Sheng understood Zhou Wen's meaning, and said with a heavy expression.
I only know a thing or two about music. However, I've heard from Overseer that Chancellor Lung's demonic symphony has a total of 7 movements. It should have reached the 6th movement. If this chapter can't suppress Buddha Annihilation, I'm afraid the last movement will require him to go all out. What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked.
No one knows what the last movement of the demonic symphony is. Everyone who has heard it is already dead. Overseer had only heard Chancellor Lung mention it. If the heart doesn't die, the 7th movement won't make a squeak.
And Sheng explained. After Zhou Wen heard that, he immediately knew that things weren't looking good. Since the heart doesn't die naturally, it meant that one still had the desire to live. If one's heart died, they could even abandon their lives. The final movement's dangers were obvious. Now, Buddha Annihilation had already heard the end of the 6th movement, but he remained composed. Perhaps victory could only be determined by the 7th movement. As the two of them spoke, the 6th movement came to an end. Although the first 6 musical movements had some ups and downs, in general, they were all gentle tunes that spurred one to improve themselves. When the first note of the 7th movement sounded, everything changed. The musical note seemed to have an irresistible charm. The moment it sounded, Zhou Wen and Sheng felt an illusion appear in front of them. The crumbling Buddhist kingdom seemed to have turned into hell. Death filled the air as countless vengeful souls extended their palms from underground and let out painful cries. The demonic organ throne in the sky didn't change at all. It was still the demonic organ throne, but Lung Zongjing, who was sitting in front of the organ, emitted a terrifying demonic aura. He looked like a devil dressed in a suit. The demonic aura around him surged into the sky as his fingers danced. He pressed on the keys in a frenzy. His eyes were burning with zeal, as he seemed to be possessed.
The organ hasn't changed, but the person has been possessed. This movement is too dangerous and evil.
Even Zhou Wen, who didn't know music, couldn't see the horror of Chancellor Lung's movement. In the past, it could be said that it was enticing one into entering a demonic state, but now, it was becoming one with the devil. The dangers involved only could be imagined. Buddha Annihilation was still sitting cross-legged in the void. He closed his eyes and chanted. He held the Buddha beads with his fingers, and emitted a supreme Buddhistic glow to block the terrifying demonic music. However, when the 7th movement sounded, even Buddha Annihilation showed a change in expression. The Buddha beads in his hand scattered and fell into the void. The Buddha patterns on the Buddha beads revealed smiling faces. However, the smiles looked as ferocious as a devil's smile. It was as crazy and evil as Lung Zongjing's expression. Buddha Annihilation opened its eyes, as the henna on its forehead emitted a crystalline glow to resist the demonic music. On his body, black-red patterns that represented the devil appeared, as they constantly spread across his body. The final target was the henna. Zhou Wen and Sheng felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but be alarmed when they saw the demonic patterns on their bodies.
Young Master One, quickly retreat.
And Sheng pulled Zhou Wen back. The two of them retreated again and again before they felt much better. Zhou Wen used the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to resist the hellish demonic music, and it immediately had an effect. The demonic patterns on his body gradually receded. And Sheng gradually returned to normal. The two of them looked at each other in horror. Despite being so far away, they were still affected. Buddha Annihilation, who faced Lung Zongjing directly, experienced an indescribable pressure.
Chancellor Lung is indeed worthy of being known as the strongest existence beneath the mythical stage. Even Buddha can become a devil. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can withstand such organ music.
Zhou Wen couldn't help but praise Lung Zongjing, who was like a devil. More and more demonic runes appeared on Buddha Annihilation's body, almost covering his entire body. Only his henna shone with a Buddhistic glow. Zhou Wen and Sheng were nervous, but Lung Zongjing's organ music was getting crazier. They knew that it was probably the final critical moment. Suddenly, the henna between Buddha Annihilation's eyebrows glowed brightly, illuminating the world like a sun.
It's coming!
Zhou Wen and Ensheng's hearts were in their mouths. They knew that victory or defeat depended on this strike. Anyone who retreated would probably be severely injured. At the instant Buddha Annihilation's Una released a blinding light, a dark purple beam of light silently passed through the hellish scene and stabbed into Buddha Annihilation's back. Buddha Annihilation's pupils constricted as the Una on his forehead dimmed. The demonic organ music immediately invaded his Una. A trace of black demonic aura appeared in the originally flawless Una. Furthermore, wisps of the demonic aura continued to seep into it, weakening the Una's glow. Demonic neonate. Zhou Wen immediately recognized the sword that had stabbed into the Buddha Annihilation's back. It was the demonic sword in demonic neonate's arms. The demonic sword inched into Buddha Annihilation's heart. With him severely injured, and the invasion of the demonic music, the situation changed drastically. As its Una was gradually corroded by the demonic music, Buddha Annihilation's peaceful face also began to distort. Red light flashed in its eyes, as the Buddha-like face gradually turned devilish. Buddha Annihilation stood up abruptly, as the power in its body erupted like a volcano. It wanted to send the demonic sword on its back flying, but the demonic sword seemed to be nailed into its bones. Not only did it fail to send it flying away, it even stabbed into Buddha Annihilation's heart at an even faster rate, piercing right through it. If Buddha Annihilation could maintain its Buddhist nature, the demonic sword might not have been capable of penetrating its heart that easily. However, the moment it became demonized, Grim Demon on the sword played a significant role. It made Buddha Annihilation unable to put up a resistance. Under the pincer attack of the demonic sword and the organ music, the extremely terrifying guardian ultimately couldn't withstand the attack. Its eyes gradually dimmed. The Buddhistic glow on Buddha Annihilation's body gradually extinguished. It also meant that his vitality was like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish at any moment. Just as Buddha Annihilation was at the end of the ropes, its eyes regained clarity. The demonic patterns on its body gradually receded, and it returned to its crystalline Buddha body. It sat down cross-legged and closed its eyes as it said slowly,
Annihilation of Buddha tonight is like the snuffing out of fire.
With that sentence, the Buddha body burned like a piece of paper, turning to ash. At that moment, Zhou Wen suddenly felt his slaughterer life soul tremble, as though an invisible force was injected into it, rapidly evolving it. Zhou Wen was alarmed and delighted. He hadn't been able to find an advancement method for slaughterer, but now, it had inexplicably advanced. Chapter 692 Evolved Body. With Buddha Annihilation dead, the Buddhist kingdom also collapsed. The Buddha statue completely shattered, turning into fragments that fell into the void. At the foundation of the Buddha, a stone door was revealed.
The exit is there. Let's go!
Lung Zongjing led Zhou Wen and Ensheng towards the door. When they went through the door, they realized that they were already outside the stone house. The stone house was wobbling and crumbling. Before long, it collapsed with a boom, reduced to a ruin. Zhou Wen looked at the tiny pile of rocks and felt as though he was dreaming. I've finally come out alive. Zhou Wen decided that he had to draw a few substitute talismans when he returned. No matter how low the success rate was, he had to draw them. In the past, he had always gamed and seldom ventured into dimensional zones. Furthermore, he had plenty of mythical companion beasts. With a substitute talisman and 6-winged guardian dragon, he felt that it was enough to deal with any danger. However, the battle in the Buddhist kingdom made Zhou Wen realize how terrifying the guardians were. An uncontracted Buddha Annihilation was already this terrifying. It was probably more dangerous to encounter a contractor who already had an owner, as long as it wasn't a rookie like John. After the stone house collapsed, the phenomenon in Dragon Gate Grotto vanished and everything returned to normal. However, problems with the Dragon Gate Grotto's seal seemed to ensue after this. Often, some creatures would break out of the seal, making it much more frequent than before. Thankfully, most of them were mullah or fairies. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. The troops stationed there could deal with them.
Tianzua, your family's little Zhou is indeed not bad. He's worth grooming. You should spend more time on him,
Lung Zongjing said to Tianzua before he left. The corners of Tianzua's eyes twitched, but he couldn't retort his teacher. All he could do was lower his eyes and say yes. Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan, and Li Xian returned to their campus dorm and received a commendation. Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian had fought with their lives on the line and killed many dimensional creatures. Although they didn't kill any mythical creatures, they won plenty of illustrious merits. The military handed out medals to the students who had made contributions. However, Tianzua didn't come. Qin Wufu handed out the medals on his behalf. After Qin Wufu gave Zhou Wen the medal, he patted him on the shoulder and said,
Zhou Wen, if you wish to join the military, remember to come to me. There's freedom with me. No one can control you.
Qin Wufu's words seemed to imply something, but Zhou Wen had no intention of joining the military at the moment. All he could do was give an excuse. When he returned to his dorm, He realized that there were many messages on his phone. Some were from Wang Lu, some from the Darch, and many from Lucas. Wang Lu and Lucas had sent messages to ask Zhou Wen about the situation after hearing about the anomaly in Dragon Gate Grotto. The Darch asked Zhou Wen for any updates, if he was willing to accept her conditions. He replied to the messages one by one. He didn't receive a reply from the Darch. Wang Lu and Lucas quickly replied, and Zhou Wen explained his situation. Only when he was free did Zhou Wen have the time to carefully observe Slaughterer. After killing Buddha Annihilation, Slaughterer had automatically evolved. However, Slaughterer had always been mysterious. Zhou Wen's connection with Slaughterer was somewhat odd. He knew very little about it. He switched on his phone and switched to Slaughterer. Zhou Wen carefully studied Slaughterer information. Slaughterer, evolved body. The information was simple, but it was equivalent to not saying anything. He only knew that he had advanced to an evolved body, but even the name hadn't changed at all. This was identical to the time when he condensed Slaughterer. Other life souls could be summoned to be used, but Slaughterer could only be used passively. It was completely different from the other life souls. Zhou Wen later experimented with some of Slaughterer abilities, such as infinite essence energy recovery or stat strengthening. Now that he had advanced to an evolved body, there was still no information. Zhou Wen could only figure it out himself. After entering a game dungeon and switching to Slaughterer, Zhou Wen attempted to use all sorts of skills to fight dimensional creatures. He wanted to see what new capabilities Slaughterer's evolved body had. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that Slaughterer augmentation of his stats had increased significantly, and his essence energy recovery was faster. However, these were abilities that he already had in the past, so it wasn't surprising for them to be enhanced. Don't tell me there's no other ability? Zhou Wen attempted to communicate with Slaughterer, but unfortunately, just like before, Slaughterer didn't respond. It was like a lifeless machine that clung to his body. It's impossible to not have any new abilities, right? Zhou Wen felt that it was definitely not that simple, but after trying for a long time, he failed to discover any extraordinary abilities. I'll test it out slowly in the future. Zhou Wen thought for a moment before switching to the Hell King Life Soul. He planned on grinding it to a perfect body. He only needed to slay dimensional creatures to advance. The Hell King Life Soul was probably the easiest to advance. Just as Zhou Wen was about to begin a massacre in-game, he suddenly realized that the poisoned bats in front of him didn't have any invisible flames. Why is this happening? Zhou Wen frowned and looked at the horde of poisoned bats. He realized that there were no invisible flames on them. Zhou Wen exited the dungeon and logged into a few more dungeons. The outcome was the same. None of the dimensional creatures in-game had invisible flames. Could it be that there are no invisible flames because they are simulated creatures in-game? But that's not right. If the creatures in-game are different from the creatures in real life, why would a companion beast that drops have the invisible flame? For instance, an existence like the Golden Battle God Halberd has the invisible flames? What's the reason? Zhou Wen couldn't understand the reason why and planned on heading to a dimensional zone in real life to take a look. Zhou Wen planned on heading to Tiger Cage Pass. Every time he entered a dimensional zone in real life, something would happen, so he deliberately chose to head to Tiger Cage Pass. Tiger Cage Pass's final boss was the Elegant Emperor Puppet's avatar. Zhou Wen could easily kill it now, so no matter what happened, it wouldn't be too much for him. I have to think of a way to get a companion beast that augments luck or good fortune to neutralize the bad luck I have. Otherwise, I have a nagging feeling that something will go wrong having Bamboo Blade, Tiger Soul General, and Tai Sui on me, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Since Tiger Cage Pass wasn't too dangerous, Zhou Wen took the chick out with him to let it get some fresh air. It had been recently eating and sleeping all day in the dorm, making it look much fatter. And Sheng got someone to deliver food to them every day, so the antelope and chick ate like kings. The chubby chick stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder with its round face. At a glance, it looked like an owl. Chapter 693 Guidance. On the way to Tiger Cage Pass, he encountered many students. Unlike before, many of them took the initiative to greet Zhou Wen. In the past, due to Zhou Wen's relationship with Wang Mingyuan and the problem with the bureau, many students weren't willing to interact with Zhou Wen. They were afraid of being implicated. Things were somewhat different now. The anomaly at Dragon Gate Grotto allowed many students to witness how terrifying breakout creatures were. At the same time, they deeply realized that only the strong could survive and protect the human cities in the future. As for Zhou Wen, who had illustrious feats on the battlefield, many students had no choice but to reconsider their interactions with him. However, Zhou Wen looked at them in a somewhat odd manner. It wasn't because of their actions, but because he had activated his Eye of Hell and saw the invisible flames on them. It was as though he was looking at EXP treasures. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's mind was relatively normal. If he were Jack, he would have long culled them for the experience.
Zhou Wen, what are you doing here?
Zhou Wen had just arrived at the entrance of Tiger Cage Pass when he saw Li Weiyang leading a group of girls outside.
Senior Weiyang, I'm here to kill demonized generals,
Zhou Wen answered. Li Weiyang joked.
Dear Almighty Zhou, shouldn't you be killing mythical creatures? Why are you here in Tiger Cage Pass to snatch the mere demonized soldiers and demonized generals from us? Is there any justice in this world?
Zhou Wen didn't know what to say as Li Weiyang continued.
We also have to enter Tiger Cage Pass to kill demonized soldiers and demonized generals. These juniors aren't experienced enough. Why don't you join us? You can give the juniors a demonstration.
Li Weiyang's invitation didn't conflict with Zhou Wen's intentions, so he nodded and said,
Actually, killing ordinary demonized generals isn't difficult. Previously, Li Xian and I made a strategy. If one follows the strategy, they only need 4 or 5 at the mortal stage to kill a demonized general. Senior, teach us please,
a female freshman said to Zhou Wen. The girls immediately turned rowdy, clamoring for Zhou Wen to teach them how to kill demonized generals.
Of course.
Zhou Wen agreed readily. After all, his goal was to farm invisible flames. He wouldn't waste much time teaching them. The group of girls happily followed Zhou Wen into Tiger Cage Pass. Some of the girls even pulled him along and to teach them how to kill demonized soldiers. Li Weiyang didn't stop him. All she did was watch with a smile. However, she thought to herself, do you little vixens really think that this is some treasured meat? If it was really a treasure, I would have called dibs long ago. Would you even have a chance? It's just a piece of titanium alloyed bone. Ignoring the possibility of eating it, just attempting to bite on it will spoil your teeth. Indeed, as Li Weiyang had expected, the girls originally imagined that Zhou Wen would gently teach them. He might even hold their hands and teach them. This way, they could have some intimate contact with this famous senior. It might even lead to a romantic beginning. However, when Zhou Wen really started teaching them, they realized how ridiculously wrong they were. Zhou Wen simply used the standards of a soldier on them. No, it should be said that he requested inhuman standards of them.
That's not right. Your foot has to stretch out 3 centimeters more. Lower your head a little more and punch with more strength. Can you not draw circles with your sword? Be more efficient. Why are you twisting your waist over there? Stand straight.
Zhou Wen spoke to them, as though he was lecturing a recruit. Zhou Wen felt that there was nothing wrong with this. On the battlefield, a tiny mistake could cost them their lives. They needed to be absolutely correct. Furthermore, if they wanted to kill a legendary demonized general at the mortal stage, they needed to be precise in everything. Otherwise, problems would easily arise. Zhou Wen had taught them according to the standards he had been shown during his practices with Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan. He had even lowered his standards to the minimum. Even so, they failed to meet the requirements. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown. The girls realized that this was different from what they had imagined. They originally thought that it would be a pleasant interaction with their senior, but they ended up being treated as animals. Seeing many girls leave silently, Li Weiyang laughed inwardly. These girls have finally seen how clueless a man can be. Sometime into Zhou Wen's lesson, he realized that the number of girls who listened to his explanations and guidance was decreasing. Furthermore, they were all over the place. They couldn't meet his standards. However, there was a first-year junior who surprised Zhou Wen. She had meticulously completed all the techniques that Zhou Wen had taught. Although there were some mistakes, she was much better than the other girls. Furthermore, the junior was rather talented. She seemed to realize her mistakes, and would fix many of them in her next practice.
Senior, can I kill a demonized general alone at the mortal stage?
The other girls had already distanced themselves from Zhou Wen, but this girl took the initiative to ask him.
It's not impossible. Show me what you've learned.
Zhou Wen felt that the girl was rather talented and hard-working. He wasn't stingy with teaching this junior. The girl showed Zhou Wen what she had learned. Although Zhou Wen saw that she hadn't learned any essence energy skills, her basics were very solid. It was obvious that she had worked hard and was an all-rounder. Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall the time he cultivated ascetic meditation. Like the girl, he had been silently cultivating, doing his best to do what he could.
With your present skills, it's a little difficult to kill a demonized general. I can slightly change your movement technique's positioning. That might allow you to kill a demonized general. However, before that, you still need to train your strength. Your present strength isn't enough. Furthermore, this will require a lot of practice and actual combat. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time.
Zhou Wen said.
If it's not troublesome, can you teach me? If it's too troublesome, forget it.
The girl asked in embarrassment.
It's not troublesome.
Zhou Wen explained how to change her movement technique. In fact, it was just adding some basic techniques of transcendent flying immortal. Zhou Wen demonstrated it once and guided the girl several times. Li Weiyang couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the girl learning from Zhou Wen. It was really surprising that there was a girl who wasn't frightened away by him. Zhou Wen guided the girl a few times, and when he saw that she wasn't making any more mistakes, he said to her,
"Your movement is right, but you need to spend time practicing. When you can use it freely in battle, along with a raise of your strength, you can kill a demonized general alone. Thank you, senior. I know what to do."
After thanking him, the girl went to the side to silently practice. Seeing that no more girls were asking him for advice, Zhou Wen began his Hell King advancement plan. The demonized soldiers in reality were no different from the demonized soldiers in game. However, these demonized soldiers had the invisible flames on their bodies. Chapter 694 Holy Hell King. When Zhou Wen drew his saber to kill the demonized soldiers and demonized generals, the girl watched from the side, as though she was observing Zhou Wen's movement technique. Then, she compared it to her own movement technique and continued practicing. After Zhou Wen killed the demonized soldiers, invisible flames were immediately sucked into the Hell King's eye. However, the quantity was lacking. It was much less than the invisible flames he had obtained from killing the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird. It was like the difference between a drop of water and a pool of water. However, a tower could be formed simply by piling sand. By killing more demonized soldiers and demonized generals, he could accumulate a significant amount of invisible flames. Perhaps it was because he had obtained a lot of invisible flames from before. Zhou Wen felt his body begin to undergo a strange change after killing a few demonized soldiers. Invisible flames flowed out of the Hell King's eye, enveloping his body in invisible flames. Under the baptism of the invisible flames, the Hell King Life Soul underwent a complete transformation. However, the invisible flames couldn't be seen. The students nearby couldn't tell the changes in Zhou Wen's body. The Hell King Life Soul was Zhou Wen's body. When the Hell King Life Soul evolved, Zhou Wen's body also changed. His body became extremely sensitive. Zhou Wen could even sense a speck of dust landing on him, and this level of spiritual perception and touch made him feel uncomfortable. This feeling wasn't very good, because the air was filled with dust and bacteria. It was fine back when he couldn't feel or see them. But now, he could only watch as the dust landed on his face, eyes, and even on his lips. There were also the worm-like bacteria. As they entered Zhou Wen's nose and mouth through his breathing, he felt terrible. The invisible flames couldn't injure any creature, nor could it stop anything from approaching Zhou Wen. The invisible flames didn't seem to exist at all. However, it made Zhou Wen's Hell King Life Soul become stronger and stronger. Finally, even the Hell King's eye changed. In the past, the Hell King's eye was only a spatial rift. There was no pupil inside, but as the Hell King's Life Soul transformed, a pupil-like bead gradually condensed in the Hell King's eye. The bead was condensed from invisible flames. It was formless and corporeal, making it look extremely strange. It was like a transparent pupil that floated in the Hell King's eye. Finally, the Hell King Life Soul completed its evolution. The Hell King's eye also had a transparent pupil. The pupil burned with invisible flames, making it look strange and mysterious. The invisible flames on his body subsided, as some mysterious information surged into Zhou Wen's mind, allowing him to gain some information regarding the evolution of the Hell King Life Soul. However, Zhou Wen still switched on his phone and read the blood-colored avatar's information. Holy Hell King, evolved body, the King of Hell, who cleanses away sin. Zhou Wen roughly knew that the Hell King's eye had the effect of cleansing sin, but he still needed to give it a try to know its exact power. Zhou Wen gave it a try to see how powerful the upgraded Holy Hell King was. He looked at a demonized soldier with the Hell King's eye. The invisible karmic sin flames in his eyes immediately burned. The invisible karmic flames on the demonized soldier's body were triggered. It burst into flames, as the invisible karmic sin flames on its body became even thicker. It looked very powerful. The invisible karmic flames on the demon soldier's body grew thicker, but they didn't seem to affect the demonized soldier at all. The demonized soldier looked normal. It didn't seem to hurt in any spot. It didn't even blink. Holy T, how can it be useless? Could it be that the demonized soldier has already been secretly injured and will die after taking 7 steps? Zhou Wen stared at the demonized soldier for a while to see if it would suddenly collapse. As Zhou Wen watched, he counted the demonized soldier's steps. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. He watched as the demonized soldier finished 7 steps. Suddenly, the demonized soldier's body paused. No way. I actually guessed right. It'll die in 7 steps? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. However, to his surprise, the demonized soldier stopped and farted before continuing to wander. Zhou Wen's face immediately darkened. Without any hesitation, he killed the demonized soldier with 1 strike and swallowed the invisible flames on its body. What the hell? After all this trouble, this Holy Hell King's ability is useless, Zhou Wen thought gloomily. Although Zhou Wen knew that the eye of the Holy Hell King was definitely useful, it didn't seem to be suitable for mainstream use. He didn't know what its exact use was. Forget it. I'll continue absorbing the invisible flames. I'll advance the Hell King to a perfect body first. Zhou Wen continued killing monsters to obtain the invisible flames. For the next few days, Zhou Wen absorbed the invisible karmic flames at Tiger Cage Pass. Finally, he charged into Tiger Cage Pass and killed the Tiger Cage demonized general and the elegant emperor's avatar puppet. However, the invisible karmic flames that these demonized soldiers and demonized generals could provide were far inferior to the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird. Despite Zhou Wen absorbing so much, the Holy Hell King didn't react at all. It showed no signs of advancement again. Reality wasn't a game. After killing the demonized soldiers and demonized generals inside, he had no choice but to slowly wait for new demonized soldiers and demonized generals to come out of the dimensional rift. He didn't know how many days he would have to wait, so Zhou Wen naturally wanted to head out. He planned on changing locations to continue grinding the invisible karmics and flames. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a female student enter deep inside Tiger Cage Pass and kill many demonized soldiers. Finally, she encountered a demonized general and was fighting it. Zhou Wen didn't pay her much attention and was about to leave when he realized that her movement technique looked familiar. He took a careful look. He immediately realized that the girl was someone he knew. She was the female freshman who had come here with Li Weiyan a few days ago. Zhou Wen had even taught her some basic techniques of transcendent flying immortal. After not seeing her for a few days, the girl had already mastered the techniques. She fought the demonized general alone and used the techniques that Zhou Wen had taught her to constantly move about, preventing the demonized general from touching her. Instead, she constantly injured it. Unfortunately, she was only at the mortal stage. She didn't even have a companion beast, nor did she learn any essence energy skills. Every strike on the demonized general only dealt limited damage. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown slightly. He had told the girl that she lacked strength and needed to raise her strength to kill the demonized general, but to his surprise, she had come alone. She also knew that her attacks were lacking, so she wasn't greedy. She wanted to cause severe damage by constantly accumulating damage. However, she had neglected the fact that her essence energy and stamina were lacking. After a prolonged battle, her speed and strength declined. Finally, the girl's speed decreased drastically. She failed to dodge the demonized general's charge, and was about to be hit. Chapter 695 Butterfly 1. With a flash of the saber beam, the demonized general was cleaved into two. The girl barely survived. When she saw Zhou Wen beside the demonized general, she revealed a look of pleasant surprise.
Didn't I tell you that you lack strength, and that you need to raise your strength before you can attempt killing the demonized general?
Zhou Wen said with a frown. He was a little angry, and his tone was nasty. The reason Zhou Wen was angry wasn't that the girl hadn't listened to him. In the event something happened to the girl, wasn't he harming her by teaching those movement techniques? When the girl heard Zhou Wen, she lowered her head and said uneasily,
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have ignored your advice. It's not that you let me down, but that you let yourself down. You were lucky that I happened to be here. You might not be so lucky next time,
Zhou Wen said.
Senior, don't worry. There won't be a next time,
the girl said seriously.
That's good. I'll escort you back to prevent any accidents.
Zhou Wen walked out as the girl followed behind him.
Your movement technique isn't bad. Here are some movement technique notes. You can take a look. They should be of some help to you.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and handed a notebook to the girl. They were some of the notes Zhou Wen had made when he first comprehended transcendent flying immortal skill. They were just random thoughts and techniques, nothing systematic. After Zhou Wen truly gained an epiphany, he didn't use them again. This girl was rather talented in movement techniques, and her personality was somewhat similar to Zhou Wen's. Zhou Wen casually handed the notebook to her to see if she could figure out anything useful from his random thoughts and techniques. It all depended on her perceptivity.
I don't have money.
The girl shook her hand immediately.
It's not worth much. I just wrote it in passing. Just take a look. There's no need to take it seriously.
Zhou Wen threw the notebook to the girl and left. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he began studying which dimensional zone to continue grinding for invisibles and flames. Although he already knew the method needed to advance Slaughterer, killing a Guardian to advance Slaughterer was just too difficult. Zhou Wen already knew that he couldn't beat the Guardian in Ant City. He might not even be capable of killing the 9 black dragons, who pulled a wagon in the underground sea. There was also another one. It was guarded by the chick's mother. Ignoring the question of whether Zhou Wen could defeat it, even if he could, he didn't think it was right to kill the chick's mother. Of course, he might not be its match in the first place. After some thought, he realized that there was only one Guardian he could kill, Grim Demon who possessed the demonic sword. Every time Grim Demon saw Zhou, it felt that Zhou was looking at him with a look resembling how a hungry wolf looked at a sheep. It made his heart tremble. Although Zhou had the intention to kill Grim Demon in an attempt to advance Slaughterer to another level, Grim Demon was demonic neonate's reserve rations. Zhou couldn't bring himself to do the deed, so he could only give up. Furthermore, demonic neonate's successful sneak attack during the Buddha Annihilation battle was all thanks to Grim Demon, who was attached to the demonic sword. Otherwise, the ordinary demonic sword wouldn't have been able to injure Buddha Annihilation, much less kill it. If he killed Grim Demon, demonic neonate's might would be greatly reduced. It didn't seem worth it. After much selection, Zhou finally chose a dimensional zone that few people went to. It was the underground pool city. In the past, Zhou had farmed dimensional creatures, like the poison WRM. There were actually quite a number of dimensional creatures there, but because most of them were underwater and weren't easy to kill, very few people went there. Zhou went to Pool City and grinded for a few days, but he didn't make much progress. Typical dimensional creatures had very few invisible flames on them. Furthermore, after advancing to the Holy Hell King, the invisible flames he needed for another advancement seemed to increase significantly. He didn't know how long it would take to advance Holy Hell King by killing ordinary dimensional creatures. Where can I kill a few dimensional creatures, like the monk-robed skeleton and the golden-winged bird? Zhou finally gave up on the idea of grinding ordinary dungeons to obtain the invisible flames. Zhou returned to his dorm and found Li Xian sitting in the living room. Seeing Zhou return, Li Xian walked over with a smile and was about to put his hand on Zhou's shoulder. Whoosh! Zhou immediately placed the sheathed bamboo blade against Li Xian's neck. He asked coldly,
"Who are you? Old Zhou, are you crazy? Don't you even recognize me?"
As Li Xian spoke, he was about to touch Zhou's forehead. The bamboo blade in Zhou's hand slashed at Li Xian's neck. Boom! Before the bamboo blade struck Li Xian's neck, white smoke emitted from his body, causing Zhou's bamboo blade to miss. After the white smoke dissipated, he saw a woman standing there. She looked at Zhou in surprise and said,
"How did you discover that I'm not Li Xian? I believe even Li Xian himself wouldn't be able to see through it. I'll give you one last chance. Who are you?"
Zhou stared coldly at the woman as he tightened his grip on the scabbard. He wouldn't use a sheathed saber for the next strike. Zhou had not noticed any flaws. The woman impersonating Li Xian was indeed enough to make it look real. Even if she was placed beside the real Li Xian, Zhou wouldn't have been able to tell which was real and which was fake. However, women shouldn't have come here. This was because Li Xian didn't dare enter his dorm randomly when Zhou wasn't around, much less sit on the sofa so daringly. This was because Li Xian knew very well that it was the antelope's territory. What he was most afraid of was the antelope. Every time he came, he would only sit on a small sofa or a stool. Therefore, Zhou only needed a glance to know that this Li Xian was fake.
"My name is Butterfly. I'm second young Master Li Mobai's servant. Master wants me to invite you over,"
the woman said.
"Is this your idea of an invitation?"
Zhou said with a cold expression.
"That's because the master said that I definitely can't fool you. I didn't believe it, so I made a bet with him. Now that I've lost, you can kill me now, if you're not satisfied. I have no complaints."
Butterfly closed her eyes and said,
"Why is Li Mobai looking for me?"
Zhou didn't have the habit of killing. Furthermore, he actually knew of Butterfly. When Li Xian told him about Li Mobai and the evil King Gu, he had told him about this woman. Li Weiyong couldn't tell even when Butterfly pretended to be Li Weiyong. He had nearly lost his will to live because of her ruse.
"Master has something important to discuss with you,"
Butterfly said.
"Not interested. Leave,"
Zhou said.
As the master expected. "However, Master got me to ask you if you are interested in Guardians? If you are interested, he will wait for you at Elegant Peace Restaurant,"
Butterfly said. Chapter 696 Li Mobai's information. In a private room at Elegant Peace Restaurant.
"After you."
Li Mobai carefully brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Zhou, gesturing for him to drink it.
"Just say it directly,"
Zhou said to Li Mobai without drinking it. Li Mobai didn't mind. As he continued brewing tea, he said,
"Zhou, do you know what the most terrifying power in this world is?" "I don't know,"
Zhou answered. Li Mobai continued,
"The most terrifying power in this world is to be able to see something but not be able to obtain it. For example, having an enemy who killed your father and stole your wife right in front of you. You can see him every day. You can see him smile, watch him go crazy, and watch him enjoy all the riches and glory in the world. However, you can't hurt even a single strand of his hair. This is more unbearable than any physical pain. Second young master, I'm an ordinary student. I don't understand such profound principles. If you wish to discuss philosophy, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person,
Zhou said. Li Maobai brewed a cup of tea for himself and took a sip before pouring away the remaining tea.
Now, there are two things I can see but can't obtain. One thing is the life of my enemy, and the other is a cocoon.
Li Maobai put down his cup and continued.
Ever since John challenged you with the six-winged seraphim, I've been trying my best to figure out what kind of power it is. In the end, I managed to find the answer, the cocoon of a guardian.
Zhou silently waited for Li Maobai to continue. Li Maobai definitely didn't invite him here to talk about this.
Perhaps the heavens pitted a half-crippled person like me and allowed me to find a guardian cocoon. However, there are terrifying mythical creatures guarding it. I spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price, but I failed to even approach it.
Li Maobai looked at Zhou and said,
But you are different. You have the ability to help me approach it. Why should I help you?
Zhou asked.
Because you can bet on a 1/3 possibility,
Li Maobai said with a smile.
What do you mean?
Zhou didn't understand what Li Maobai meant.
According to what I know, a guardian like the six-winged seraphim wouldn't casually reach an agreement with a human. Instead, it depends on whether that person manages to obtain their recognition. I know where the guardian cocoon is, and you have the ability to get us near it. Each of us will have one chance. I'll have a go first. If I don't succeed, it will be your chance. Of course, it's also possible that we won't be able to obtain its recognition, but you have at least a 1/3 chance, right?
Li Maobai said. Zhou fell silent. He was naturally interested in the guardian cocoon. Not only was he interested, but he also wished he could immediately find one. However, he didn't want to obtain the guardian's recognition, but to kill it. However, Zhou knew very well that every guardian had terrifying strength. They were top-notch existences among mythical creatures. He didn't know if his strength could kill the guardian. Li Maobai continued.
The guardian cocoon I discovered is in the South District. It's where I obtained my essence energy art. According to my speculation, since I could obtain the essence energy art there and condense the evil King Gu Life's soul, perhaps it might be compatible with the guardian cocoon, elevating my chances of success. Unfortunately, my foundation has been destroyed, and I've already cultivated another essence energy art. This is also where I'm at a disadvantage. In short, my chances are very high. It's not like you don't have a chance. Do you want to take a gamble? The decision lies with you. Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch your chance?
Zhou said to Li Maobai. Li Maobai laughed.
Just as I said, I can't do anything while watching my enemy live a carefree life. Now, I'm living a life worse than death. If it were you, would you be willing to take the risk? I need time to consider it,
Zhou said after some thought.
That's fine. You can take your time to consider it. I can wait,
Li Maobai said to Butterfly.
Take Zhou back. There's no need. I can go myself.
Zhou got up and left Elegant Peace Restaurant. On the way back, Zhou kept considering the proposal. A guardian cocoon was difficult to find. If what Li Maobai said was true, it was worth taking a look. Li Maobai had a chance, but he might not succeed. However, Li Maobai was someone who could do anything for revenge. Zhou didn't dare trust him. When he returned to school, he realized that Ensheng was waiting for him outside.
Young Master 1, the selection of treasure chests in the maze has been prepared. When do you plan on going?
Ensheng directly explained his intentions.
Let's do it now.
Zhou also wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. The world was changing at an increasing pace. Who knew if there would be a chance to go in the future? It was best to go early before the dimensional zone seals completely collapsed.
I share the same thoughts. Get in.
Ensheng opened the car door and led Zhou in before taking the driver's seat.
Young Master 1, why did Li Maobai want to see you?
Ensheng clearly knew that Li Maobai had met Zhou. Zhou didn't hide it as he recounted the matter.
Sheng, there's something I don't quite understand. Why did Chancellor Lung kill Buddha Annihilation and not choose to attempt a contract?
Zhou asked.
I'm not too sure about that. I'm afraid only Chancellor Lung can answer you.
Ensheng shook his head. After a pause, Ensheng continued.
What Li Maobai said might be true, but it's probably too late to go now. Why do you say that?
Zhou was puzzled.
According to reliable intelligence, Zhang Chunqiu, Xiao Luchuan, and Dugugu have gone to the South District together. Furthermore, their target is a guardian egg. The place they've gone to is very close to the region Li Maobai mentioned.
Ensheng said.
Li Maobai didn't say where the guardian egg is. How do you know where it is?
Zhou asked.
The Yin family has naturally been secretly paying attention to people like Li Maobai. He used to stay in the South District for a period of time. We've checked the areas he has been to and can determine a general area.
Ensheng explained.
I see. That's a pity.
Zhou was originally tempted, but after hearing Ensheng's words, He felt that his hopes were most likely dashed. The roads these days were difficult to navigate, and Sheng stopped the car inside a service station before the two of them rode their companion beasts forward. Zhou rode the great Might-Draw bull as though he was walking on flat ground in the forest. His speed wasn't slower than driving.
Young Master One, you have to memorize the map of the maze. Although I'll lead the way for you, you'll have to come out by yourself if you get lost inside.
And Sheng exhorted Zhou again. Chapter 697 Treasure. The maze map was very complicated. Even with Zhou memory, it took him a long time to memorize it. Apart from the maze being overly complicated, it was also because the maze was constantly changing. The degree of change was so complicated that it far exceeded the limits of what ordinary humans could imagine. Memorizing the map didn't only require memorizing the routes, but it also required some formulas. When one really got lost, one didn't have to rely on their brain's memory of the routes. Instead, one had to use formulas to calculate the way out. Zhou had spent quite a bit of time on this. To be safe, he had put in a lot of effort. 2 days later, Zhou and Sheng arrived at an inconspicuous field. It was originally a cornfield, but it was very remote. After the dimensional storms, there was an anomaly here. The corn here grew extremely tall. Each of them was as tall as a tree. The corn on them was golden, and even bigger than a person's head. Furthermore, ever since the dimensional storms, the corn here hadn't withered. They kept growing. The entrance to the maze was in the cornfield. Back then, Tianzhua and Sheng had fled from a mythical breakout creature. In their panic, they escaped into the cornfield and ended up falling into the maze. As a result, they escaped the calamity. Tianzhua obtained his first mythical companion beast there. Sheng circled the cornfield for a while before finally finding a spot. He used a shovel to dig up the soil on the ground, revealing a metal plate. He lifted the metal plate and revealed an ancient well. Sheng patted the soil in his hand and said,
Overseer and I disguised this place to prevent others from accidentally entering. Firstly, it was to prevent the treasure chests from being opened by others. Secondly, it was to prevent humans from entering. It's impossible for people to come out of such a complicated maze. Death would be the only outcome in that event. Young Master One, you have to follow me closely after we go down. Don't take the wrong path.
Sheng exhorted before heading down the well. Zhou followed Sheng down the ancient well. There was still water at the bottom. Sheng dived down, and before long, there was a horizontal tunnel. Soon, the two of them passed through the underwater tunnel and appeared in a squarish stone room. Sheng kept leading Zhou through the stone room. Every stone room looked identical. There was almost no difference. Every stone room had 6 exits in all directions, up, down, left, right, forward, and back. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to walk far before getting lost. Furthermore, the stone house here could move on its own. It made it even harder for ordinary people to leave. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that there were no dimensional creatures in the maze. All they needed to do was identify the path and ensure that they didn't get lost. Sheng kept walking and stopping, occasionally doing some calculations. After 3 or 4 hours, he finally found a treasure chest with Zhou. This stone house was a little special because there was no exit at the bottom. There was a stone chest in its place. It was different from the treasure chest inlaid with gold and silver that Zhou imagined. It was an ordinary stone chest that didn't look anything special.
The treasure chests here are very strange. A person can only open 3 treasure chests. Once you open 3, it will be difficult to touch any more, even if you use all your strength. According to our past experience, the treasure chests might be empty. There might also be companion eggs, dimensional crystals, and some strange items. They are all dimensional items,
Sheng said. Zhou walked forward and held the lid of the treasure chest, lifting it up. There was no golden light, nor was there any treasure aura. In the huge chest, there was only a palm-sized crystal hourglass.
What's this? What's its use?
Zhou took out the hourglass and sized it up. The sand in the hourglass was slowly flowing from one end to the other. The sand was a type of white sand, not common yellow sand. It looked even finer.
It's possible to obtain something strange in the treasure chest. It's hard to tell if it's of any use. Perhaps this hourglass will be of some use,
Sheng said. Zhou nodded and was about to put away the hourglass when he discovered something strange. As he was about to put it in his backpack, Zhou held the hourglass horizontally. Strangely, when the hourglass became horizontal, the sand didn't stop flowing. It continued falling in another direction. Strange. Zhou picked up the hourglass and sized it up again. He saw that the sand was flowing horizontally, completely violating the laws of physics. Zhou overturned the hourglass. The sand that should have flowed down flowed upstream without any intention of falling. It looked extremely strange. This hourglass sure is extraordinary. Zhou fiddled with the hourglass curiously. No matter how he oriented the hourglass, the sand inside stubbornly flowed in the same direction. However, other than that, there was nothing special about it. Zhou injected his essence energy, but it didn't affect the hourglass. It was as though it was an essence energy insulator. Seeing that the hourglass didn't have any special effects, Zhou placed it in his backpack and continued searching for other treasure chests within Sheng. During the time they were here, the stone house's location changed again, and Sheng kept calculating, and after doing so, he continued walking with Zhou. After walking for about half an hour, Zhou suddenly heard a ding that sounded like the notification of an electric oven. Zhou and Sheng jumped in fright before realizing that the sound came from the backpack. Zhou opened his backpack with a strange expression. There weren't any mechanical objects inside, nor were there any clocks. Zhou suddenly realized that the sand in the hourglass had been completely emptied. All the sand had entered one chamber. Could it be that the sound was produced by it? Zhou felt that there was no other possibility. He kept looking at it. Apart from the sand beginning to flow in reverse, nothing happened. After putting the hourglass back into his backpack, the two of them continued walking. However, just as they stepped into the next stone house, they suddenly realized that a beam of light had lit up inside. All the stone houses Zhou and Sheng had passed through previously were the same. They didn't differ from one another, nor were there any carvings on the walls. However, there was a mural that resembled a phoenix on the wall of the stone house. It was still emitting light as though it was about to come to life. Just as the phoenix mural lit up, the tunnel in the stone house automatically sealed shut. Chapter 698 Magical Hourglass. A petite fire phoenix flew down from the wall. With terrifying flames, it instantly turned the entire stone house into a sea of flames. Despite wearing armor, the red-hot flames were still scorching hot. Zhou summoned Tyrant Behemoth and swallowed the flames, along with the fire phoenix. Although it was only for a short moment, and Sheng and Zhou broke out into a cold sweat. White smoke was billowing from their armor. If it had been a little longer, their armor would have been burned red, and their flesh would have been cooked. Once the fire phoenix died, the 6 doors automatically opened and returned to their previous state.
Ah, Sheng, did you encounter such a situation when you came before?
Zhou felt that something was amiss and asked Sheng.
Never. Young Master One, do you think the fire phoenix from before has something to do with this hourglass?
As Sheng spoke, he looked at the backpack that had been burned to a crisp. The things in the backpack had already been dropped across the ground. Many things had been destroyed, but the crystal hourglass remained intact. It lay horizontally on the ground, the sand still flowing.
I also think it might be related. Nothing happened last time you came here, and nothing happened when we were walking. However, after the hourglass reversed, an incident occurred. Apart from it, I really can't think of any other reason,
Zhou said.
Let's use our companion beast to scout ahead, and see if the other stone houses have the same problem.
As Sheng spoke, he summoned a lion, and let it enter the next room and Sheng planned on entering. The moment the lion entered, the stone house suddenly sealed shut. Soon, Sheng's expression changed. Zhou used Truth Listener's powers to figure out what was happening next door, but he couldn't hear anything. There seemed to be a force blocking Truth Listener from hearing past the stone house's wall. Soon, the tunnel door opened and the lion companion beast that had entered vanished. From the looks of it, it had been killed.
These stone houses have indeed become a little strange. After my companion beast entered, it quickly had its connection with me severed. I couldn't sense what happened inside either,
Sheng said with a heavy expression. Zhou looked in from the door, but he didn't discover any murals in the stone house. It was no different from an ordinary stone house.
If the changes in the maze are related to this crystal hourglass, do you think the maze will return to normal when we wait for the crystal hourglass's sand to reverse?
Zhou said, as he looked at the hourglass in his hand.
That's very likely.
Sheng stared at the sand in the hourglass and said,
From the speed at which the sand flows, it should reverse every hour. Let's wait here for an hour. All right.
Zhou also felt that it was better to wait. God knew what other strange things were in this maze. Although he had mythical pets, his body was still at the epic stage. If anything happened in such a small stone house, he might not be able to dodge it. It was useless no matter how strong his companion beasts were. The two of them waited in the stone house as time ticked by. When the sand from the hourglass completely flowed out, they heard a chime that was identical to the sound they had heard previously. In the next second, the sand in the hourglass began to flow in reverse.
I'll give it another try.
Sheng summoned another companion beast and let it enter the room the lion had entered. Indeed, the stone house's passageway didn't close this time. The companion beasts inside didn't show any signs of trouble.
We were right.
Sheng carefully entered the room, but there weren't any incidents. Therefore, Zhou Wen and Ensheng used their companion beasts as scouts and continued proceeding towards the next treasure chest in the maze. They passed many stone houses, but nothing happened. When the hourglass reversed, the two of them stopped and didn't continue advancing. They stayed in place for an hour, waiting for the hourglass to reverse again before continuing. It was unknown what kind of relationship the hourglass had with the maze. It could actually control it. The situation inside the maze was completely different when the sand flowed in the different directions. When he was forced to rest, Zhou Wen studied the hourglass. He wanted to see if he could control the flow of sand in the hourglass. If he could control it, wouldn't he be able to control this maze? However, after studying it for quite some time, Zhou Wen didn't discover how to control the hourglass. The main reason he didn't dare act rashly was that he was afraid that he would damage the hourglass. That would only make things worse. I'll think of a way to study it after we leave. Zhou Wen temporarily gave up the idea of controlling it.
Young Master One, I seem to have discovered something,
Ensheng said.
What did you discover? Is it a secret regarding the maze?
Zhou Wen hurriedly asked.
No.
Ensheng shook his head and said,
After so many experiences with you, I realized that as long as you enter a dimensional zone, it's easy for unexpected things to happen. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence,
Zhou Wen said firmly. Although he also felt that something would happen every time he entered a dimensional zone, he definitely wouldn't admit that he was a jinx. Even if there's a problem, it's definitely because of the Tiger Soul General, Bamboo Blade, and Tai Sui. It's definitely not my problem, Zhou Wen thought. Ensheng laughed and said,
Actually, this isn't bad either. At the very least, it won't be that boring. It's always so thrilling every time I enter a dimensional zone with you. It really has nothing to do with me,
Zhou Wen said with a sullen expression. The two of them kept walking and stopping. After traveling for more than 30 hours, they finally arrived at the room where the second treasure chest was.
Young Master One, open it and take a look,
Ensheng said with a heavy expression.
Do I really have to open it?
Zhou Wen asked, somewhat worried. The crystal hourglass appeared in the first treasure chest. Who knew what was inside this chest? It would be fine if a companion egg or dimensional crystal dropped, but if a bomb appeared and blasted them to death, it would be terrible. Although it was just an analogy, Zhou Wen couldn't rule out the possibility of a bomb inside.
Open it. Even if there's a Buddha annihilation inside, we can just fight it again. There's nothing to be afraid of,
Ensheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen swallowed his saliva and reached out to lift the lid of the treasure chest. His heart was beating rapidly like a drum. Ensheng and Zhou Wen looked into the treasure chest and were taken aback. There was actually another chest in the treasure chest. The material and style were the same as the treasure chest, but it was a little smaller. Zhou Wen frowned slightly as he opened the lid. He saw that there was an even smaller treasure chest inside. After opening 7 or 8 treasure chests, all he saw were even smaller ones. Chapter 699 Strange Treasure Chest.
Are you kidding me? Don't tell me that it will be an empty box in the end?
Zhou Wen said gloomily. Ensheng laughed.
As expected of young Master One. The Overseer and I opened 6 treasure chests, but none of them were as interesting as a single one of yours. This really has nothing to do with me. You were the ones who picked the good treasure chests. The remaining treasure chests are all so strange,
Zhou Wen said gloomily.
Quickly open it and take a look. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's inside,
Ensheng urged. Zhou Wen had no choice but to continue opening the treasure chests. One after another, he opened at least 20. The treasure chest also changed from a huge chest to a tiny chest the size of a palm. Zhou Wen tried and wanted to take out the treasure chest, but although it was tiny, it remained motionless no matter how hard he tried. Zhou Wen had no choice but to continue opening them chest after chest. The treasure chest had already become the size of a finger. Yet, there was still a treasure chest inside.
I'm very certain now that the owner of the maze must be pulling a prank on us. There's definitely nothing in the final treasure chest.
Zhou Wen felt that he had definitely been fooled.
At this stage, even if it's empty, you have to open the last box to take a look,
Ensheng encouraged. Zhou Wen continued opening the chest silently. The treasure chest went from the size of a finger to the size of a fingernail.
F***K, why are there more? I can't believe it.
Zhou Wen continued opening a few more chests. The treasure chest was already about the size of the jewel on a ring. Just as Zhou Wen was about to open it, he realized that the square stone treasure chest that resembled a ring's gem was locked. Although the lock was very small, he could tell that it was a lock.
Isn't this a scam? I've opened all the way to this point, yet it's telling me that it needs a key.
Zhou Wen wished he could smash the treasure chest. However, it was unknown if the treasure chests were protected by nomological powers. Even mythical stage power was unable to damage them.
Could this small treasure chest be the prize in this treasure chest?
Ensheng said, as he looked at the small treasure chest.
No way.
Zhou was slightly taken aback as he reached out to pick up the tiny treasure chest. He had opened so many treasure chests, and of them could be moved. Yet, this time, he could pick it up.
I can actually take it out.
Zhou immediately realized that the fellow who had placed the treasure chest here was definitely doing it on purpose. Zhou took a careful look and didn't find a way to open the treasure chest. He handed it to Ensheng to take a look. After studying it, Ensheng returned it to Zhou.
The structure inside the keyhole is somewhat different from our human locks. It might require a special key to open it. Young Master One, put it away now. Think of a way to open it after we are out.
Zhou had no choice but to put away the mini treasure chest. With such a small treasure chest, there was probably nothing inside. Even if there was something, what could be inside? He had opened 2 treasure chests, which only contained strange items. Zhou was beginning to miss Wang Lu. If he could get her to help him open the treasure chests, he definitely wouldn't be so unlucky to have such strange items. The two of them set off again. Due to their previous experience, Ensheng was afraid that this small treasure chest would trigger a change in the maze, so he walked even more carefully. However, nothing unexpected happened. Just like before, as long as they waited for the hourglass's safe period, they could successfully pass through the stone rooms. Finally, Zhou and Ensheng arrived at the location of the 3rd treasure chest. Zhou stood in front of it and pressed his palms together. He prayed in every direction.
Gods from every denomination, please bless me. I don't wish to become rich overnight. I just want something normal to come out. Mythical companion beasts or something, just one will do. I'm really not picky.
While praying, Zhou summoned the baby tiger, hoping to increase his luck. Ensheng held back his laughter when he heard Zhou mutter to himself. He said in all seriousness,
Young Master, it's all determined by fate. Open it quickly.
Zhou gritted his teeth and opened the lid.
It's indeed very normal.
Ensheng looked into the box and immediately laughed. This was because the box was empty. There was nothing inside.
That's it?
Zhou was somewhat depressed.
Why don't I take you to find another box? What if you're born different and can open a 4th box?
Ensheng said.
Don't trouble yourself. Let's return.
Zhou said with a shake of his head. He decided that he would never open any cursed chests or other items that depended on luck again unless he could come with Wang Lu. Ensheng led Zhou out. It was impossible to return the way they came. As the stone room's location kept changing, he could only find a new path. Thankfully, nothing happened on the way back. The two of them successfully exited the maze. Ensheng used a metal plate to seal the well's entrance again. He covered it with soil as a disguise. Unless it was a coincidence, it would be difficult to discover the entrance to the maze. Zhou realized that the crystal hourglass in his hand had appeared to freeze. The sand inside, which should still be flowing, was frozen. It looked like time had stopped. It was extremely magical.
Young Master One, it's not as though you didn't gain anything. Even if the small treasure chest is empty, this crystal hourglass is rather magical. It might really be a treasure.
Ensheng consoled. Zhou wasn't in the mood to say anything. He put away the crystal hourglass and the mini treasure chest and planned on thinking of a way to open it when he returned. The two of them returned to Luoyang, but they realized that there were very few people on the city streets. Soon, they realized that most people were watching a live stream.
Someone actually challenged Primordial Sword Immortal again. It's no wonder so many people are watching the live stream.
Zhou used Truth Listener to search and discovered the problem.
That's not surprising. There aren't many days left for the 3-month deadline. There must be someone who can't hold back. Let's see who's challenging Primordial Sword Immortal.
Ensheng said as he took out his phone and turned on the live stream. He ended up somewhat surprised. In the arena, Primordial Sword Immortal had already revealed his sword immortal body. He stood in the arena with the stone sword in hand, but there was no sign of a challenger. Suddenly, the sword immortal's head seemed to suffer a heavy blow as his body flew out horizontally.
What was that?
Zhou and Ensheng failed to see what had happened. Chapter 700 The Last 72 Hours. After Primordial Sword Immortal was sent flying, he immediately flew into the air and slashed out rows of sword beams in all directions. However, other than Primordial Sword Immortal and his sword beams, Zhou and Ensheng saw nothing.
An invisible companion beast?
Zhou and Ensheng could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Invisibility companion beasts were rare. Zhou had an invisibility cloak companion egg, but it was a problematic companion egg. He hadn't managed to hatch it yet. Apart from that, he had also heard of some companion beasts that could be invisible. However, they weren't absolutely invisible. For example, a companion beast named Chameleon could fuse with the environment through chameleon transformation and reach the goal of invisibility. However, this kind of invisibility was basically useless against top-notch experts. Ignoring mythical creatures, even epic experts like Zhou Wen's Hell King Life Soul could sense minute changes in the airflow. To just be visually invisible wasn't of much use against top-notch experts. It was only when dealing with special skills, like the Bright Torch Vision World, that invisibility had some effect. What was truly terrifying wasn't visual invisibility, but complete invisibility. Even one's body could be concealed. It wouldn't cause any airflow, emit heat, or produce a life force field. It was as if one had vanished into thin air. Only then could an existence like Primordial Sword Immortal not discover its location. In the battle arena situation, Primordial Sword Immortal clearly hadn't discovered the enemy's location. All he could do was continuously slash out large swaths of sword beams, hoping to use the dense sword beams to force the enemy out. This was clearly useless. Soon, Primordial Sword Immortal suffered another baffling strike and flew out again. The battle scene in the arena was very strange. It was as though Primordial Sword Immortal was fighting the air, but he was constantly being attacked. The Sword Immortal's spirit body was also flickering from time to time. It didn't look good.
There are still limitations to a live stream. Let's go to the cube to take a look,
and Sheng said as he drove towards the cube. There was almost no one on the other streets. The streets that could see the cube's screen were packed with people. People couldn't even squeeze through, never mind cars. Even the buildings on both sides of the street were filled with people. Zhou Wen and Sheng had no choice but to find a place to park the car before finding a relatively closer spot to watch the battle. The cube's big screen could perfectly enact the real battle. It was the same as a real scene. This was something that even high-speed cameras weren't capable of. No matter how powerful the camera's functions were, there were still limitations. For example, no matter how high the resolution was, it was impossible to reach the standards of the real world. Just like the scene on the phone, Primordial Sword Immortal was still being thrashed unilaterally. His opponent seemed to be deliberately humiliating Primordial Sword Immortal. Every strike was like an invisible fist striking Primordial Sword Immortal's face, sending him flying. Again and again, it struck. It wasn't in a rush to finish off Primordial Sword Immortal. It was as though it wanted to appreciate Primordial Sword Immortal's sorry state. Ever since Primordial Sword Immortal appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the rankings for a few months, accepting the challenges of many powerful companion beasts, he had always appeared invincible. He was practically synonymous with invincibility. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Primordial Sword Immortal attempted to force his opponent out by using many methods, but the outcome was not as he wished. He was completely unable to determine his opponent's location. Zhou Wen looked at the name on the ranking. The companion beast that challenged Primordial Sword Immortal was named
Origin Realm King.
But he didn't see the image of Origin Realm King. Could it be that Origin Realm King is invisible? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The battle continued in a one-sided manner. The invincible Primordial Sword Immortal was helpless against an invisible opponent. All he could do was passively take a beating.
It looks like the number 1 spot on the rankings will finally be changed. Origin Realm King. Why have I never heard of it before? Indeed, invisible opponents are the most terrifying. Origin Realm King is too powerful. To be able to beat Primordial Sword Immortal to such a state, it's practically invincible. I wonder who the Origin Realm King belongs to. That's hard to guess. I've only heard of legends about the Divine Realm, the Immortal Realm, the Fiend Realm, the Spirit Realm, the Ghost Realm, the Demon Realm, and so on. I've never heard of the Origin Realm. Could it be from overseas? Probably not. If the Origin Realm King is from overseas, I'd rather support Primordial Sword Immortal taking first place.
The entire Federation was abuzz with discussion. Primordial Sword Immortal was clearly at a disadvantage. Although he hadn't used his Wheel of Destiny, and still had the ability to deliver a final blow, his chances of winning were much lower. This was because most people determined that Primordial Sword Immortal's Wheel of Destiny was an offensive skill. He didn't even know where his opponent was, so the effects of the Wheel of Destiny were too limited. Unless Primordial Sword Immortal's Wheel of Destiny had a huge area of effect, it was difficult to turn defeat into victory. Zhou Wen watched the battle the entire time. He had even used the Holy Hell King's Eye, but he still couldn't see where Origin Realm King was. What powerful invisibility! It can even hide the Sith flames on its body? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised.
From the looks of it, we should be able to see Primordial Sword Immortal's Wheel of Destiny.
And Sheng also believed that Primordial Sword Immortal had been forced into a corner. It wasn't only in Sheng. The 6 families and many experts also believed so. At this stage, Primordial Sword Immortal couldn't sit idle. Just as everyone was hoping that Primordial Sword Immortal would release his Wheel of Destiny, something unexpected happened. Primordial Sword Immortal actually chose to forfeit, and gave up the throne of first place. He didn't use the power of his Wheel of Destiny. The entire Federation was in an uproar. After occupying the rankings for months, the invincible Primordial Sword Immortal had been defeated just like that. First place was given to someone else, and Primordial Realm King became the strongest companion beast in the world.
Since Primordial Sword Immortal didn't use his Wheel of Destiny, it meant that he knew that he couldn't win even if he used it. There were less than 4 days left before the 3-month deadline Wang Mingyuan mentioned was reached. All the major media outlets in the Federation were reporting on the matter of Origin Realm King taking first place. They were also guessing who its owner was. Just like Primordial Sword Immortal, the owner of Origin Realm King had never appeared. All the speculation was nothing but speculation. However, according to the deductions of the 6 families, it was very likely that Origin Realm King was an overseas companion beast. This was because, in the legends of the Federation's 4 districts, there didn't seem to be a place like the Origin Realm. While people were guessing the origins and true colors of the Origin Realm King, the cubes around the world underwent a strange change. Each cube displayed a 72-hour countdown. Anyone with a smidgen of intelligence could roughly guess what it meant. There were less than 72 hours left before the 3-month deadline.